Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Pirates start a series with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim tonight, and that'll be a 3-game series. The Pirates will stay on the West Coast. They'll stay in California. They're also going to play the Los Angeles Dodgers in a series over the weekend after the series with the Angels. Also, the Seattle Kraken fired Dan Bylsma after one season. Poor guy. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life works. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store, and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store. Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right. They dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer, anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's going to finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a Pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tucking Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. And it's Tuesday. And what does that mean? Well, it's nothing special. Nothing crazy going on. We do have the NFL draft coming up in a couple days, but until that day comes, we have much speculation. Will the Steelers draft a quarterback in the first round? Maybe. I actually don't hate the Shedeur Sanders idea here. I don't know. I think that there could be some breeding ground for distraction with Deion Sanders also being kind of involved there, but at the same time, maybe not. I mean, who knows? The Steelers need somebody, though, that they can trust to be like the franchise guy. And I think that it would be wise to draft either him or Jackson Dart in the first round if they're both available. And then if not, go after a different position, draft a quarterback in the later rounds, and call it a day. Call it a draft. And then try again next season. I still want to have faith in Mason Rudolph. But I like what, I think it was last week, like Crowley and Doran were talking about this, and it made sense. Because I'm one of the people that falls into the trap of the alternative would always be better. You know, where you fall into that trap where you're like, well, yeah, from what we saw, what happened, like, for example, the Justin Fields effect from the previous seasons, well, we saw what Russell Wilson did. And obviously, Justin Fields would have done better in those situations had Russell Wilson not been playing and Russell Wilson had Russell Wilson not been playing and Justin Fields got in and had been playing. But the truth is, the grass is not always greener. Sometimes it is, but it's not always guaranteed to be quote unquote greener, so to speak. Like Russell Wilson did fine for a little while, then struggled down the stretch. Does that guarantee that Justin Fields wouldn't have had the same struggles? Absolutely not. No, Justin Fields very well could have had similar struggles with the Steelers team. So when you think about Mason Rudolph, like we want to believe that Mason Rudolph could handle things. But I mean, there's no guarantee that he can play a full 17-game season and then roll through the playoffs on top of that. There's no guarantee. I mean, he had a brief stint of success, and then the Steelers lost to the Bills in the playoffs that year that he got to start at the end of the season. He didn't perform poorly, but he didn't do the elite things that you'd think your quarterback should do to be able to beat a team like the Buffalo Bills. So, when you talk about drafting a quarterback, I mean, maybe you get your guy this year and you see what happens. I mean, nothing is ever guaranteed with the draft either. There's a lot of luck involved with the draft. I mean, you can scout, but that's the one thing about the draft. Nothing is ever really guaranteed. So you can wait another season to try to find a quarterback, or you can get one of the solid guys this year and just see what happens. See what we can get out of one of them. I mean, everybody's afraid, too. Nobody wants another Kenny Pickett mistake. Kenny Pickett type of mistake, but sometimes you need to not worry about that. I mean, Kenny Pickett had a lot of higher expectations, too, for different reasons, and you're not going to get that with a quarterback that you draft in this draft, too, because, I mean, he's not from Pittsburgh. None of the guys are from Pitt that you're considering drafting here. So it's like there's no added pressure there. I think Steeler fans should just take whoever gets drafted, especially if it's a quarterback. Like, if the Steelers decide to draft a quarterback in the first round, I think Steeler fans should just take it for what it is and move forward. I mean, they didn't plan very well. There are some reasons to be frustrated, too. I mean, with the Aaron Rodgers situation, maybe the Steelers wanted to see if they could sign Aaron Rodgers, and if they couldn't, they were going to go to the draft and get a guy, which would also make sense. Maybe this was their plan all along. So, not entirely sure, but I think that would make some sense where they say, well, we'll either get Aaron Rodgers or we'll just take a quarterback in the first round. Because they didn't plan any other way. I mean, they got Mason Rudolph, and Mason Rudolph is the perpetual backup quarterback. Like, he's the Steelers' notorious backup quarterback. So, I think they signed him for some insurance, but I don't think that they want him to be the only guy leading the way. I mean, at the very least, maybe he'll start the season at quarterback but not finish. They'll have whoever they draft then finish the season once developed and prepared. Or they will get something done with Aaron Rodgers and they can just sign him and have him start the season. I think Mark Caboli was talking about this yesterday, too, on the morning show when Jason Mackey was in for Crowley and Dorn. Like Mark was saying, it'd be different if the Steelers publicly acknowledged that they were out on Aaron Rodgers, or that they acknowledged that they were okay letting go of the negotiations at some point if they didn't go anywhere. And they haven't. And that's kind of what messes everything up, too, where fans look at this and fans are like, what the heck? What are we doing? What happened? Like, why are the Steelers not committing to a direction here? And that's kind of frustrating, too, when you're trying to assess what the Steelers are going to do in the draft, or what this, what's going to happen at quarterback, is because the Steelers they're not acknowledging, they're not saying anything about the situation. They're not denying that they're still in negotiations. They're not denying, that they're interested, and that's the thing. Like Mark, I think, was saying that, you could have all the leverage in the world if you say, nah, we're good. You come back to us when we're ready, but we're going to operate without putting you in the equation until you are ready to commit. And Aaron Rodgers seemed to talk himself down to $10 million as well, which, not great tactic there for negotiation, but that's the thing, though, is that the Steelers haven't publicly acknowledged, like, hey, we're gonna assess in a different direction our quarterback situation if you, Aaron Rodgers, are not gonna commit. I mean, the Steelers can't wait around it. I hope they don't, but they haven't publicly acknowledged that, and that's where I think fans kind of get, frustrated. That's where certainly Callus here, me, that's where I get frustrated too, because I just look at everything and I go, like, commit one way, like, send us a message, like, don't just sit around waiting for this guy or act like you're waiting for this guy. And if Aaron Rodgers affects this draft in any way, where the Steelers make certain decisions because they think they're going to get him and then they don't, like, I'm going to be extra frustrated. Like, I wish they would just operate assuming that they're not going to get him. Because even if they do get him, like, I've been saying this for the longest time too, even if they do get him, like, what can he do as a quarterback that, the alternative wouldn't be able to do? Or what further winning are the Steelers going to get with Aaron Rodgers as compared to Mason Rudolph or first-round drafted quarterback? Are they really going to win more games with Aaron Rodgers? Like, I'm not convinced of that. So it is frustrating when they haven't released their commitment on these negotiations, and then everything's left up in the air, and everything's left to question and speculation, and now the draft's coming up on Thursday. It's coming up in 2 days. Four 412-928-9370. Where are you at on the draft? What do you want to see? Who do you want the Steelers to draft? What is Aaron Rodgers doing? Do you care anymore? 412-928-9370. Give me a call. We can talk about it. I also saw Pony had an interesting hypothetical, which I don't think I'm not a huge fan of. Pony wants the Steelers to give up their first-round pick. And I believe still all the teams right now have their first-round picks, so that's definitely you see that, and it's definitely. Sorry, let me start over. I was looking up the tweet. Bad radio there. The Steelers and every other team in the NFL still have their first-round picks. So that is unique. Usually teams will have traded them away, but right now in 2025, every team has a first-round pick. Pony said that this is a rumored draft day trade. Steelers send first-round pick and sixth-round pick to the New York Giants for a second-round pick, which is the 34th overall, and then a third-round pick, which is the 65th overall. Which would make sense, I guess, if they wanted to guarantee that they can assess other positions of need while getting a couple extra middle-round picks, in doing so. Yeah, I don't love that, though, because then you lose out on the opportunity to get a quarterback, which you may need, because Aaron Rodgers, nobody knows what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's why you get that guy. That's why you take a quarterback. That's the whole reason why you take a quarterback, because if you don't, I believe it's still Skylar Thompson on the Steelers. It'd be him and Mason Rudolph. And then you'd have to go to the clearance section for quarterbacks and free agency to figure out who you'd want as another quarterback in there. They should draft a quarterback. Maybe they'll draft one in the later rounds too and just see what happens there. And they'll have Mason Rudolph start the season if they wanted to do that. But I think they should keep their a pick in the first round. It doesn't seem to me like the best situation to send their first round pick away and a sixth round pick. It doesn't seem great. I mean, they gained 2 middle round picks, but again, you're not picking from the most prestigious guys at that point. You want that first round pick. That's just my opinion. That's just what I want. I mean, the only reason why it would make sense too is if they didn't want to draft a quarterback. But I'm nervous about who's going to play quarterback. This is no fun, not knowing who's going to be quarterback. It was cool. It was cool. Remember a time, when the Steelers had Ben Roethlisberger, and you just went into the offseason going, oh, yeah, that's going to be the guy. We're going to go to the offseason, and then, we're going to come out in the fall, and Ben Roethlisberger is going to be the quarterback. Great. No more. We don't get that anymore. We've had to guess over the last several seasons who's going to play quarterback. Mitch Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields. Now we got another one. Now we got Aaron Rodgers question mark, Mason Rudolph question mark, a drafted quarterback. I still lean towards Shedeur Sanders. Just my gut instinct says that guy would be an interesting fit for the Steelers. But we'll see. Only time will tell. The draft's coming up in a couple days. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, I wouldn't be surprised if he signs on draft day, and then the Steelers have to adjust their plans a significant amount to accommodate him on the roster. Wouldn't be surprised. Again, that's just what Aaron Rodgers does. If it gets up to the draft, though, and he doesn't commit, I mean, I wish the Steelers would publicly say, we have terminated negotiations. We'll be open to picking them back up if Aaron Rodgers decides to do so. We're going to operate now assuming that he's not going to sign with us. And I wish they would just say that. Because then they have all the leverage at that point, and Rodgers would have to decide whether or not he wants to sign or retire. Like, the Steelers are the only team right now that seems to be considering him to sign. The Steelers have a whole lot of leverage at this point. Like, Aaron Rodgers doesn't have much leverage. And maybe he doesn't want much leverage. Maybe he wants to retire. But the Steelers can help him make that decision, too, by going, hey, by publicly announcing, we are not engaging in any further negotiation, and we are going to operate as if, assuming that we are not going to sign Aaron Rodgers. And I wish somebody would say that. But they haven't, and so that makes us all think that they're still making him a priority in terms of planning and scheming for the coming season. Even though it's not guaranteed that he's going to play, or even sign. We'll see how that situation develops, but I say Shedeur Sanders, go. Draft him. Jackson Dart, if he's available, draft him. Draft one of them in the first round if they're available. If not, assess other positions. Move forward with Mason Rudolph. Maybe get a quarterback in the later rounds and just see what can happen. And it's not like late round quarterbacks don't have a great track record. I mean, there's a couple famous ones out there recently. Tom Brady and Brock Purdy, to name just the couple there. So it's not like impossible that a drafted quarterback couldn't develop, and maybe a miracle can happen, and that quarterback will indeed pan out if they get one in the later rounds. So, I'm just tired of the commitment to Mason Rudolph, I'm tired of the commitment to Aaron Rodgers. And I hate speculating and I hate talking about it, but we almost have to. We got to talk about it because it's important. It's going to be important to the Steelers' future who they have at quarterback. That doesn't seem like an exaggeration. Like, this has been a problem for them. And it seems like the quarterback position has been a problem area for the last several seasons, and it has caused them to not play as well as they could have. They got a lot of weapons. They got a lot of guys. They've invested in the offense recently. Pretty much as soon as free agency hit, they got DK Metcalf, so that's something. They got George Pickens out there who can still catch a football better than almost anybody. They just need that quarterback to put it all together. So it's important. Like, it is important who plays that position. I mean, that's not breaking news either. It's not a breaking opinion. Like, quarterback is important to a football team. It's not a drastic opinion, but like, with the way the Steelers are handling it, they don't seem to have a definite plan, and they seem to be operating assuming that Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the team, and you can't assume that. So they got to handle the draft assuming that they're not going to sign him. Again, they haven't publicly acknowledged that, but I think that that's something that they've got to do. They can't be hung up on this situation. They got to go, and I think they got to get a quarterback in the first round. I mean, if this quarterback doesn't pan out, I don't know how much it'll necessarily set them back either. I mean, theoretically, you can always get one in the next draft as well, but you usually want to hit on your first-round picks too. So, just something to consider, something to look at as the draft is. It's coming up. It's coming up on Thursday in 2 days. So, exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. I'm excited. I mean, I'm excited to see what happens. Like, I'm also nervous because there's so much uncertainty surrounding the Steelers right now, but I'm excited and I'm nervous at the same time. So, still got to wait a little bit, but it'll be here before we know it, and then we can dissect who they pick whenever they do pick them on Friday on the morning show. So, just be ready for that, but it's draft week. A lot of speculation you'll probably be hearing over the next few days. And then we'll see, and then we'll assess, and then we'll have a better idea of what the Steelers are going to look like going into training camp, and then, see how they play whenever the season comes around. We still got a while away for that as well. We still got baseball to watch as well all summer. How about that? Pirates are 8-15. They were off yesterday They got a 3-game series with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim starting tonight. 9:38 is the scheduled start time. Pirates will be on the West Coast all weekend. They'll be in California all weekend, to be more specific. 3 games against the Angels in the middle of this week. 3 games against the Los Angeles Dodgers over the weekend. And then they'll come home and play the Chicago Cubs. Yeah, not easy tasks coming up here. I mean, the Angels have not been solid over the last several years, but they do have, Mike Trout. So they look better just with him on the team. Dodgers are tough. Cubs are tough. Padres have been tough to start this season. So, and then playing in St. Louis is not ideal either. The Pirates have not had much success in St. Louis. So a few opponents coming up here that are a bit dangerous. So, we can only hope for the best at this point because from what we've seen so far, it's been not inspiring. And then how about this? I saw this. Dan Bilesman, too, got fired by the Seattle Kraken after 1 season. And the Penguins still keep Mike Sullivan around, who obviously has a pedigree, has a reputation. Not a recent one, but he has one somewhere. And then the Rangers fired their coach. I saw that, too. The New York Rangers fired their coach. That was a couple days ago. I just didn't mention it here until now because I'm seeing all the firings happen, the after-season firings, and the Steelers, I get my teams mixed up. Fire Tomlin's been a refrain for a while, so that's just ingrained in my head. Fire Mike Sullivan. The Penguins should, are not getting rid of him. I think they should. I've already talked about that, but just seeing all the other firings around the league, I'm thinking, why are the Penguins still sticking with this guy? And it may be because Kyle Dubas does not want to admit that a rebuild is necessary, a reconstruction is necessary. Kyle Dubas wants to believe that the team can still win with how they are right now. So, Pittsburgh sports tough right now. Hopefully the Steelers can save us. If not, the Pirates can turn it around and save things. I guess we'll just have to see, right? So all we have is the ability to wait and then see what happens, as the future becomes the present. Wise words right there from me. How about that? My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fantasy Morning Show. You can give me a call, 412-928-9370. We can talk about anything Pittsburgh sports related or sports related right now. If you have draft comments, let me know. If you want to complain about the Pirates, let me know. If you feel the need to complain about the Penguins at all, let me know. Although they're dead, they're out right now. Off season is here, so there's not much to say about them. They did not make the playoffs, and now they can focus on off-season matters. But we'll see. But if you want to call, you can talk about anything. Pittsburgh sports related or general sports related, 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fantasy Morning Show. I'll be back after this on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Super Bowl champion Eagles are among 17 teams kicking off voluntary off-season workouts Monday as clubs gear up for Thursday's NFL Draft in Green Bay. Philly also locked up Pro Bowl center Cam Jurgens, agreeing to terms on a 4-year, $68 million contract, according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Jurgens, who replaced the retired Jason Kelsey last season, is now the second highest paid center in the NFL by average per year. The Jets exercised the 5th-year options on 3 of their 2022 first-round picks. Corner Sauce Gardner, receiver Garrett Wilson, and edge rusher Jermaine Johnson, according to general manager Darren Mucci. The Seahawks have 4 quarterbacks on their roster after recently signing Drew Lock as a backup. General manager John Schneider saying the Lock addition doesn't preclude the team from drafting a quarterback. The Seahawks have 10 picks, including the 18th overall. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. Join Adam Crowley and True Fan Travel in Ireland to see the Black and Gold play this fall. True Fan Travel is offering 5-night trip packages to Dublin that includes hotel, airfare, a pregame tailgate party, and game tickets. Plus, Adam Crowley will be there for fun and beers. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same day and next day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. The Bucks are back, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage following every game. Tune in to the Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show 15 minutes after the final out. The Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show is brought to you by Pellman Electric, Smokestack Pittsburgh and Moon Township, Guardian Protection, and Hampton Beer Outlet. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray, and I've been helping Pittsburghers for 30 years navigating the legal issues surrounding aging. Get ready for your retirement years and what lies ahead with a no-obligation consultation. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in, you've got longer days, you don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. red. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms, 0 resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, good-looking guys.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 20th, 2025. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's Nicholas Eric Callis. It's the Fan Early Morning Show, and it was the Fan Early Morning Show. I am fresh out of time, so we're just going to move right on to the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson coming up after this break. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Post-Gazette Sports Experience brings you closer than ever before to your favorite Pittsburgh teams. Join their award-winning team of professional beat writers and columnists as they dive deeper into the stories, news, and exclusive analysis that matters most to you. Get insider takes on the Steelers, Pirates, Penguins, and Panthers, plus coverage of Whitfield High School sports, Duquesne, Penn State, and so much more. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box, or buy 10, get 3 free, plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house Saturday, May 3rd from 8 to 3 with food, prizes, kids' corner, and a virtual construction site. Their 4-year apprentice program is tuition-free, and you earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades and start the application process. May the 4th be with you as apprentices build Star Wars-themed picnic tables to be donated to children's charities around Pittsburgh. Find out more at kmltf.org.
Pool City's Patio and Hot Tub Showcase is here. Huge savings on premium patio furniture with free delivery and setup. Save up to $5,000 on hot tubs plus 0% financing for 72 months. Hurry, event ends May 4th. Shop poolcity.com.
Have a house you're ready to sell? Ryan Shalaba here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. Over a decade in business and 175 plus 5-star reviews, we've helped people in all different situations get the most money out of their house when they need it. We'll save you time, money, and stress, and we'll even help you move. Call 412-500-9057. Get you a cash offer in as little as 24 hours. That's 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com today.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report right now. Traffic on the Parkway East getting heavier between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West a little bit heavy around the Banksville merge point. Route 28 is up to speed, as is the Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. McKnight Road in each direction on the bridge over Babcock Boulevard as work continues there. Traffic could be a little bit heavy as the rush hour wears on. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Morning Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas, Harry Callis behind the glass. We are back, Doranson. And we forgot to tell Callis that we wouldn't be here yesterday. But all's well that ends well, and look at us all back together again. We're rejuvenated. Cal's probably emotionally rejuvenated, not having to deal with us yesterday. And so, it's draft week. Let's go. The rumors spreading like wildfire.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get into all of it. And then mercifully, it'll all be over by like 11 p.m. on Thursday night. How we doing, Dickerson?
I'm great. Had a great weekend. Had a nice time off. Had a good Easter. Callis, how you doing? How was your weekend?
Yeah, it was good. It's good. I had some baseballs and ate too much food.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not good for the diet, but, you know, it was Easter.
That's Easter. Yeah. It's okay.
Yeah. I'll live.
Same deal. You posted the photo of the deviled eggs with the bacon on top. Well, my mom heard us talking about it last week, and like half of them she did the same thing with.
How was it? Did you like it?
Oh.
Yeah, they're great. The best.
Never having it another way.
They're the best.
God, you love the deviled eggs. The next day, though, woo!
Yep.
Woo!
Mm-hmm.
Nasty.
Gets after it.
How long can you save the leftover deviled eggs?
I would say a day.
A day.
Yeah.
I don't think you can go past a day.
No, I would just probably eat the next day.
I had probably 9 ham sandwiches yesterday, too. And some mini Cadbury eggs and some cake balls. And I just been eating like hell for 3 days.
Yep. Sounds about right.
That's a celebration.
Yeah, it's a celebration for the first pitch that you threw out. We didn't get to talk about that yet.
No, we haven't.
I thought it was fantastic.
Thank you.
I think you did a fantastic job.
This is the support you love from your partner.
I gave you a lot of, I put a lot of pressure on you. I said that you're not only throwing the first pitch for you, your family, you have to hold up for our show.
It was really for Western civilization.
That too.
I had to. It didn't go over the plate, but I had to keep that puppy in the air.
Yes.
I was just brushing the left-handed batter off the plate a little bit is what I was doing. Keep him honest.
I thought it was a fine pitch. I think Callis was trying to critique you too hard.
Well, I do think I need to probably talk to my pitching coach. Fundamentally, there was a hitch there in the delivery. I watched it back, and a little hitch there, which I didn't know.
You look like you've never thrown a baseball in your life.
Wow. It was. I wasn't going deep dive like critiquing you. I was just critiquing the fact that you got it over the plate.
You just got to get it
did your
there.
job. You got it into the mitt.
You didn't hurt anyone. You didn't hurt anyone either.
No one got hurt. My daughter had the time of her life. I'll never forget it. Now she's absolutely in love with baseball. We went to the library yesterday. She wanted to get some of her Magic Treehouse books. She's a huge fan of those. And then she saw a Pirates book, Great Players in Pirates History. And when we got home last night and I was reading her bedtime story, I said, which book do you want to read? And she said, let's do the pirate one.
See?
So she learned all about Hannes Wagner.
Uh-huh.
She had some interesting questions, like, is he dead?
Yep.
Yes. He'd been dead for a good long while.
Yes.
Was on the 1903 Pittsburgh Pirates that lost the World Series to the Boston, what were they, Pilgrims?
Americans.
That was it. I was close. Are they dead? Yeah, they're dead. Were they born before Nana and Pap-Pap? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's old.
Yeah. 1903, that guy was in the World Series. 1909, they won the World Series. Hey, go Bucks. 1925. But I digress. So she's big on ball right now, and she signed up for the in-house Lebo T-Ball Association, and she had to get cleats, and she wanted to wear baseball pants. Going to probably run to Dick's Sporting Goods today, get her some pink pants. She wants pink pants.
See, this is perfect.
It's great.
She fell in love, and you did your job. Like at the end of the day, you did your job.
It doesn't matter what it looks like. I watched a lot of Shedeur Sanders highlights over the weekend. There's some funky stuff he does too. But you know what? If you throw the ball into the end zone and someone catches it, it counts for 6.
Touchdown.
It's a touchdown. You just couldn't bounce it. I don't know, honestly, and I'm not saying I throw hard. I obviously do not throw hard, but I don't know that I've ever thrown a ball harder.
Tried to throw a ball harder?
I don't know that since I've been, 24, 25, I've thrown a ball harder. The adrenaline.
Were you sore?
No, not
okay.
sore. No, I'm an athlete.
Oh.
I didn't get nervous until the national anthem started playing, and then my heart was beating out of my chest. And I let out a fist pump.
Callis, what was your observation?
Kind of blacked out.
No, I was surprised he got it in the air, and that was good.
That's all that matters.
Yeah, and that's really all that matters.
And you were down on the field, right?
So I watched people. First of all, I got to go through Cleveland's dugout, which was interesting because I was right next to Jose Ramirez, and that was just
what
like
a player he is.
That was just like a whole fanboy experience for me. I didn't say anything. I just tried to get up to the field as fast as possible. But then I saw people were cheering. They weren't booing. They were cheering him. So I saw that, and then I watched it, and I'm like, great, he got it in the air. But it was high. I knew it was high.
High and outside or inside, depending on who's up to bat. Yeah.
And I said that in my video, in my report. It was a little high. But it was all right. And then I watched it back again, and the form is just no good.
The form is terrible.
I mean, the fact that you practiced before the WVU game and the pick game last year, and then you...
Yeah, I don't know what happened there on the form. I think
You look like you pushed it.
I know. I started to wind
up. Was the hill?
It was. It
Threw you
was.
off.
I'm coming downhill on the mound, and... you're ready to release it. It's like, oh, I need more. I need more. It's weird. You're right. The form no good. Got to get back in the lab and figure out that delivery before my next first pitch, which will never happen.
I'll give you this, though. I was practicing baseball on Saturday, and I went on the mound, and I'm just like, what does this feel like again? And it feels way further.
It does.
Than it used to feel when I was
See,
in
I
high
felt
school.
like it was closer than everybody was saying whenever I was up there. I was like, oh, this isn't that far.
You're a real athlete.
Well,
You're
yeah,
the one
like
over
from throwing
6
a
foot.
football. Throwing a football is like, I'm like, oh, okay, like this is very close. That's kind of how I did it.
Yours was great. Pony's was good. Mine was fine. Went through the air. Starkey he didn't throw from the rubber.
Oh, was he flat?
He was flat. You got to throw from the rubber. Well, he didn't have to.
Well, Pony and I, we did it on the side of the rubber.
Side of the rubber.
Which was even harder, I think.
It is harder. I'm surprised. Like, you'll go to, I don't know, any local pony field or whatever, and you'll get up on the mound, and the rubber's way more pronounced. Like, you can dig your foot in there real deep.
Yep.
Major League mound, it's barely poking out.
Mm-hmm.
Barely poking out. So I couldn't get the leg drive.
The laces on a Major League ball are also very thin.
That, too.
They're thin?
Yeah, they're thinner than high school and college.
It's not like those high school ones that pop out. You get that good torque in there.
Just to make it harder?
I think so. I mean, I think that's how they were before, and then as technology advanced, I think they made the balls different for
They kind of
the
recede
younger
into
ones.
the ball, yeah.
Yeah.
I always thought that golf and baseball were the only sports that kept the ball the same from whenever you start to whenever you finish.
Even the college ball's different than the pro ball in the NFL.
Oh yeah, in high school,
Which
High
is
school,
so
college,
weird
pro.
to me.
Mm-hmm. Way different. There's no stripes on it.
Mm-mm. I like the stripes in college.
NFL ball's easier to catch.
Really?
Yeah, it's bigger. More area to grab it, in my opinion.
That's so weird to me. So you're scouting these quarterbacks in particular who were slinging that college ball around, and then they got to throw the NFL ball.
And it's bigger, so like it's harder probably to throw for quarterbacks than a college ball.
Yeah.
But it's easier for me to catch because I can see. I don't even look at. It's like weird. I can't even describe it almost. It's weird to like catch with the stripes, so the white. You're like seeing the white, and then all of a sudden there's no white, but it's bigger. It's weird.
I like the college football slow motion ball, like a fade ball, and you see the stripes going. It's like, this game's being played on a Saturday.
Yep.
And I love it. And it's wholesome, except for every player's in the portal making millions of dollars. Who said that?
Yep.
Texter, you might have been the first coxswain ever to throw out a first pitch. How many could there be?
True. True.
Hadn't thought about that. Yeah, it was a great thrill. Thanks to the Pirates for letting that happen. And Mitch and Celine and Nicole, who were all down on the field. Joe Klemchik, the Crimson Chin, who's on the video board. Hell of a nice man. He offered to warm me up. You said he would do that.
Yep.
He didn't have a glove, though.
Oh, he didn't?
He didn't have a glove. And I was like, I can't warm up with you, Joe, because if it goes through your hands and hits your chin, moneymaker destroyed. Career ruined. I can't be responsible for that. That can't happen. So no warm-ups. And Brian Warecki, our guy from Steelers PR, he was trying to get us to meet Skeens, but Skeens, it just couldn't happen. And Skeens didn't see us.
Mm-hmm.
He was on the field doing the Jason Bay thing.
He 100% would have if he saw it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
but he didn't. He took the pictures. He talked to Bay for a second, and he started making a beeline. He wanted to go. Brian said he wanted to go watch, I forget who started, Majinski warm up that day. So didn't make that happen, but he tried to make that happen, Brian did. And
great.
Very much appreciate that.
It was a nice night.
It was a beautiful night.
Kyle, did you stay for the whole game?
I did. I went up to the press box and saw the Dan Zangrilli land booth, the 93.7 The Fan booth.
Did you sit with Dan?
I did.
The whole game?
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you annoy him, do you think?
No, we were talking.
He was locked in.
It was kind of like awkward silence because, like, they kept giving up runs. And then at the end of the game, like, the Pirates almost came back, and they were in a good situation, and Sawinski looked at one right down the middle.
Yes, he did.
And Dan started saying some words. And then I got uncomfortable because I'm like, I'm trying to have a good time.
So you guys...
But I can understand what that's like if you do that for as long as you do. And
So wait a second here. I didn't know this. There's a broadcast booth.
Yeah.
So where Greg Brown, Bob Walk, Neil Walker, Joe Block would sit, and they do the game. And then there's another booth? A separate booth?
Just for the fan.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that where we went for the WVU game whenever we did the little play-by-play with Jeff?
I thought that was the other one, but I guess you're right.
Yeah, so there's
Oh, that's cool.
There's home and visitors, TV and radio booths.
Mhm.
So that's 4, and then there's a 5th one for just a fan.
Huh.
Yeah.
Nice.
So you get to sit there next to Dan Zan watching him prepare for his postgame.
Oh, let me tell you this too. This was interesting. So I went to the restroom, and
Shockingly.
I was waiting. Well, it wasn't a number 2. It was just a quick one. But Neil Walker appears from around the corner where the urinals were. And he's like, "Oh, Callis," and I'm like, "Hey, what's up?" And I gave him a fist pound. And then Joe Block.
You fist pounded him while he was peeing?
No, he came around the corner.
Oh.
He was gonna leave. Like I was sitting at the door because there was a line. And I was like, "Oh, what's going on?" And then Joe Block comes around the corner. He was like, "Hey, I see you on the Bethel Park Minute, and I see you doing those baseball games at Bethel Park. You like that?" And I'm
Joe Block was talking about your baseball announcing prowess?
How about that?
That's pretty cool.
You're kidding me. Did you tell him we talked about him on Friday?
No. No.
And happy birthday, Steve Ass.
I didn't want to. I was trying to not engage with him because I was going to start a whole conversation if I did, and I knew he had to get back.
Yeah, it's true. You got what, 90 seconds?
So I just kind of was like, yeah, no, it's nice to see you.
That's
I didn't want to hold him up. Yeah,
That's super cool.
You're
nice.
a superstar.
Yeah.
This guy's popular as hell.
Yes, he is.
You know what? I got to wear my Callus for Green Tree shirt. Although it doesn't have your name on it. It just has your group on it.
Yeah.
Discovered that.
Oh, it's not just you?
No.
Oh, see, I ain't wearing that.
It doesn't even have any names on it. It just says Green Tree, whatever the hell you guys are called.
Unity campaign.
The Unity campaign.
Yeah, I'm not wearing that.
Well, give it back. It's fine.
You never gave me one.
Oh, that's right. Well, you never showed up for one.
All right. You two, you guys are always fighting. I'm always having to break you up.
Can I tell you one more story about Joe Block? He was actually really nice. I had him go on one of the public access host shows one time, the talk shows. So he was interviewed by one of the BPTV people back in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
So that was pretty cool. I like Joe. He's nice.
Thought there would be more to the story.
So did I, yeah.
I hear he's a very nice man. I've never actually met Joe.
That is the story. He got interviewed by a public access host who makes time for that. That's nice.
That's true. That's very nice. It's very nice.
It's awesome.
You know who is also very nice is Jason Bay. Our families were seated right next to each other
really?
at the game.
You talked to him?
No.
No.
I didn't want to bother him. His family was there, but he seemed real nice with them.
I wanted to try to catch him because he was in the TV booth, he was right next door to where we were.
Jason Bay.
And I wanted to almost sneak out and see if when he was leaving, I could be like, oh my gosh.
Well, he came out of the dugout, and I only saw his profile view, and I said, Dad, that's Jason Bay. 2004 Rookie of the Year. My childhood came full circle that day. It was amazing.
Well, I was up in the booth with Dan. He was in the TV booth. That's what I'm saying. We were right next door.
I get it. I understood what you were saying. Yeah.
You get to see him on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't say hi to you.
I'm surprised you don't go to more games.
Well, now that I realize I have a press pass too, and the press pass is good for all season.
And you don't have to sit with the hoi polloi like the Noah Hiles of the world. You get a private booth, just sit next to Zane Grilly.
Right.
I saw Noah leave actually because he did what he promised. He said he was just going to stay for a little bit.
He looked tired. He was run down. You could tell he needed a day.
Yeah, and unlike the Pirates, like Derek Shelton, I don't know who Noah's boss is, but here, I guess that was kind of his DH day.
Yes, it was.
You show up, you're there for a little bit, do the pregame stuff, skedaddle, then you work a full day the next day, then you're off. We're getting to that coming up at some point during the 6 o'clock hour. Texter, fun fact. I don't know about this one here, boys. Adam and Dorn, I was the first person ever to have sex at PNC Park. It was opening day, and the office secretary led me to the family bathroom.
I don't believe that.
Tony the Golf King. He put his name to it, Dorn. Why would he lie? Tony the Golf King.
I don't believe it. I mean, cool, but I don't believe it.
I know people who went up into the Cathedral of Learning and, did the dirty.
Yeah.
So I'm sure.
Downstairs. I know people did it downstairs, too.
You got to get up. You got to go upstairs.
You go up or down. There's a lot of places you can go in there.
I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it. Overrated Cathedral of Learning.
Why?
I mean, it's just a building where you learn.
It's historical. I mean, look at it.
Oh, let me go learn on the 38th floor. That's different. Who cares?
We had to run the steps for conditioning.
Nuh-uh.
All the way up to the top. Yes, we did.
Stop it.
Yes,
Really?
we did. Yes.
That's got to be brutal.
Yeah. All the way to the top.
I think it's just the prestige, too, when things last such a long time like that.
It's pretty. I mean,
how many WVU buildings have lasted over,
I mean, exactly as many as I'm sure at Pitt, if not more, but I mean.
But the Cathedral of Learning is different.
It's tall. I get it.
Not just tall. It's been around for
I don't think.
Hundreds of years?
No. No way.
What do you mean, no way?
No way, hundreds of years.
Pitt's been around since the 1760s.
It was built in 1926.
Oh.
So, not even 100 years. I expect a written apology from you. It's only 42 stories high. That's pretty tall, though, for a learning building. I think it's the tall. It is. Nope. The fifth tallest educational purposed building in the world. After the main building of Moscow State University. We don't recognize that.
In the world?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was around longer than that, maybe. So people just like it.
Well, clearly you thought it was around since, I don't know.
Pitt's been around for a long time, Crowley. Come on now. Pitt was around when the American Revolution was going on. I mean, it was
the 1820s, he's thinking.
I don't think it, what? All right.
I saw the sign on the one building. It's founded in 1767.
Yeah. Well.
1787. Man, you're just getting stuff wrong.
Oh, come on,
right
jeez, that was
here.
close.
See, this is
6
why
and
I'm
an
quiet. Because I should know this stuff. I'm quiet, though. Because I don't.
I got the 6 and the 8 mixed up. That's pretty close.
West Virginia founded in 1867.
100 years after? 80 years after Pitt. Let's go.
This guy, I mean, we got Waynesburg math going on over there. Stay out of it.
I didn't major in math. I did words in golf.
Texter.
Yes.
Same guy who had the sex, Tony the Golf King. Honest to God, if I lied, I'm never allowed to golf again.
Okay.
All right, Tony. We believe you, Tony.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Wink. Wink.
Proof.
We believe you, Tony. Okay. Proof. I mean, and then also, like, let's say it happened. You don't know you're first.
True.
Like, you think you're
first.
Was it the secretary? Because now someone's getting in trouble, first of all.
I would think. That's what I thought it was. I mean, let him.
That's what it sounds like to me. And then second of all, I mean, were you guys in a relationship? Because if not, she might have been yanking all the Tonys.
He said PNC Park. I mean, if it was opening day, 2001, yeah, I mean, that's... Who else would be first? I mean,
there might be somebody else in there doing it, too.
Oh. I mean, because they did play that Red Series beforehand. I mean, they had the 3-game exhibition series. She could have been on third base with that guy in there.
Yep.
You never know. All right. Let's get the hell away from this conversation and let's get to Draft Week. Draft Week! Woo! The world's biggest insider says with the 21st overall pick, the Steelers select. We'll tell you in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
All right, good morning, everybody, and happy Draft Week. We are back. Have a big-time announcement coming your way at 8 a.m., so do stick around for that. Stick around for the entirety of this here radio program. We'll be bouncing around a ton. But we start with Adam Schefter. Quote, sources said the Steelers had not been planning to draft a quarterback in round 1, but they also were not expecting Shedeur Sanders to fall out of the top 10. Now all options seem to be on the table, and they are preparing in case they have the option to draft Sanders. Schefter also reported, he kind of threw a whole bunch of stuff out there yesterday. Big, long article. I got the Cliff Notes. He said, I don't think New Orleans is taking Shedeur. They're hot and heavy on Jackson Dart. Now, of course, the Saints picked 9th overall. And then you have Albert Breer. He writes, I don't think there's an overwhelming consensus in the building to pick the Colorado Star. This is the Steelers building. But perhaps a growing acceptance of the idea. And Doran, this happens all the time. When I have a day off, there's a little bit of a break, I think. I sit there and I
ponder.
I ponder.
Mm-hmm.
And I reevaluate.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be disappointed if the Steelers don't get Shedeur Sanders. That's where I am right now. I thought at some point during the process I'd fall in love with a Jalen Milroe or a Jackson Dart or a Shedeur Sanders and that you would have to talk me off the ledge. But I think I've talked myself into this now over the last couple of weeks. We did that exercise looking back to 2010. So 15 years of quarterbacks selected in round 1, and 13 of them wound up being good. Like 7 of them wound up being legitimate franchise quarterbacks. The hit rate on first-round quarterbacks is really, really low from a percentage standpoint. That's like a quarter of quarterbacks, 26% of quarterbacks that have even been good in the last 15 years that are drafted in round 1. So all this, well, you got to wait till next year. Next year's the year. It's going to be a much better quarterback draft. All those quarterbacks could suck. They might all be better prospects. Every last one of them, including Arch Manning, could suck. Shedeur Sanders was universally thought of coming into draft season as the number 2 available quarterback in the draft. So if he's there at 21, why not take the swing? If he falls into your lap, why can't he be the next one? And what makes anybody think that next year's crop is a slam dunk to be better. So, look, I know they need defensive linemen, probably 2. I know that they need a running back, but there's nothing more important in sports than a quarterback. And if one falls into your lap at 21 in round 1, and you've done your due diligence, and you like him, and most teams have a first-round grade on him, that makes it different than Kenny. You might as well take that swing. And I got to tell you, man, I like Derek Harmon out of Oregon, and he's a good player, and I think he's going to be a great NFL player. But I'll be really disappointed if we're talking about some big hog on Friday and not the next potential Steelers franchise quarterback.
I'm on board with Sanders at 21. I have been for about a couple weeks now. And I've said the whole time where, I'd rather have somebody fall that everybody has a universal high grade on than somebody that I have to reach for maybe that doesn't have a universal grade on. And we asked a couple of scouts about 3 or 4 weeks ago what their evaluation of Jackson Dart was, right? And everybody was all over the place. Somebody had 3rd round, 1st round, 2nd round. It was all over the place. But it seemed to be a consensus of a 1st round. There's a couple that had him in the 2nd round for Shedeur Sanders. My question to you is, since we're both on board, if he falls, what's that say for the teams that need a quarterback and don't pick him? Why is he falling? So that's the biggest question is, why did he fall to 21 if he is regarded as the 2nd to 3rd top quarterback prospect in the 1st round and teams have let him
It's a great
go?
question, and I saw someone tweet something similar yesterday. If Shedeur falls to 21, that means GMs with these projected starters all passed on him. Kenny Pickett, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Spencer Rattler, Anthony Richardson. I think it's a great point you bring up, Doran. And I think, and maybe I'm convincing myself of this, but I think the reason would be not because the guy can't play quarterback, because of his dad. Well, the Browns don't want him at 2 because, come on.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants don't want him at 3 because, come on, he's probably not a number 2 or number 3 worthy player anyhow.
Mm-hmm.
But I think people are scared of drafting Shedeur, and if they are even remotely comparable, him and Jackson Dart, we're going to go with the guy who does not have the famous father, who doesn't have the meddling father. I think if Shedeur is there at 21, it says more about Dion than it does about Shedeur. At least that's my read on the situation.
And if that is the case, which I think that has something to do with it, yes, then fine. That's okay. That's fine with me because I know that the Steelers know that they could handle that situation, and it probably won't even be a situation with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're that one team that I think is shielded from the Dion baggage.
Dion liked to tweet, or excuse me, oh man, that's such a old guy move I just did. I was going to say Dion liked to tweet on Instagram. Dion liked an Instagram post where someone had a graphic up linking Shedeur Sanders to the Steelers. I think if you gave Dion truth serum, he would tell you he wants Mike Tomlin to draft his son.
Yes.
So I'm with you, man, and you've been saying this for a long time. I don't think that Dion is an issue for the Steelers.
Nope.
I don't think he would meddle with Tomlin. I don't think he'd get behind the podium and mouth off about his son's usage or anything like that. I think he's got too much respect for Mike Tomlin. So if that's the big worry that everybody else has, and otherwise he'd be a quarterback that goes in the top 10, top 15, then I think that's a fortuitous bounce for Pittsburgh. You get your guy whose tape has some problems with it. There's no question about it. He's not a perfect prospect, not close to one. But if it's mostly about his dad and some weird stuff, okay, I ain't worried about that. Texter, please tell us how the hell we're going to do that when we pick 21. He'll be gone by pick 5, max 10. Listen, I'm not saying it. Albert Breer's saying it. I'm not saying it. Adam Schefter's saying it. I'm just going off of 2 of the best insiders in the NFL saying that this guy's going to take a little bit of a tumble. Now, both of them and a bunch of other NFL insiders have said that the floor for Shedeur is 21. So everyone expects him, if he falls, to not fall past Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like this guy's going to fall all the way out of round 1.
No, I look at it like this. There's basically like 3 teams that need, absolutely need a quarterback. There's 3 teams within the first 21 picks that just need a quarterback. That's the Titans, who probably will take Cam Ward.
Yeah.
And that's the Saints and the Steelers, like that need a quarterback. The other teams, they have quarterbacks. They don't really need one. The Steelers need a quarterback.
The Browns could be tanking, and you'll see what you have in Kenny, and you have Joe Flacco.
Right.
And if you want to put it off to next year because you get, Travis Hunter, 2nd overall.
Like, can you justify if you're the Browns? It's like, okay, like we're just going to pick a quarterback because we have the 2nd pick of the draft. That's why they would pick. But I don't think that you want to justify taking Shedeur Sanders with the 2nd pick of the draft whenever he has a first-round evaluation, but it's not 2nd pick evaluation.
Right. You take the best available player for you at 2. And if you want to trade back in and take a project, or you want to trade back in and try to get Shedeur, I would understand that. Or you take the best available player, you have 11 picks, you make all those picks, and then you tank, and next year you're right back in the same situation. For them, they don't know what the hell they're doing at quarterback anyhow, and they haven't since they came back into the league. But that's the other thing, to your point, into this tweet that I referenced earlier. If Shedeur falls to 21, that means GMs with these projected starters all passed on him. Kenny Pickett, Russell Wilson, Justin Fields, Spencer Rattler, Anthony Richardson. The Browns have never known what the hell they're doing at quarterback. The Giants have been a dumpster fire for years. The Jets, likewise. The Saints, they now have a different head coach and a different administration, so I guess I can give them the benefit of the doubt.
Mm-hmm.
But the Colts have been searching for a quarterback since Andrew Luck retired, and they've been throwing a whole bunch of crap against the wall.
A bunch of stuff.
So just because all those teams would pass on Shedeur Sanders doesn't make me go, oh, dang, jeez.
Right.
Oh, the Steelers have no idea what they're doing. The Browns passed on Shedeur. Ooh, the Colts passed on him, because those teams know exactly what they're doing. Hell no. They have no idea what they're doing. So that's my epiphany, Doran. I want Shedeur now.
I do too. I think that, 1, he'd be the best available player, and 2, he'd be filling a need.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, you're
the
checking
biggest
both.
need.
Yeah, you're checking both boxes, in my opinion. And I feel like it'd be hard for the Steelers to sit there and say, okay, Shedeur's on the board, and Derek Harmon's on the board. Let's take Harmon. It'd be a great pick. I think that guy's going to be an all-pro at some point.
Me
in the NFL.
too, man.
But it'd be very hard to watch Shedeur go somewhere else and have a good career and look back and be like, we had our future quarterback.
Seriously.
Possibly. That'd be hard.
It'd be a disaster. And I'm not willing to take a defensive lineman and have that guy go be a star someplace else. And even if he doesn't work out in Pittsburgh, okay. But you got to take a shot, man. You got to take a shot. Texter, good question here. Who's going to develop Sanders? But that question remains no matter when you draft a quarterback and who that quarterback is.
Next year, too.
Correct. It could be Arch Manning.
Right.
It wouldn't be. But it could be Drew Aller. Name a quarterback for next year. It's going to be the same cast of characters trying to develop that guy. So why not, if you get a gift here and the second quarterback falls to you at 21, why not? 412-928-9370. How would you feel if the Steelers took Shedeur Sanders? 412-928-9370. I've had an epiphany. I want the guy. Doran wants the guy. Do you? Call in. Let's chat it out. Let's talk it out. Let's discuss. 412-928-9370. Right now, it's time for a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a series against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim tonight. It's a 3-game series, and tonight's game is scheduled to start at 9:38. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. With Sunday night's 95-85 Game 1 victory over Houston, guess what, folks? Golden State has now won 25 of its last 33 games. Jimmy Butler has been the catalyst for sure. And playoff Jimmy? Well, he's proven he can carry the Dubs on a deep postseason run. Here they come on Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up,
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Upgrade your home security with Guardian Protection and get a free Video Doorbell Pro. Right now, when you purchase an essential security package, Guardian will include a high-definition video doorbell at no extra cost. See, hear, and speak to visitors from anywhere with two-way audio and motion alerts. Don't miss this chance to enhance your home security for free. Call 1-800-PROTECT, that's 1-800-776-8328, or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today to claim your free Video Doorbell Pro. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Castee Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Sun and clouds today, the high 69.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush coming alive on the Parkway West. Your delay starting around the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East gets in line at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is up to speed, so is the Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. Don't forget, at 7 o'clock this morning, the closure of Old William Penn Highway underneath the Parkway East in Monroeville. There will be a posted detour to get you around that closure. It's expected to last through Friday. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Spring is here. Let Two Men and a Junk Truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Here's a text. I can't find the text. Good morning, everybody. We've been off for 3 days. 4 days? Feels like 4. I get done at 10 a.m. on Friday. I mean, 4-day weekend pretty much.
3.5.
Nobody wants to draft Shedeur Sanders, here's the text, because his dad will replace the head coach in 2 years. Well, if that's the case, then shouldn't Steelers fans really want them to draft Shedeur Sanders?
They don't want to fire Tomlin for Dion.
I don't know, man. No, they won't. 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Dorn and I would like to see them take Shedeur Sanders 21st overall. Would you? 412-928-9370. Another good text in here. This time last year, people thought that this draft, Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck would be the top 2 players.
Right.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we've been saying now, and you've been saying this for a long time, and Pat Bostic's been saying this for a long time. You can project out to next year. You just don't know. And even once that quarterback class next year gets crystallized, like next year at this time, there might be 6 guys like there were in last year's draft where you go, oh my God, all 6 of these guys, they're all first-round talents. And just because they are doesn't mean any of them will pan out. That's not the way this works. You're throwing darts, you're taking guesses, and I'm not trading up for Shedeur Sanders, but if he falls to 21 and it's him and Grant from Michigan and Derek Harmon, the defensive lineman from Oregon, how do you not take the quarterback there?
Right. Whenever you need it.
Because think about this, Doran. I mean, Aaron Donald, maybe the best defensive player of all time, certainly in the conversation. What did he ever win in Los Angeles until Matt Stafford got there?
Mm-hmm.
You can have literally one of the top 2 or 3 best defensive linemen of all time, defensive players of all time, just so happen to be a defensive lineman, and you ain't winning jack unless you get the guy. So take a swing and see if you get the guy. Because guess what? Let's say Shedeur Sanders doesn't pan out. Seriously, 3 years from now, you'll go into the draft, and they'll be the next hot 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 prospects at the quarterback position, and you take your swing at that guy then. And you'll ride that carousel. You'll play, what's that game? Musical chairs.
Yes.
Until you get one.
Yes.
Boy, am I sharp today, Dorn.
Yes. No, I just kind of look at it. It's not really rocket science, in my opinion. Like you need a quarterback. If you're in love with Shedeur Sanders, obviously you take him. But I do believe that Shedeur Sanders could fit very well, maybe in the middle, maybe in the top of next year's draft, even if it pans out the way that we think it will. So if that's the case, I look at it like, all right, dude, are we going to have somebody fall to us so we don't have to reach? Or are we going to package picks next year to try to reach for somebody that we don't even know is going to pan out? Like, we don't know how it's going to go. So, they've done their homework on Shedeur. They know the ins and outs of Shedeur. Mike Tomlin probably knows Shedeur intimately more than any quarterback that has come out in the past couple of years because of Dion, and I think they do have a relationship personally. So, it just makes too much sense to me if he is there. Would not reach for him, would not trade up for him, but if he is there, it's a true need that you need to get a quarterback.
That's well said too, Doran, because anytime we talk about next year's quarterback class, it's always, well, they'll have draft capital and they could trade up for a guy. Okay, so you're giving up additional picks to go get a guy who may or may not work out, whereas in this scenario, you'd be giving up nothing but your 21st overall pick to get a guy who may or may not work out.
And say that Shedeur he goes in there and say that, he gets the first team reps that we've been talking about, throughout OTAs. He doesn't start the season. Mason starts. It doesn't look great, but they're still doing decent. Shedeur goes in there and he plays decent. Say he plays good. Not great, but good. Next year, you have all those compensatory picks. You could really, you're talking about other positions. You don't have to worry about quarterback. You don't have to worry about trading up.
That's true, too, man.
You could go get receivers. You could get running backs. You could get linemen. You could get every position that you think that you need.
And honestly, if you're that head over heels in love with a quarterback next year, nothing would prevent you from doing that. And then you move on from Sanders like he's Josh Rosen. Not saying that that would happen, but there are no rules. You could do whatever the hell you want.
All you would need is Shedeur to play decent this year, or even not play at all. Like, if he doesn't play at all, I don't think they'll draft a quarterback next year, and you can use those picks for other needs to surround Shedeur with the talent that he needs.
And if you draft Shedeur 21st overall this year, you don't need all those picks to move up next year and get a quarterback. You could use one of those picks from next year, your second-round pick from next year, to move up into the second round this year.
Yes.
And then that way you can help surround Shedeur Sanders with some talent, or go get your defensive lineman in round 2, maybe you double down round 2 and 3, get defensive linemen, and then you've hit on what you needed to hit on in this draft.
Just because you would draft Shedeur Sanders at 21 doesn't mean that you wouldn't be able to fulfill the other positions of need. Like, I think that some people are scared away because, you need D-line, there's no depth, and you don't have a second-round pick, and where are you going to get the running back? Where are you going to get the D-lineman? Well, you could still trade back into the second round this year, even if you get the quarterback at 21, still get your running back and D-lineman, because it's a deep draft with those positions.
And let me be clear on this, too. I think all that makes sense. That's probably the preferred route if you take Shedeur at 21. But let's say you can't get into the second round. Let's say you can't. No one wants to do it. No one wants to tango with you. Okay? Who gives a rat's ass? Honestly. Oh, no, we did not get a defensive lineman. But we might have got our quarterback for the future. And if Shedeur pans out, no one will ever,
nope.
Hindsight being 2020 bitch about the fact that you didn't get a defensive lineman. Oh, no, they wound up giving 125 rushing yards up per game on the ground this year. So what? You got the guy. You'll figure that out at another point. Texter, you guys are vastly overrating Sanders. I'll gladly eat crow if he pans out, but man, I am not impressed by him. As is your right. All these guys are Rorschach tests.
Right.
We all see different things in all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
People look at Cam Ward, and one of the comps is Ben Roethlisberger. I mean, I see it from a style standpoint. He ain't that size. He ain't Ben.
No.
People have compared Shedeur Sanders from a fundamental standpoint to Tom Brady. Not saying he is Tom Brady, but just the way he looks throwing the football. So we all see these guys in different lights.
So my response to the texter there, like, okay, then put Shedeur next to every single. So do you want a quarterback next year? I would assume that they're saying, like, good quarterback next year. Like
right.
They're saying, all right, well, put Shedeur next to all the quarterbacks that are going to be available next year. Put this tape on from this year. Next to Sellers, next to Nussmeier, next to Manning, who barely even played this year, next to Drew Aller, and tell me what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 1 year can be a big difference for a college quarterback. I understand that, but also can detract from the growth too. You can regress as well.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and it's funny what time does to guys like Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck, who are thought of very highly. It just Spencer Rattler a couple of years ago. He was going to be God's gift to whatever quarterback class that was going to be.
Ends up going into what, 4th round?
Yes. So if a guy falls to you, and by a guy I mean Shedeur Sanders, take him and find it out. Texter, start Sanders, and there goes Derrick Henry for 300 yards again. Okay, but you found your quarterback. Then plug the defensive line holes later in the draft or trade into the second round, plug a defensive line hole there or figure it out next year. I can't believe.
But if they draft Harmon, does that guarantee they're going to stop Derrick Henry?
No, of course not.
Okay.
No, because you're guessing on him as much as you're guessing on anybody else. You know, that's the other thing. You're right about that.
What if he's Feltano and gets hurt?
What if he turns into Ziggy Hood?
Right.
I mean, that's the other possibility. Shedeur Sanders ain't going to work out. I've watched tape. But Derek Harmon, he's a slam dunk. Listen, I think Harmon's going to be a hell of a player. I think Grant's going to be a hell of a player. They might not be. You just don't know. Rob in Chicago and others will get to you. 412-928-9370. I'd rather take a guess on quarterback and be wrong than take a guess on defensive lineman. And if you're right, okay, he turns into Cam Hayward. What the hell's Cam Hayward won? Seriously, and that's not a shot at Hayward, but you have the best defensive lineman, one of the best defensive linemen in football, guarantees you nothing. You have probably the best edge rusher in football. His ass never won a playoff game. Why? Because you had late career Ben, and you've had a whole bunch of jabronis between then and now. He had 21 and a half damn sacks. He had 19 sacks another year. You don't win a playoff game. You need a quarterback. Take a swing on quarterback. Epiphany. Give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. I had it written down here that we would turn the page to the Pirates, and we can, but let's take some calls on this. Dorn and I say if Shador's there at 21, you take him. If they do, how would that make you feel? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 9:38 against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and it's the start of a 3-game series between those two teams. Pirates will play 6 straight in California. They've got the Los Angeles Dodgers after this series against the Angels. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Dorn.
The Mac Discount app has brought the competitor out in me. I log onto the app, find an item that I want, put a bid on it, and then the fun begins to see if I win my bid at a discounted price. Robinson, Washington, Monroeville, Pittsburgh Mills, Butler, Beaver Falls, Uniontown, that's 7 warehouses in western Pennsylvania. It's super easy to get started. Just register an account at mac.bid or download the free app. All items are graded like new, open box, or damaged. Pictures are provided as well, plus a link to learn more about the product so you know what to expect. Have you heard about Instant Win? If you got to have it now, you can instantly secure your savings with just a click. Bidding is easy. You can even set a max bid price and allow the app to bid for you. Once you win, you just go to the warehouse location and pick up your items. It's that simple. Come be a part of the Mac Discount family. Download the app or visit their website, mac.bid. Mac Discount. It's a game changer.
Doug. Quickly, Moo. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ring in Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks, to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get 150.
T&Cs apply.
At Biondi Lincoln, the 2025 Lincoln Atlas stands out in this crowded SUV market. Luxurious interior, advanced technology, choice of powerful engine options, including hybrid variants, cutting-edge technology with its market-only wraparound screen, distinctive design where technology and performance meet. Biondi Lincoln Monroeville, over 90 2025 Lincoln Atlases in stock. BiondiLincoln.com.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Do you know the difference between type 1 diabetes, T1D, and type 2 diabetes, T2D? Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease that is not preventable, and nearly 9 million people are living with T1D globally. If you or someone you love is living with T1D, your local Breakthrough T1D, formerly JDRF chapter, is here to support you. Visit breakthrough-t1d.org to find your local type 1 diabetes support network today.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Morning Show Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. What would your reaction be if the Steelers drafted Shedeur Sanders 21st overall? Adam Schefter said that the Steelers had not been planning on taking a quarterback in round 1, but they weren't expecting Sanders to fall out of the top 10. Now all options seem to be on the table. They are preparing in case they have the option to draft Sanders. He also writes, does Schefter, I don't think New Orleans is taking Shedeur. They're hot and heavy on Jackson Dart. Yeah, baby.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't do this the whole draft season. Sit here and talk about Jackson Dart. Not that we didn't talk about these guys, but we didn't spend hours and hours of programming on Dart, on Shedeur, because it didn't seem likely that either one of those guys would be there. And for a while, Jackson Dart didn't look like a guy that was worthy of being the 21st overall pick. But as information changes, so too should opinion. And I don't think the Steelers were ever even planning on bringing Shedeur in for a visit, Doran.
No.
They've got a pro personnel department. Andy Weidl's got a good grasp on what other teams around the league are doing, and they seem to believe that he ain't going in the top 10, and if he ain't going in the top 10, someone's going to have to trade up and get that guy. So why not be prepared? And if he's there, Doran, I do think they'll take him.
I agree.
How do people feel about that? 412-928-9370. I mean, you think about Bradshaw, between Bradshaw and Ben, Mark Malone, Cliff Stout, Cordell Stewart, Bubby Brister, Neil O'Donnell, Tommy Maddox.
if you don't have one, it's real damn hard to win.
Yes.
And you can have great edge rushers like Kevin Green, and I mean, the list goes on there. And it don't matter until you get that quarterback. You ain't hanging banners. So you might as well take one if he falls right in your lap. 412-928-9370. To the phones?
Yes, sir.
To the phones! Rob in Chicago, hello.
Hey, guys, good morning. You know, you're forgetting one thing. The common denominator is Tomlin. Now, here's the way I look at it. You might as well just go out and get yourself a passing game coordinator and work with Mason Rudolph. Okay, I know that's not what people want to hear, but you got 31 other teams in the NFL who know the Steelers are not going to throw the ball over the middle of the field. They know Tomlin is, you know, very conservative. So what makes you think that Shedeur Sanders is going to change all that? Okay.
To that
Second
point,
of all,
Rob, and I'll let you get to the other points. So what? Just fold the franchise? You know, we've talked about this a bunch. Like, I don't believe they're going to be great at developing a quarterback either, but you still need one.
Right.
Like, by that logic, just never take one because just let Mike Tomlin be the quarterback.
I think you got other needs besides the quarterback, and like I said, I think the whole Deion factor is grossly underrated. You think that if George Pickens pulls that crap that he did with Kansas City, where he shows up late, you know, he doesn't run the full route, you think Deion's going to sit back and be quiet because Shedeur got hung out to dry on that? No way. I don't see it. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is going to move earth like everyone thinks he's going to do.
I don't think he's going to move earth, but you need a quarterback. And when are you going to get that quarterback? Like, when's your plan to get that quarterback? Is it next year? If it's next year, I mean, we just talked about it. Like, who's to say that I mean, you don't trust Tomlin for the quarterback next year, so why do you not trust him this year, and why not just take a quarterback this year?
Right, and if they don't take 121st overall, be prepared for them to take Milroe 84th, or Tyler Shuck, or, I mean, name a guy. Kid from Syracuse. Will Howard. Yep. I mean, it could be any of those guys. Texter, if Shedeur Sanders was named Joe Schmo, he'd be a fourth rounder. I completely disagree with that. The more I've watched Shedeur, the more I think he's a pretty darn good prospect. I think he'd be earmarked to the Saints at the very worst if his name was Joe Schmo.
Yep.
I don't think Kellen Moore, a first-year head coach, wants to deal with Deion Sanders.
I think it would help Shedeur more if his name was Joe Schmo.
That's what I'm saying.
It would help him more.
He'd be going to Cleveland maybe at 2. He'd be going to the Giants maybe at 3.
The kid could play quarterback.
Or 9th overall to the Saints.
He could play quarterback. He's done it. I mean, at Jackson State, he's done it at Colorado. Like, he can play quarterback. That's not the question. The question is the baggage for other teams and what you think that might bring to the Steelers. And I personally, and I feel like you personally feel like that is just – I think it's a full stop at this point. Like, I wouldn't even worry about that at all. I think Deion, honestly, has prepared his kids, and especially Shedeur, for this time to let them go. Let them be themselves. Like, he was their coach. He has been in their corner. He has been their mouthpiece all the way up until now. Like, that was the point. And now it's like, okay, you can go be your own guy because you're in the NFL. Yeah.
Go ahead, young butterfly.
Right. I don't think he would butt in at all with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't think he'd butt in with the Steelers either. Now, Kellen Moore, I could see it.
Yeah, like if you're Kellen Moore, do you really, like your first time around as a head coach, do you want to attach yourself to a Shedeur Sanders? No way.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Which is why if he's Joe Schmo and his dad is Paul Schmo, then you're probably taking him 9th overall. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Let's take another phone call here. Mike in Cranberry. Hi, Mike.
How you doing? I think it would be a great pick. I watched him a few times. I watched him get sacked like 6 times, and he gets up and brushes it off, and he's ready for the next play.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you big time. Look, a lot of the sacks he ran into, but a lot of them also that offensive line 2 years ago.
Horrible.
Oh, my God, dude. It was one of the worst offensive lines that I've ever seen at the Power 5 level.
And you never seen him get up and bitching or nothing. No, he's playing.
And in fact, Mike, I think one of the reasons, and thank you so much for the call, one of the reasons why he could be falling down draft boards is I think his attitude has rubbed some teams the wrong way. I look at it as a positive, man. I think he's a dog, and I think he believes in himself, and I think it'll take an awful lot at the next level for his confidence to get shaken. And I think it was the opposite with Kenny Pickett. I'm not saying that Kenny was like weak mentally or anything like that, but if you wanted to make that argument, I think you could. He went into a difficult situation, though. He was following a legend. He was a Pitt guy who won an ACC championship. There were vicious and awful, unfounded rumors that were thrown around about him. So that's why I'll stop short of saying that the guy was mentally weak, but you're not going to get that from Shedeur.
No. And then you have, like, pure talent that can bail you out at times. Now, we'll see if that can translate, but that's always a good, characteristic whenever you have a pure talent in an area that can bail you out. And Kenny really didn't have that one characteristic that could bail him out no matter what happens. And we knew that going in, whenever they drafted him. Like, Kenny was going to need a lot to be a successful quarterback. Shedeur has a lot of tools that could probably bail him out at this level.
I know he does the whole pat the football thing. People have been talking junk on his arm. It's not an A-plus arm. It's an NFL arm.
Yeah.
He got a better arm than Kenny Pickett. Absolutely. And when he's decisive, he does have a quick release. Like, there's a lot of clay there to like. And were I Arthur Smith, obviously you're going to run the ball heavy with a rookie quarterback, but I'd also get the ball out of his hand quick. And he's got more to work with.
Yes, he does.
Than Russell Wilson, than Justin Fields did last year. And you're going to have your first-round right tackle, and you're going to have your first-round left tackle finally playing the correct position. This offensive line might not be great shakes, but it's absolutely talented. And those people who made those draft picks, who evaluated all that talent, they think that this offensive line is going to come together.
And you could have a young quarterback to grow with them, and they could all be around for a long time. Like, that would be a focus, too. Like, do you have a first to second year, basically offensive line, except for one guy. You have second-year offensive lineman for one guy, and Rodgers, in his third year.
I think Zach Frazier's pretty good.
Yes. You could have your young rookie quarterback grow with that offensive line. I mean, that's not a bad deal there.
I think Mason McCormick going to be pretty good. He's thrust in there last year. I thought he acquitted himself real well. Troy Feltanu. They don't like to give guys. I mean, we go back a couple of years, Kendrick Green and all that. They don't love having to start rookies. He wasn't going to be a guy they started out of desperation. They saw a lot in him that made them think he was ready. And then he missed a whole bunch of time in training camp. And the second he was healthy, they threw him in there.
Yep.
That means they believe in that guy. And I really like that draft pick. Now you put Broderick in the right spot. It's a good landing spot for a quarterback. Maybe not from a philosophy standpoint. We could talk about that chapter and verse for hours on end here. And Mike Tomlin and conservative nature and blah, 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 blah. But from a talent standpoint, rather land in Pittsburgh than Cleveland or the Giants or the Saints. No question about that. More calls pouring in. We'll get to you. 412-928-9370. The Steelers select Shedeur Sanders. If you hear that Thursday night, what will you think? 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn at the top of the hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL Draft is on Thursday. We're a couple days away. Some rumors link Shedeur Sanders to the Steelers, and it is important to note right now every NFL team has their first-round draft pick. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accident off to the side on the inbound Parkway West near the Carnegie off-ramp that's causing delays back to I-79. Once you are by it, you're going to be in line again near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, solid delays at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. 51 northbound delays at Route 88, then again at Nobles Lane, a third delay from Edgebrook Avenue to Bousman. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life works.
1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store, and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store? Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life work? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Every day is Fish Fry Day at Get Go with the Captain back in town. Wild caught beer battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, joining us at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Much to get into with Jeff, including the Steelers' plans at 21 in the NFL Draft. The Pirates are sitting there at 8-15, and it's real doggone early, Doran, but you got a 6-game road swing now out west that could put the nail in the proverbial coffin before this thing even turns to May.
Unreal.
Which is gross.
Yep.
You had a Kyle Dubas press conference yesterday, so much to get into with Jeff. But we've asked the question, if the Steelers draft Shedeur Sanders 21st overall, what would your reaction be? 412-928-9370. Dan Orlovsky moments ago from ESPN tweeted out, Hayward will play next season at 36. Watt will turn 31 during it. Minka will turn 29 during it. Steelers don't have a year to punt it. With all due respect, and man, do I respect those guys, it can't just be about this year. And it's not just about this year. Actually, Kyle Dubas said something in his press conference that I think is really smart. Like, could the Penguins this offseason do enough to squeak into the playoffs next year? Probably. but you need to build towards winning a championship.
Right.
And just, for lack of a better way of putting it, putting a Band-Aid over a bullet hole, what does that really accomplish in the long run? That's how I feel about the Steelers. Okay, you're not going to win a Super Bowl this year. Like, what does Dan Orlovsky think they can do?
Yeah, what's he saying here? Like, what is he saying they should do?
It's a great question. Make sure that the Rodgers deal gets done, I guess.
Is he saying, like, draft Shador? Is he saying, draft a D lineman? Because Cam's getting, like, I don't know what he's trying to say here.
You don't have a year to punt. You got to get it done this season. They're not winning the Super Bowl. They probably don't feel that way. They never feel that way. But I think the rest of us who watch it from 30,000 feet, we know they're not winning the championship. Derek Harmon ain't going to win them a Super Bowl. Like Shador Sanders in year one. No rookie's ever won it is going to win them a Super Bowl. And the ghost of Aaron Rodgers probably makes them better than what they were last year, but they're not winning a Super Bowl. I mean, I still don't hate the idea of Rodgers coming in here, I guess, and Shador taking a back seat for a couple of weeks.
Not at all.
Or I guess the full year in that case. I'm annoyed by Aaron, and I think he's now strung them along, and as is his right, given that he's got friends who are dealing with personal issues. But, if they had Rodgers come in so you could help Cam Hayward feel better going to sleep every night, I guess fine. But you're trying to win a championship. And you're not going to win one without a real quarterback. So that should be the priority. Not Hayward being 36, Watt being 31, Minka being 29.
Mm-hmm.
And we probably need to stop including Minka in that conversation too, by the way. Like, Hayward is an all-time Steeler. Watt's an all-time Steeler. Minka's a really good player.
Yeah.
Who had a down year last year, but he's not in the same breath as those other two for me. You owe him nothing. Like, those guys will be in the Hall of Honor. I'm not so sure about Minka. Let's see where it goes.
Right.
Anyway, I'm rambling, Dorm.
No, you're good.
412-928-9370. Kyle in Indiana and others will get to you coming up in the next hour. Jeff Hathorn going to kick things off, talking about Shador at 21 and all those other things we were just discussing. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. The last of the rain's now out of here. The morning will be damp but dry with partly cloudy skies and temperatures in the 40s most places. Highs today will be near 70 degrees with noon temperatures near 60. It'll be mostly cloudy this afternoon with winds coming in out of the west at about 10 miles an hour. Today will be the coolest day of the work week with our next rain chance arriving on Friday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kitty Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Need to feel power behind the wheel? Stop in and see Bill Witter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains. And delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things looking a tad bit better on the roadways. This report brought to you by family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. We do have an accident in South Park Township, the intersection of Brownsville and Wallace Roads. Crews checking those reports and rolling up on the scene. Earlier accident cleared from the inbound Parkway West approaching Carnegie. Still has some leftover delays from I-79 down past Roslyn Farms. And then again, approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. Northbound 51 jammed from Edgebrook Avenue down toward Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Adam Schefter just yesterday writes, sources said the Steelers had not been planning to draft a quarterback in round 1, but they were also not expecting Sanders to fall out of the top 10. Now all options seem to be on the table. They are preparing in case they have the option to draft Sanders. Albert Breer added, I don't think there's an overwhelming consensus in the building to pick the Colorado star, but perhaps a growing acceptance of the idea. We bring in our guy, our Steelers insider, our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, to get into this. Hi, Jeff. How you doing today?
Morning, guys. It gets you all warm and fuzzy inside, thinking that the next quarterback to lead the Steelers could be there because, well, there's a growing acceptance. He could be your guy.
Not an excitement, not a consensus, an acceptance.
Yeah, man. And we also always have to put into the caveat at this time of year that last minute, let's throw teams off by trying to get information out there. But, man, you get to the point where mock drafts at first are kind of fun. Let's see where these at. At least for me, it's like, can we do the damn thing already? Let's do the actual draft. We've gone through all the different scenarios. Now you're going to get some last minute things. It happens every year where a last minute guy rises or falls or a new name gets added, whether it's for clicks, whether it's to throw somebody off, or whether it is true inside information. I guess we all get to try to figure out.
Well, Jeff, wouldn't you feel like it would be a good pick if the Steelers picked Shedeur Sanders at 21? a guy who was regarded as a top 2 quarterback in this draft throughout the whole college football season, throughout the whole, from January till now, a top 2, top 3 guy that had fell to 21. Wouldn't that be a good pick, though? Like you would think, or no?
I mean, I don't know who else is on the board. I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And I know that they need a quarterback, but you got to be sure. You got to make sure that Shedeur Sanders is. You love the accuracy, you love the confidence, you love the poise about Shedeur Sanders. Ironically, not as much the athleticism. And there are a few decisions. There's a few decisions every quarterback makes, but there's also the Travis Hunter part of. Are a lot of those numbers as much for the receiver as the quarterback? And I know that's been talked about with Shedeur. Seeing reports of him falling, and I saw on CBS, one of their headlines is him falling out of the first round.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the worst thing. And trade back and try to get Shedeur Sanders.
And Adam, that's been reported as well that the Steelers are looking to trade back. That hasn't been something they've really done, but they've done some things recently that they've never really done before.
Yeah, we were kicking that around before the show, trying to think of if and when the Steelers had traded back. I mean, they've traded up a whole bunch. I mean, Santonio Holmes, Troy Polamalu, Devin Bush. I mean, that list goes on. Jeff, is it possible? I mean, because I see now that Adam Schefter says that the Saints are all hot and heavy on Jackson Dart. Is it possible the Steelers actually like Dart? We'll remember back to the 2022 draft when everyone thought the Steelers were in on Malik Willis, and they wound up taking Kenny 20th overall.
Wasn't that smart of the Steelers to make everybody think that they were in on Malik Willis? And maybe that's why you Shedeur, because they really want Jackson Dart. I mean, that's what we're going to have to find out. I mean, even though Shedeur didn't visit, they've done their homework. They know what Shedeur is all about. And obviously they had Jackson Dart in for a visit. Quarterback is a big part, but it's not the only thing they need and would want first round. That's why I say it's careful to see who might drop, or if they drop back. I look at it this way. I think if they drop back, I really think quarterback's really on their radar because they think somebody's going to fall.
Well, what do you think is more likely for the Steelers to do? Trade back to get back into the second round? Because I believe, and I feel like there's a consensus out there that believe that the Steelers want that second-round pick back for this year's draft. So what do you think is more likely, them trading back into the first round to get maybe a second round, or trading out of the first round to get another second round, or trading next year's picks to get back into the second round of this year?
Yeah, I think the trade I saw was like one of the mocks I saw that was really intriguing to me was Lions. And then they didn't get back in the first round, but they got 34 in the second and like 63 in the third. So you got a second, third. And if you look at a lot of the needs that they have and some of the players they brought, I mean, that would make sense because some of those guys, running back, receivers, corners, even a safety that they brought in, like fits, at least is mocked right in those areas. So that would that makes sense to me. I mean, I personally, Kenneth Grant is the guy who has my attention. Like, I look at him as a Hampton, and you could do some things with Benton, whether you slide him out. I mean, I like that pick, but I think they do have some options.
Should we drop Jeff and call him back? Yep. Jeff, we're going to call you. You're breaking up a little bit here. So we're going to just give you a call on the phone line. That mock trade he was talking about, the Steelers send their first-round pick, so 21, and then a sixth-round pick to the Giants for the 34th overall pick, and then a third-round pick at 65th overall. So they move back 13 spots, or 10 spots, and then math, and then they don't pick again until 83rd, so you get that 65th overall pick, and you get yourself
2 seconds and 2/3.
You would wind up getting a second.
So you'd have 2 seconds.
You'd have 2 seconds.
And 2/3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jeff, just switching gears now. We got you back. Switching gears now to the Pirates. What if they come back from this West Coast swing at 9-20 or 10-19? I mean, the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim have kind of surprised a little bit. Mike Trout's hit 8 home runs, and then we know how good the Dodgers are. I mean, you come back, and that's your record. Season's over. Like, do you move on from the manager? Do you think that Bob Nutting might pull the trigger?
I'm thinking he might pull the trigger at that point. What we've seen this year,
we're gonna have. Sorry,
should not
Jeff.
be a surprise.
We're gonna have to call him back on the phone, Callis. Well, I just dropped them there. That's why we said the phone.
Phone before, right?
Yeah, the phone.
That's what
just,
else.
But I'm not going to be mean to him. I've turned over a new leaf with Callis. Even after the 40 days, 40 nights, I'm going to keep being nice to him.
All right, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that works. Yeah.
Off to a bad start.
Right.
Well, I haven't said anything.
No, but you could tell that your engines are revving.
Bubbling a little
yes,
bit over here.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I think the Steelers are running interference there. Anytime that Jeff started talking about trading back into the draft, that's when stuff got weird. All right, Jeff, I think we got it figured out. Hello.
Yeah, my bad, boys.
No, it's okay.
I don't know what's going on this morning.
It happens. Anytime you started talking about Steelers trading back, I think they were trying to run interference there. They don't want that information getting out there.
I think you're right.
All right, back onto the Pirates here, Jeff. I mean, listen, I know the roster is flawed, and then on top of being flawed, it's also banged up. But you are starved for offense, and you sit O'Neal Cruz, who's in his mid-20s, to keep him off his feet. And then McCutchen, you don't even pinch hit him for Jack Sawinski when you have an opportunity where the hitter is the tying runner, and it's not just McCutchen, it's Joey Bart, it's IKF, all options off the bench, and you go with, my God, Canario. I understand there's a lot of bigger problems than Derek Shelton, but Derek Shelton he's managing like a guy who thinks he's going to be here for the next 10 years. I'm seeing no sense of urgency from this guy.
Yeah, especially when there's a day off on Monday.
Yes.
I mean, and O'Neal Cruz, I think we need to be to this point where O'Neal Cruz is an everyday player. If you want to move him up and down the lineup because of a lefty matchup, whatever. But he needs to be in that lineup every day. He is that difference-making player that you need on your team. You need to give him opportunities against lefties. I know he struggled, but it's not like you're bringing in some great right-handed hitter. You're bringing in a guy in Canario who strikes out all the time, who the Mets gave up on, who's basically a Rule 5 player for you. And you know, I agree with you, and I think a lot of it is Shelton's the emphasis is on Shelton because he can't make mistakes as manager because the roster's so thin. But that being said, you've got to run O'Neal Cruz out there. You've got to use McCutchen more. And if he's doing it to try to help a guy throughout the entire season, we're at that point where you can't worry about August right now. You got to win games in April. And if that means, you know, guys getting a little fatigued or you're worrying about an inch, who cares at this point? I know it's a marathon, not a sprint, but you know what? They're falling so far behind in the marathon that it may not matter. And they need to think more urgently, not about this guy's health over the span of a season. And, man, you know, I want to emphasize again, not that I have love for Derek Shelton, but, I mean, look at what he has to work with. I mean, there's just not a lot there.
Jeff, last question for you. What were your biggest takeaways from Kyle Dubas's comments yesterday?
Yeah. I mean, the one that everybody's kind of grabbed onto is the one I think they should is, you know, he's not trying to get this team back and skirt into the playoffs and then be a first-round exit just to say you've been in the playoffs. He's trying to build a championship team, which takes time, which means that he's sacrificing some of the greatest players to ever put on a Penguin sweater's end of career. But his plan is to do it that way. Like, that stuck out to me. Also, you know, took a shot at Carlson, which I think was fair because Carlson made a comment on Friday about, you know, well, we're too inconsistent and don't ask me, you'll have to ask somebody else about why we underachieve. And then he says, well, you know, if only Carlson's actions matched his ambitions. And how maybe he needs to come in every day like the rest of the team and work at the same level. And so I kind of like Dubas threw threw a little bit out there, and there was an intention to what he was doing. And he didn't promise that they were going to turn it around right away or that they had to win for Sidney Crosby. It was about taking the franchise back to where they wanted to go, and it didn't matter. Not that they don't want to win with Sid still there, but it didn't matter that they had to honor Sid's career. I think we hear that a lot. Oh, you got to win for Cam and TJ. No, what you need to do is make the franchise better. And whether he'll do it or not, or is able to do it, we'll see. But I like the mentality that he had.
Me too, Jeff. Appreciate your time as always, and we will talk to you on Thursday on Draft Day.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
See you, buddy. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, writing a whole bunch of good stuff on 937thefan.com. And you can check it out there online. 60 hours, 45 minutes, 23 seconds until the NFL draft. Mm-hmm. It says it right there on ESPN.
Yep. Countdown.
We'll count you down.
Yes.
A lot of draft talk. I would agree with Jeff had to say, talking about the Pirates too, man. Okay, I get Andrew McCutchen being 37. I get it. You got to play him now.
Yeah.
Every single day. He showed he can play in the field. He did it well. He stole a base the other day. Play him every single day, or else you're screwed.
Yes.
Play Cruz every single day. You are 8-15.
You're playing for your job. You're coaching for your job. You're managing for your job. Like, that is on the line right now.
That is exactly right, Doran. And whether it was ever actually attainable or not ain't really the point. But they wanted to be a playoff team this year. And last year, second wild card team had 89 wins. They're not getting 89. No shot. The 2 years prior to that, though, an 84-win team made the playoffs. Here's what they'd have to do to get to 84 wins the rest of the way. 76 and 63. They have to go 13 games over 500 the rest of the way just to get to 84 wins. So if your goal is still your goal, and it has to be, like, you're not managing just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
Cruz needs to be in the lineup every day. Reynolds needs to be in the lineup every day. McCutchen needs to be in the lineup every day. And more often than not, he's a catcher, I get it. Joey Bart needs to be in the lineup every day. Quit screwing around. Season's done, in all likelihood, already. But you have a bad road trip, you're finished. It's over. We'll react to a little bit of what Kyle Dubas had to say when we come back. Then it's back to the draft talk. Draft talk. Right now, it's a hairy headline. What are you laughing about?
Just you telling somebody that they're finished.
They're done. It's over. Hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are going on the road. They're going to California. They're going to play 2 series against Los Angeles teams. The Angels 3-game series is the first one. It starts tonight at 9:38. It'll be a 3-game series. And then over the weekend, they're going to play the Los Angeles Dodgers in a 3-game series that will last through the weekend before they come back home to play the Chicago Cubs. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Bummer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. History was made twice at yesterday's Boston Marathon. Kenya's John Korir won in 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 44 seconds. His brother Wesley had won there 13 years ago, making the Korirs the first relatives to claim victories. Then Sharon Lokedi knocked more than 2 minutes off the women's course record. She finished in 2 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds. I'm Bummer and Science.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life? Move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
but what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In South Park Township, crews on the scene of an earlier accident tying up the intersection of Brownsville and Wallace Roads. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed between Carnegie and Greentree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, that is stacked up at Greensburg Pike down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while Route 28 is heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. And then again at the 40th Street Bridge toward the north side, out of the South Hills, heavy delays on northbound 51. This is from Edgebrook Avenue to the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text us 412-928-9370, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Getting texts saying that Sidney Crosby's 37 years old and he plays his ass off at a high level every single game, and Andrew McCutcheon gets sat down every other game because, well, he's 37. It's absurd. It's absurd. Like if they feel like he can be his most productive self playing 130 games, all right, whatever. But when you can't hit, you're wasting good starting pitching time and time again. Right now is not the time to sit him.
No.
And it's never the time to sit O'Neal Cruz. That is such a joke to me.
3 homers in a row, and then you sit him. Like, you just literally full stopped his production.
Seriously.
It's crazy. Like, you knocked it. You're like, all right, well, you're doing too good. Let's sit you down.
Let's just sit you down.
Like, what?
Nobody else in the damn lineup's hitting. And the guy who is on pace to be a 30-30 guy this year, let's give him a respite. Let's give him a nice day off.
Bizarre.
And the one that killed me was over the weekend. You got a runner on second. You're down by 2. Jack Sawinski comes up. Yes, you need to pinch hit for Jack Sawinski, and they did. Alexander Canario. Meanwhile, you've got McCutchen on the bench. You've got Joey Bart on the bench. You've got IKF on the bench. And you go with Alexander Canario? Are you freaking kidding me? And I saw a column in the Trip. What does firing Shelton do? Look, this roster's not good. Pitching, fine. Bullpen's coming together, fine. Fine. We thought those things would be good. You don't have a good enough lineup. But you also have a manager who's pulling the wrong strings and hitting the wrong buttons.
Yes.
And for a team that, best case scenario, is going to flirt with 80 wins, can you steal 5 or 6 because the manager's making the right decision? Or maybe more importantly, can you flush 5 or 6 fewer games because the manager is competent? Because that was an incompetent decision. And the in and out of the lineup with McCutchen and the in and out of the lineup with O'Neal Cruz is just unforgivable to me. And people keep texting, and I saw a bunch of tweets to this effect this weekend. It's the analytical people. No, it's not. There's not a single analytic in baseball that tells you that Alexander Canario is a better option in that situation than those guys.
No.
So I don't think that the lineup card's coming from upstairs, and if it is, well, then fire them too. I mean, seriously. There's not an analytic in baseball that tells you that there's not a single number that points to Alexander Canario being a better option than any of those other 3 in that situation. Not one. I wish we had a blood pressure cuff in here. That might be a good bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just slap one on me when I get worked up like this.
I can get one. I have one at home.
Those things work. You hit the button and it...
Yeah.
I never liked that growing up.
Why? Scared of it?
It's not that I'm scared. It's that I feel like my hand balloons 4 sizes. I know it doesn't, but you just feel all the blood get kind of trapped in your arm that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're scared what, your hand was going to explode or something?
No, I just don't like the feeling of it. It's like a real big dude comes over and squeezes my bicep, which I don't like. Callis, you've been getting closer and closer to the microphone. You had something to say on the Pirates, I'm guessing.
I did, but you being afraid of a blood pressure cuff is kind of funny.
That took your mind off it?
Well, yeah, because when people squeeze you, I guess they are kind of feeling your bone more than anything because you don't really have those muscles.
That's right. Some guy commented on the pictures of me throwing out the first pitch and said, "Wow, I guess you're skipping leg day." My man, I skip every day. Like you think you're owning me. I ain't lifted a weight in months. Skip leg day. You got me. Nah, man, I skip every day.
In all seriousness, because I know you never come and work out with me, but I'm trying to develop a knuckleball and I want to start pitching. Would you be a live batter for me if I wanted to go pitch one day here at a field in Green Tree?
As long as you don't mix in any hard stuff, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I can't throw anything.
No, it's just got
sliders. No,
exclusively knuckleballs.
Well, he definitely hit you on purpose.
I'm fine with getting hit by a knuckleball. I ain't trying to get hit with a fastball.
Right.
I'm 34. I got kids. I don't need you breaking my orbital bone.
So you think I could hurt you with a pitch? That's actually kind of flattering.
I think a lot of people can hurt a lot of people with a pitch, no matter how hard they throw.
It's a projectile.
Yeah.
I said we talk about Kyle Dubas here. We have a big announcement coming up in 32 minutes, top of the 8 o'clock hour. You're going to want to be tuned in for that. As for Kyle Dubas, he said, yeah, sneaking into the playoffs next year ain't what this is all about. It's about building towards a championship. And he also said he feels more optimistic about where the roster is right now, despite having fewer points this year than last year. And I'm with him. Like, Koivunen came in, looked really good. Now they're in the AHL playoffs, and he looks really good. You have a whole bunch of picks these next 3 years. I don't think it's impossible, Doran, for them to accidentally make the playoffs next year. Like, this goaltender from the AHL put up unreal stats. And if he's ready next year and he gives them, I don't know, slightly above league average goaltending, and some of these young guys you put consistently next to Malkin because his line mates were changing too much this year.
Yep.
He was talking about that. I think you could still build out towards a championship, quote unquote. Like, it all sounds good. And I think you could accidentally make it in next year. The East sucks.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
You're 6 wins away from having a shot at being a playoff team. Like, I don't think it's all that hard, but I actually agree with his vision. And this isn't to say I think Kyle Dubas is doing a great job or that I trust him and that he's the right man for the job and he's going to see the Penguins into their next great era here. I have no idea. But I do think that's the right mindset. We're not trying to weasel this thing through so that we're good enough next year to be the 7th or 8th seed.
We want to be
the team.
Yes.
And I don't know that Washington thought that they'd be where they are right now. And I'm not saying the Penguins can do that in one off season.
They did it right, though. I mean, they surrounded Ovi with young talent. I mean, that's the formula.
And that's what the Penguins are trying to do. Yeah. Texter, Adam, you don't have biceps. I know. I'm saying that about myself. You're not hurting my feelings. I'm not an athlete. I yell into a microphone. 412-928-9370. All right. Coming up next, are you smarter than a plumber? Jake was texting us. It's been a couple of weeks for Jake. He's got a new format, which always makes me nervous.
Yes.
Then we'll get back into the draft after that. Big announcement at 8. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFL draft is coming up on Thursday. Steelers have the 21st pick, and right now every NFL team has their first-round choice. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ring in Independence Day, shirt off, confident. Most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Planting a tree? Putting in a fence? Whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasofPA.com.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
At Uline,
They know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Discover unbeatable value at Get Go Cafe and Market. Every day is Fish Fry Day with the Captain back in town. Savor wild-caught beer-battered cod, melted cheese, and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Don't miss the Captain Platter featuring crispy shrimp and hush puppies. Wash off winter with our new Wet Go Unlimited package featuring graphene and ceramic wax. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's the Fan Morning Show, the Joe Starkey Show, or the PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Awaiting Southside Jake. Steelers just 60 hours, 23 minutes away. Well, from the draft starting, and then however long after that to get to pick number 21. You and I will be doing draft coverage with Donnie Football on Friday.
Yes, sir.
On Thursday, we will not be on.
Correct.
Will you be tweeting out the picks before they happen?
I have retired.
You've retired?
Yes.
We didn't even get to do a retirement tour last year.
Or maybe I haven't retired. I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it tomorrow.
I know it makes you nervous.
Yes.
And it has since the Kenny Pickett draft.
Yes.
Because you were told that it was going to be Kenny, and you're like, I don't know.
I was told it was going to be Kenny, and then they said they were joking, and then it was actually Kenny.
And so you're a little gun shy now.
Yes.
Very good. All right, we are joined by Southside Jake. We're having problems with the video stream, as we did with Jeff. So Jake going to be joining us right now via phone because, hey, why the hell not? Hi, Jake. How you doing, buddy? Jake, you there?
I am here. Are you there?
Yeah, I should have taken Tuesday off. Took yesterday off, little rest, and now we got all kind of issues. So happy to be here.
Technical difficulties do happen.
That's right.
Every day. You know what I mean?
And that's why you'd call you, right? To help people out.
That's right. I mean, got a couple air conditioning calls yesterday, which was pretty crazy. But, when there's problems, you call me. So if you need your camera fixed, such as on your fan radio station, you call me, or you just call me for plumbing, heating, and air conditioning. That's probably the right way to go.
There you go. Doran, did you start your air conditioning yet?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. Jake is going to be coming through soon.
Very good. I just opened my windows for now. I got to hold out until at least May so I can prove to the world that I'm a man. All right, Jake, you said there's a new format, which scares us. You want to walk us through it and then get this puppy rolling here?
I know. I'm always looking for improvement. That's just how I am. So, a lot of people, I guess, are probably going to be familiar with it. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? So we're going to play Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? So basic questions with multiple choice answers. 3 questions. You do have 2 lifelines. And for the entire 3 questions, you got the 50-50 option, and then you got Phone a Friend, who is Harry Callis. So let's get this thing rolling. What do you think?
Let's do it. Rock and roll.
Right. First question, here we are. This player was the first overall pick in his NFL draft and won Rookie of the Year. Obviously, Offensive Rookie of the Year based on these names. A, Jeff George. B, Baker Mayfield. C, Sam Bradford. And D, Jeff Garcia.
Jeff Garcia seems like a weird inclusion.
I feel like it's Jeff George.
I feel like it's Baker Mayfield.
He won Rookie of the Year?
Think so. He set the all-time rookie touchdown mark, but they sucked.
Huh.
50-50?
Yeah.
We're going 50-50. Already we're going 50-50.
Okay, here we go. 50-50. We are taking away Jeff Garcia and Jeff George. You now have Sam Bradford and Baker Mayfield on the board.
It's Baker.
Yep.
B, Baker, final answer?
Yes.
The answer is C, Sam Bradford.
What?
Yes.
Son of a bitch! Jeez.
I feel like I would have remembered Baker Mayfield being the Rookie of the Year. I just didn't remember that.
I mean, I didn't remember saying Bradford. What?
Me neither.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tyler in Canonsburg writes, I love Are You Smarter Than a Plumber? Thank you, Tyler. Question 2, let's go.
All right.
What the?
What NFL franchise has never had a number 1 overall pick? A, the New England Patriots. B, Minnesota Vikings. C, Arizona Cardinals. Or D, Denver Broncos.
It's not the Patriots or Broncos. What were the other 2? Vikings,
the other 2,
Cardinals.
And Cardinals.
Vikings and Cardinals. And this is who has not ever had a number 1 overall draft pick.
Who is not, yeah.
This is tough. I'm going to say the Vikings.
Rosen wasn't 1-1. No. I'll go Vikings with you.
Yeah.
Final answer.
Final answer B, Vikings.
Yeah.
Is incorrect. It is D, the Denver Broncos.
Go to hell.
See, Elway, I think that we got thrown off there.
I hate this. I don't like more options.
There's actually one other team that has never had a number 1 overall pick, and that team is the Seattle Seahawks. They're the only 2 teams.
All right, well, you've already beat us. Let's just do the third one for bleeps and giggles.
All right, I was very lenient on this answer. Let's just put it that way. Since the year 2000, how many kickers have been drafted?
Oh, mother bleeper.
A, 20 to 30. So there's a range. B, 30 to 40. C, 40 to 50. Or D, over 50.
20 to 30.
I think so, too.
We can't even call Callis. He don't know.
We might as well. Callis, what do you think? We're phoning a friend.
I think it's 30 to 40, actually. Let's go with the second option.
Let's go 20 to 30. You want to go 20 to 30?
We're wrong.
You want to go 20 to 30?
Yeah.
Let's do it. A.
A is your final answer?
Yes.
It is actually C, 40 to 50. There has been 49 kickers drafted since the year 2000.
Unbelievable.
Wow, we got waxed.
Average 2 a year. We need to be better. Goodbye.
Well, new segment. We'll try it again.
No, I like the format. The format's not the problem. It's us.
Yeah, we got to sharpen up.
Think of some other lifelines we can use. I don't know. That's all.
Throwing myself out the window would be a lifeline. All right, get out of here, Jake. Goodbye.
Bye, Jake.
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating. A good man.
We were awful.
An honest human.
Awful. That was a horrible.
I love saying stuff like, it's not the Broncos. Just totally
Yeah, because what happened with Elway? Something, I mean.
Listen.
He was supposed to be the number one pick or something.
Listen. I accept responsibility and I'll be better. Harry was closer than we were on the final one.
Yeah, phone me in once in a while. Why don't you?
I mean, you still got it wrong, big guy.
You get one around.
You got it wrong.
But that was closer than you guys
What
were.
does that mean? You got it wrong.
Has to be 20 to 30. I'm Crowley. I know best. It has to be 20. Why would we even ask Gallus?
Harry, you were wrong.
Has to be 20 to 30.
You can't do a victory lap when you were wrong, too.
Okay, you were wrong 3 times, though.
That's right.
I got Baker Mayfield right. I knew he wasn't it. And I actually went against the Broncos. That's true. So I got one more than you. There you go.
Very good. All right. The NFL draft is 60 hours and 15 minutes away. The Steelers rumored to be looking to trade back or draft Sanders 21st overall. Which would you prefer? 412-928-9370. In 15 minutes, straight up at 8 o'clock, we have a big-time announcement. So that's all on the way. First, though, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates start a series tonight with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Game time tonight is at 9:38, and the series will be 3 games, and it will last through the middle of this week. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and here is Dorn.
Is your team or organization looking to raise money this upcoming season? Look no further than Keystone Custom Apparel. With their 24/7, 365 online spirit wear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. My sons are involved in so many sports. They're dripped out. That's what the young kids say these days. And looking sharp in their uniforms and jerseys provided by the premier sports apparel company in our area, Keystone Custom Apparel. Check them out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285. Get swagged out. That's what the old people like me say with Keystone Custom Apparel.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A plethora of accidents right now. This report brought to you by family-owned Cellular's Italian Bread Pittsburgh. The latest one in Shaler Township reported on Birchfield Road near Claridge Drive. Also one in Penn Hills. Crews on the scene on Frankstown Road between Eastwood and Overbrook Roads. We have one in Carrick at the intersection of Amanda and Winoka Streets. Also one in Collier Township on Boyd's Run Road near the intersection with Tom's Run and Oakdale Roads. Parkway West are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays past Millvale to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Cellular's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Cellular's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Cellular's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia K4 LXS or the all-new 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with big savings and priority booking by calling our heroes at Zero Res. The sun's coming in. You've got longer days. You don't want the sun to reveal dirt, dander, and disgustingness. No, step into a fresher, cleaner home this spring with Zero Res. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. And just check out the 10,000 plus raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. This month, get 3 rooms, Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's #1 carpet and air duct cleaner, starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. You owe it to yourself and your family to breathe healthy, happy, and clean. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
When the kids take the field, Sheetz is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucko legends. Sheetz is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheetz has what yins need. So why does Sheetz not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up in 10 minutes, we got a big announcement to make, and we'll be talking about the NFL Draft. There's a rumored trade in the works. Steelers and Giants. Steelers send the first-round pick. That's 21st overall, and a 6th-round pick to the Giants for their 2nd-round pick, 34th overall, and a 3rd-round pick, 65th overall. I'd be all over that, Doran, if you're not going to get Shedeur Sanders. And I think that's how that would work. Like, I don't think they'd trade back to 34th thinking that they could get Shedeur.
Right.
Like, you're obviously saying, all right, we didn't get the quarterback, but there's a ton of players with round 2 grades from 21 until, 50, or really until 65. So let's get a couple of picks in there. And
they still would draft a quarterback, though, with one of those picks.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Howard, Milroe, maybe.
People are going to need to wrap their heads around that. There is a 0% chance the Steelers walk away from this draft without having taken a quarterback.
Right.
They are definitely taking one. Whether it's in round 1 or they get back into round 2 and they take a Milroe or a Will Howard or a Kyle McCord a little bit later on.
Mm-hmm.
Shuck is a guy that has been hovering early round 2. Like, they're going to get a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I think drafting Shedeur 21st overall is a massive gift. Like, if he's staring them in the face and you take a quarterback that could be your franchise guy without having to do anything other than walk on up to the podium, that's the dream right there, baby.
I agree.
Because next year it's all about moving up. Package picks, move up. Package picks, get your guy. You take a shot without having to do anything. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do that, trade next year's 2nd-round pick or a 3rd and a 5th, whatever, and get back into the 2nd round so you can start taking defensive linemen. Because you can get back in. There will be quarterback-hungry teams next year. Give up a 2nd-round pick, give up a 3rd and a 5th, something like that, whatever. Get back into the 2nd round this year. Because if you take Shedeur and then don't get to pick again until 84th, you are not going to have your roster in a place where you'd like it coming into the season, particularly at defensive line, where you probably don't have just one hole, but probably 2. So I'd like to see them get back into the 2nd round. Honestly, no matter what happens. If it's Shedeur, take a pick from next year, move in.
Yes.
If you don't get Shedeur, take the 21st pick, move back, and see if you can find yourself a 2nd rounder. 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh Trusted Plumbing, and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Do you anticipate any player trades?
We'll get into that a little bit later. Brooke Pryor with some interesting stuff on George Pickens. I don't. Do you?
Nope.
Weirdly, the guy that I think could move, and I haven't been told this at all, but you would trade from a position of strength, right? Like, if you trade Pickens, you're going to have to then replace Pickens.
Correct.
I could see a Herbig going, like someone like that. I mean, I think across their roster, you're not looking at a roster that's stacked with depth. I don't think you get a lot in return for Herbig either.
Mm-mm.
But if you're going to move a player, I would look at that position because it's one of the few where there's some depth. I don't see them moving Minka.
No.
They're not going to trade TJ.
Nope.
No, I think this is what you got. The only other option would have been Pickens, and it doesn't sound like they're going to do that. So, no, I don't see that happening. And I think because you've got so much coming down the pike next year in terms of draft equity, if you want to get back into the second round, you don't have to give up a player this year. But trading Pickens, man, let's say you probably wouldn't, but let's say you got a second-round pick for Pickens. You're probably going to use that on a wide receiver.
Yeah.
So what's the point?
It doesn't make any sense.
You'd get cheaper, you'd get younger, but you'd probably get a worse player. I mean, you'd get an unknown player, but Pickens was a first-round talent. A second-round wide receiver in this draft probably isn't a second-round receiver in any of the last 3 or 4 drafts. So you're getting a much lesser prospect. Probably one with his head screwed on straight a little bit more, but is he going to be as productive? Probably not.
Probably not.
All right. Coming up next, massive announcement, Doran. Massive. We'll tell you what we got going on, then we'll get back into the Steelers and draft conversation. You can weigh in 241-298-9370, but we'll start the hour with a massive announcement right now. It's not a hairy headline. Right now, I just tell you it's the Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
PennDOT cameras getting a look at an accident now blocking the right lane of inbound Route 28 between Millvale and the 40th Street Bridge. Traffic getting by in the left lanes around that accident. Traffic is stacking back to the Route 8 at the bypass. Also, an accident being cleared in Shaler Township, 1300 block of Birchfield Road near Claridge Drive. Also, one in Penn Hills on Frankstown Road between Eastwood and Overbrook Roads, and one in South Park Township on Brownsville Road at Wallace Road. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Greentree. Parkway East of Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $250 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. And 614. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good job on the tunes, Callis. Little traditional Irish music here.
Irish folk music.
That's right. Big announcement. Doran's getting rid of me for like 6 days.
Yes.
Which is really how this all came together. We know, I don't know what I'm allowed to say, the black and gold football team going across the pond, playing in Ireland. Believe that'll be the 28th of September. And I'm going.
Yep.
And I'm bringing people. I mean, you got to sign up. But we're going to Ireland through True Fan Travel. It's a once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Going to Ireland, Dublin, 5 nights in Dublin. This includes a tour of Guinness, the Guinness Brewery. Jameson, that's where they make the whiskey. There'll be a pre-game tailgate party right outside Croke Park. Game tickets. I know I've had a lot of people. How do you get tickets? How about you sign up? Hotel and air, or you could do a land-only package, Doran. So you could either hop on a bird, it's part of the package, or you could say, no, I'll find my own way there, and then it's hotel and all that other stuff. Now, for more information on how you can take over Ireland with me, go to 937thefan.com on the homepage there. I made sure that was all up and running, 937thefan.com. And we're going to take over Ireland thanks to True Fan Travel. And I poured myself a lovely Guinness here, Doran.
You're going to drink it.
I'm going to drink it right now, yeah. Now, it's a Guinness Zero. I mean, technically, I'm not allowed to drink live on the air.
Okay.
And by technically, I mean, like, I'm definitely not allowed to drive. Drive?
Drive.
To drink. Oh, come to Ireland with me. The drunken bastard. It's going to be great, Doran. Tickets.
Irish breakfasts.
Irish breakfasts. Beer. Hang out with me. But most importantly, you don't have to hang out with me. You can come over there, get on the plane, hotel, pre-game tailgate party.
How long is that flight?
It'll be like 6 hours. It depends. I don't know what the connection situation is, but this is going to book up fast, people. It's going to book up real fast. So go to 937thefan.com. True Fan Travel. I'm super excited about this. It's once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get to see the black and gold over there, and then in a couple of years, Pitt's doing it.
Yes.
So maybe a little partnership could happen here with True Fan Travel. Maybe you do this with Doran Dickerson in a couple of years.
That'd be fantastic.
Should I drink this now?
Yes.
Whole thing?
No, don't chug
Down it in one?
No, because
Down in one.
You'll be complaining.
Why would I complain? I never complain.
Oh, my stomach. Oh, I'm sick.
Right.
Oh, man.
Couldn't
even do it.
I wasn't trying to chug it.
I thought he was. I thought he was chugging.
No, it's too early for that. Too early? No, my stomach. So go to 937thefan.com so you can join me. Let me give you a brief synopsis. Join me and True Fan Travel for a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to Ireland when the black and gold play across the pond this fall. 5 nights in Dublin, Doran. Includes tours of Guinness and Jameson, pregame tailgate party, game tickets, and more. Hotel and air or land-only packages are available. For information on how you can take over Ireland with me, go to 937thefan.com, and you can find the link right there on the homepage.
That looks good.
You want some?
No.
Harry?
That looks good.
You want a swig, Harry?
No.
Okay, very good. I mean, the Guinness Brewery. You can't get a more fresh pint of Guinness.
That's going to be fantastic. That's your favorite, too.
I might never come back.
That's fine.
And if I'm hosting the show out there, you and me talking across the pond, I might never move back and just do this show from like 2 until 6 p.m. every day for the rest of my life.
That's fine.
As long as we can make it work, who's got a problem with it? I would stimulate the Irish economy. Be wonderful.
Just looking at him.
Our guy Zeg says, I don't know if my liver can handle Crowley in his homeland, but I'm signing up. Sign up!
Yep.
Let's go 937thefan.com.
Do I have to work or do I get to go? Or no?
You don't get to go.
No, I'm staying here. You'll be with me.
Oh, I thought you said he was going. I thought you said he was taking you.
No.
He didn't pay attention to the
No, he
announcement.
didn't. No. I'm going with Pitt in a couple years.
Oh.
Yes. So it'll be us. So you'll be fine.
Comprehension is good.
He'll be gone. He's leaving us. So you'll be.
Yeah,
that's the greatest news.
You're right.
You'll be in real trouble in a couple of years when Doran and the Pitt Panthers go to play Wisconsin. It's just you and me here.
Right.
Oh, that's a good vacation week. There you go. I'm off.
Texter, this is the big announcement. Crowley's going to Ireland. Nobody cares. No, you could go. You could go.
Right.
I'm just telling you how you could go. That's all. And you can go to 937thefan.com through True Fan Travel, and it's really easy to sign up. Talk to your loved ones about it. Make it happen. Texter, did you know that Dublin, Ireland is the fastest growing city in the world? I don't think that's true, but it will be that weekend, my God.
There'll be a lot of black and gold.
Oh, my God. And I think, it's not been confirmed, I think they're playing the Packers.
That would make sense.
And so if that's the case, you know how they travel. So nobody go over there and get into fights. We're going to go have a good time and sit in some pubs, and people will be fiddling in the corner and have a couple of pints.
Yep.
Put your feet up, relax, and then we can all get really mad whenever the Steelers lose 13-12 with Mason Rudolph as the starting quarterback 4 weeks into the season. And that brings us to this. Ray Fittipaldo of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette on 93.7 The Fan talking about Mason Rudolph.
I think they would give it to Mason. I think they would see how Mason would do. I would not go into a season with that roster, especially with an inexperienced quarterback. I would let Mason handle it. And then if things go south, you turn to your rookie in November, December, whenever that opportunity arises. I would ride with Mason Rudolph. He has respect within that locker room, and they actually know what they got with him. He's a good backup who can win some games for them in a pinch.
Pony took it further. Pony said, why can't Mason Rudolph be the next Sam Darnold? Why can't Mason Rudolph be the next Geno Smith? And I don't disagree with that. I wouldn't say I believe it's going to happen. I do think it's a possibility. But the question there is, to what end? What if Mason Rudolph gets the ball, plays all year, is pretty good? Are you going to win a Super Bowl with that guy?
No.
Like, are you going to win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold?
No.
He threw, 33 touchdowns this year with a team in Minnesota that's a lot better than the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think that's the ceiling. What happened with Geno Smith in Seattle? How far did he take that thing? Not very far, and he's a good player. Both those guys have turned into good players. So I get what Pony's saying. Hey, maybe Mason can be the guy for a little while. I think there's actually danger in that. I think if Mason Rudolph turned into one of those guys, it's like fool's gold.
Yes, you're going to roll with him for the next how many years? You're going to give him a new contract. You know, you're going to pay him a significant amount of money to be your quarterback, and then you just don't know. Those other guys are pedigree guys, too. Like, I mean, Sam Darnold was, the first overall pick of the draft. Geno Smith was, a second round pick?
Yeah.
Like, they were starters coming out, as soon as they hit the ground in the NFL.
Mason Rudolph was picked in the third round because only the Steelers, in my opinion, had a quote-unquote first-round grade on that guy. Yes. You're right. Both of those players more talented than Mason Rudolph. Geno's not a great runner, but he's got better feet, I think, and I think he has better touch on the football, and I think is more accurate than Mason Rudolph. And Sam Darnold was thought of highly enough to be that guy, like you said. So, look, if Mason played 17 games They could probably win 9 or 10 games, and I think the stat line would be fine. You've got a DK Metcalf, you've got George Pickens, you've got Pat Freiermuth, you're probably going to get a speedy running back. But I think that might actually be the worst-case scenario.
I'm sorry, Sam Darnold was the third pick of.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Right. The third overall pick in the draft is going to have a different ceiling than Mason Rudolph. Again, I think Mason could, if in 17 games, put up respectable numbers, and they could win 9, 10 games. But if they did that, and they allowed themselves to believe, oh, he's the next Geno, he's the next Darnold, I think you've now dug yourself into a hole that might be the worst possible outcome. Like Rodgers would play for a year
and cut bait,
and that's it.
Yeah.
Like, Rodgers could throw 35 touchdowns and 8 picks this year, and okay, that would maybe change, and maybe you'd beg him to come back. But he ain't going to be here longer, even in an ideal world for him, than 2 years. If Mason Rudolph throws 25 touchdowns and 12 picks, and you win 10 games, and you go to the playoffs, he's only 29. He could be around for 9 years. Yeah. So, while I agree that he could be pretty good, I think you would be in a bad situation if he did that.
I just haven't seen Mason Rudolph play a whole season, too. It's always been sample size. So I can't fully buy in of him being a 17-game winning quarterback. I just haven't seen it in his career. Seen just sample sizes of him.
No, and last year he was given the reins to be the guy, and he throws 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Right. Now you look around in Tennessee, and
he also got set down for Duck Hodges, didn't he?
Sure did.
In his prime, probably.
Now there was a lot going on. I mean, you're getting beat by helmets and hitting the face, and they had to unscrew the face mask. All that stuff going on. I mean, that was the first look we actually had at Mike Tomlin having no idea what the hell to do at the quarterback position.
Yes.
Not that you have a lot of thought when you've got Ben, like, oh, man, what are we going to do? Mason Rudolph, Duck Hodges? I don't think Mason had a lot of opportunity to succeed there. He did have playing time, but they didn't have a quarterback coach. He's getting beat. Then
See, we're looking for excuses now.
No. His personal...
These whenever you start looking for excuses, then, I mean, it's not really what it probably is then.
Well, you got to let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
My Guinness. And then I'll talk. The only excuses I'll give him are for his first year. And then he never did enough to be the guy. They obviously thought Mitch Trubisky was a better player. Right. So he needed to, between then, that not his rookie season, I guess it would have been his second year, between then and Mitch time, you needed to show them enough behind the scenes that Mitch Trubisky never gets brought in. And if you're really a guy, show them enough to where Mitch doesn't get brought in and you don't drive Kenny Pickett. I'm totally with you on that. Now, when he was given the next opportunity for 3 games, he played well. But we've seen a lot of quarterbacks come in and play well for 3 games. So I'm not going to make excuses for him. Apart from that first year, I'll make some excuses for our guy Mason.
Yeah.
And I like the guy. I think he's a good backup quarterback. But like if he showed out this year and then you go, oh, man, maybe Mason's been the guy the whole time. I think you're in the worst possible position.
Yes.
I would rather have Rodgers than a successful Rudolph. I would rather have Shedeur Sanders by leaps and bounds over a successful Rudolph. Would you? 412-928-9370. And do you think Mason could take that leap to where he's more than just a backup, more than just a stopgap quarterback? 412-928-9370.
Only way it'd be a good situation is if you have Sanders behind him. Like he could ball out as much as he wants, but you still have Sanders behind him. So that would kind of just mask over them thinking that he could be the future, them thinking that Mason Rudolph could be the future too. So, because you still have Sanders. Sanders is going to be the guy eventually.
It would be like the Michelob Ultra. There's not enough Ultra version of the whole Drew Brees, Phillip Rivers situation.
Yep.
And you would move on, like Mason goes out. That would be the best case scenario. You're right about that. Is if Mason plays good ball and you still feel really good about Shedeur, and then maybe you move on from Mason and some team out there goes, oh, he is the next Darnold. He is the next Geno Smith. That would actually be a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. I'm hammered. I'm hammered off my non-alcoholic Guinness. Check that out again, 937thefan.com. Texter, Crowley, do you even believe what you're saying about Mason? Come on, you're arguing one of Pony's hot takes. Woof. No, I'm not saying I think it's more likely than not. I'm saying I could see Mason play well. And I could see them win 10 games. They're like destined to win 10 games every year. That's all I'm saying. And I was defending his first season in the NFL. That's it. Relax. Everybody calm down. Toyota's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Jeff Hathorn also explained Shedeur Sanders' skill set in 3 words. And if this is really what you're getting in Shedeur, it's a no-brainer to take the guy 21st overall. We'll talk about that a little bit when we come back. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFL draft is on Thursday, so it's a couple days away. Right now, all teams have their first-round picks. Steelers are going to select 21st overall. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Head. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Terry Francona. After taking last year off the heel and recharged, the future Hall of Fame manager who won 2 World Series in Boston has returned as skipper of the Reds. Already, Cincinnati is stealing only when it makes sense, keeping a more consistent lineup and letting starting pitchers pitch deeper into games. Now that's what I call managing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an Odds Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Odds Boost token. Then, place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB Odds Boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck, so step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB Odds Boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is certified elder law attorney Julian Gray. Did you know that if you are a caregiver for a family member at home, that you may be entitled to payment from the government for your services? You are sacrificing a lot to provide care to a loved one, and every month that goes by, you could be missing out on valuable cash benefits for your services. For a no-obligation consultation with one of our certified elder law attorneys, visit grayelderlaw.com. That's grayelderlaw.com.
Spring is here. The sun shining, the flowers blooming, and the backyard officially a margarita oasis. Kick off the warmer weather with tequila from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Stock up for Cinco de Mayo with Luna Azul Tequila Blanco 750 milliliter. Grab 1800 Tequila Silver 1.75 liter for your outdoor happy hours. Both are $4 off. Both are perfect for margaritas. Shop more tequilas on sale for spring in-store or online at FWGS.com. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-780-5959. 800-780-5959.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews arriving on the scene of an accident reported on the Route 65 ramp to the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Right now, things are a little bit heavy in that area. Also, we had an accident coming across the Fort Duquesne Bridge reported. One in Shaler Township being cleared, Birchfield Road near Claridge Drive. Also one in Penn Hills on Frankstown Road between Eastwood and Overbrook Roads. Parkway West, you're jammed almost at Carnegie down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East that stacks at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, and the Parkway North is heavy around the bend at Bellevue Westview. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our communities safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 26th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Here's a text. All the talk about trading out of round one, trading back, and getting a quarterback seems to be overlooking the needs of defensive line, defensive back, etc. We need to keep our number one pick and get a first-round player. Again, people keep mentioning this, and yeah, the defensive line is a massive need. There's no bigger need than quarterback.
Right.
Not one. It's not close. You have a gaping hole in your defensive line. Agreed. Probably, ideally, would like to come away from this draft with 2 really good defensive linemen. Cam Hayward, is this his last year? Is next year his last year? Either way, he ain't no spring chicken. He's approaching 40 years old. So you need a guy in addition to Cam. You also, if you could find his replacement, that would be ideal.
Yes.
But nothing is more important than a quarterback. And here are the 3 words that Jeff Hathorn used to describe Shedeur Sanders and that I've seen other draft nicks use to describe Shedeur. Accuracy, poise, toughness. I mean, if there's like 5 adjectives to describe a quarterback, I want those 3 for damn well sure to be on the list.
Yes.
It's 2025. You need an accurate passer.
No doubt.
He's got that. Poise? Yeah, sometimes he runs around, tries to make plays. Okay. He's playing at Colorado. I forgive him a little bit. Getting his jersey retired, he played so well, Doran. And then the toughness fits in Pittsburgh. Like, I think people think of this guy as some sort of diva playing out there in Colorado for his dad, spread system, winging it all over the place. The guy's tough as nails.
Right.
And he's not this freak athlete. Like I saw Jerry Dulac, right? Did you see that the other day?
Yes, I did. I wanted to say something, but I didn't. I held back.
The ultra-athletic Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
He's not ultra-athletic, but now I think the analysis has gone back super far the other way to where people think he's a statue?
He's not. No, he's athletic. He's just not athletic like the black quarterbacks that you have seen and think of.
Do you think that's what was happening there?
Yes.
It's a black quarterback thing.
Yes, he's black. He's athletic. He's ultra athletic. No.
The ultra athletic quarterback that could be in the first round is Jackson Dart, and he's a big old white guy.
Well, Milroe.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's the most athletic guy in the draft.
He could be in the first round.
He could be.
Yeah.
He could be. Maybe the Steelers are smoke screening for Jalen Milroe. I don't know.
I hope not.
I would hope not, too.
Right.
Because toughness, yes. Poise, accuracy, no. But then he's the closest thing from a runner that we've seen to Lamar Jackson since ... But the throwing of the football kind of important. And Shedeur is accurate, and he's tough. I mean, are those not words that you would use to describe Ben Roethlisberger?
Yes.
Accuracy, poise, and toughness.
Yes, exactly.
And to finish my point, because I almost forgot, Shedeur Sanders was clocked going 20 miles per hour this year, running down the field.
Yeah, he's not slow.
No.
Are you a gamer? Like
me? No.
No, I know you aren't. At the quarterback position, and Shedeur Sanders is. Like, when the lights come on, like, are you ready to roll? Like, will you just throw everything out the window and try to win a game, and can you win that game and go out there and showcase your skills? And that's what Shedeur Sanders brings. And I don't think it matters at any level. Like, he went to, HBCU, like, he went to Jackson State, and he turned that whole program around. They won. I don't even know if they lost a game there. Then he transfers to Colorado, and, they didn't win a national championship. They didn't win the division, but Colorado was awful before Shedeur Sanders got there.
People talk about his win-loss record, and that annoys the hell out of me. A, because I don't generally care in college because there's a lot of things at play. But you look at what Deion inherited. He turned over the entire roster in 1 year. They were in the top 25 Shedeur's first year, then they fell off. But for them even to win 4 games was a surprise. And then the next year, he had Colorado in Big 12 championship contention. Like, they were a win away from playing for the Big 12 championship with a shot at going to the college football playoff. No quarterback. Seriously, no quarterback. Joe Burrow, Tim Tebow, I don't think is taking that first-year Colorado team and doing anything better than going 6-6 and maybe squeaking to a bowl game. So why the hell do I care about that? Year 2 is the one you should care about if you're going to use the win-loss record, and that year was good. He played well. Now, he did take a beating behind that offensive line, and you worry about that a little bit, and he ran into sacks. But again, accuracy, poise, and toughness. And you're landing in a situation where, look, a lot of these quarterbacks wind up, if they're going in the top 5, landing with total
awful
joke situations.
Awful.
Yeah.
Think about Cam Ward. Would you rather be Cam Ward or maybe Shedeur Sanders going to the Steelers? Cam Ward is set up for failure. But Cam Ward has to be a superhero. He has to be a superhero just for them to have a winning record this year.
Yeah, he'll be throwing it to Calvin Ridley, Van Jefferson, being protected on the blind side by Dan Moore Jr., throwing it to Treylon Burks. I mean, and they'll obviously add to that roster in the draft, but right now, if I'm Cam Ward, I'm going, yay, I go first overall. Who do I got? Oh. Meanwhile, Shedeur Sanders, if the Steelers are lucky enough to have him fall to them at 21, Shedeur's got to be looking around going DK Metcalf, George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth, a young and talented, albeit hasn't come together, offensive line, and a defense that should be good enough to where I don't have to be perfect every game. And so I think even if Cam Ward is the better football player for 15 years, I think Shedeur Sanders, if he had to play Week 1 and had to play this season, I think he'd have a better rookie year.
Oh, yeah.
Than Cam Ward.
Yes. Yep.
412-928-9370. Texter, it's called the transfer portal, bruh. It's easy to turn a program around, not when you have to turn the entire roster over.
It's easy, it's easy to turn a program around?
That's what the texter is saying, yeah.
A whole entire program around?
Not when you start from scratch.
I don't know about that.
And he did.
Yeah.
He did in 2 years.
Right.
In 2 years, they were playing deep into the season with a shot. Honestly, into the last game, playing for a shot to win the Big 12 championship. What more do you want? The offensive line, they never figured out. Because guess what? Everybody wants offensive linemen. And yes, he did run into sacks, but like, I don't want to keep saying that because while it's true, also your offensive line being that bad is going to make you run for your life before you want to run for your life. And then, yeah, you are going to at times feel pressure that's not there.
Yep.
Now you got to hope to beat that out of him, but I'm guessing they will. They'll get the ball out of his hand quick and they'll run the football and they'll kind of allow him to grow with baby steps if he is the pick. Texter, Calvin Ridley better than any receiver that's on the Steelers roster. Do you agree with that, Dor?
No.
412-928-9370.
Even though I did want Calvin Ridley, though, to be a part of the Steelers whenever he was a free agent.
Sure.
Like I thought he would fit well. Last year, he's probably neck and neck, maybe. But DK Metcalf, you're saying that Calvin Ridley's better than DK Metcalf? That's incorrect.
Calvin Ridley's put up some decent counting stat seasons. I think 32 out of 32 GMs would take DK Metcalf over him.
Yes.
Just as a matchup nightmare. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. I think our final TK segment of this Penguin season coming up next. We'll react to some of what Kyle Dubas had to say, just how quickly can they spin this ship on a dime. Then we're back into the NFL draft. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates and Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. They start a 3-game series tonight. 9:38 is the start time of tonight's game, and the series will last through the middle of this week. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ring in Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2025 Jeep Compass Limited, payment starting at $259 for 27 months. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 20th, 2025. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates, all that. JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Pittsburgh fans, get ready to step up to the plate for an electrifying season with the black and yellow. Every time the Buccos hit 2 or more home runs in a home game, you score 2 with a $5 casino bonus to use on the action-packed Pittsburgh Pirates Lucky Tap. It's simple. Watch the Pirates swing for the fences, and when they go deep twice or more at PNC Park, you win a bonus. Claim your reward once per week, Monday through Sunday, and keep the excitement going all season long. Don't miss out. Swing for the bonus and get in on the action today. BetMGM is an official online casino partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates and an official gaming partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager, PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 200 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Going to be joined momentarily by Tyler Kennedy. Brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com. Comprehensive strategies to manage their settlements or verdicts following life-altering events. TK also brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. I always hear those ads on the Pirate Game stores.
Yes.
You're reading them.
Yes.
The best in the business.
The best in the business.
Before we get to TK, this popped up on my X feed. Mel Kiper Jr. in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Did you see this? He's not in, but Dan Patrick is arguing that he should be in.
Absolutely not.
I knew where you came down on that.
Absolutely not.
They already have
I mean, come on.
Go ahead.
Are we serious? So Mel Kiper is going to take a spot, or is it like whenever Cowher went in? I don't even know what it was called.
The Old Man Award.
Like, is this like an extra?
I don't think it would keep a player out.
Okay, all right.
Tack him on in.
No, but still, no. For what?
Making the draft what it is.
I mean, that's like a lucky situation. Like you thought something would work and hit, and then people started following, and then you did it every single year. It's not. I mean, there's no accuracy really to it. I mean, I don't follow what his percentages are every year of hitting on every single pick from rounds 1 through 7, but I don't think that they're very high.
No, they grade it based on how many guys you get correctly in each round, and I think he's kind of been lapped at this point by other people. He did help put it on the map, but I'm with you. Like, you already have the Pete Rozelle Award that is handed out every year. So, longtime NFL Commissioner Pete Rozelle, they give out an award for longtime exceptional contributions to radio and television and professional football. Okay, if you want to give Mel Kiper Jr. the Pete Rozelle Award,
yeah,
and so he's honored in that way, then hell yeah, do that. But that's how it would have to be done.
Yeah. Got me all fired up.
I know. And then I was going to step on you instead of letting you go. I can keep going.
No, I'm good. I like Mel Kiper.
I like Kiper. I think he does a great job.
Yeah, me ranked high. So, I like him.
That's why you like him.
Yeah.
That wasn't his fault. Everyone else screwed up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Kuiper does a wonderful job, and Kuiper was the first guy in on this, the first ever draft, Nick. And, yeah, there's a place for him. But the place for him would be under that Pete Rozelle Award. Yeah. Whenever you've already given it to people like Brent Musburger, who's this year's recipient, and John Facenda, and Joe Buck, and Dick Ebersol, and Tom Jackson, and Al Michaels, and Jim Nantz, and Chris Berman, all those guys have helped get football where football is. Like, they're the soundtrack in a lot of cases of our football upbringing. Like, when you're watching games on TV, totally get it. And Mel Kiper, for this time of the year that has taken off and is massively popular, it's massively popular in part because of what he's done.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to say keep a player out instead and you put him in, I think guys like you would march down Canton, Ohio, drag his ass out and throw him over the fence.
Yes.
Yeah. Howard Katz, Andrea Kramer, Len Dawson, John Madden, Ray Scott, Dick Denberg. Yeah, he fits there. That's fine. That's fine. He's different. He's not a play-by-play guy, but you got some studio hosts here. I'm totally fine with that with the Pete Rozelle Award. So campaign to give him the Pete Rozelle Award. Bada bing, bada boom, we figured it out.
Yeah, there you go.
I knew that would jack it. You're still pissed.
Yeah. It's getting everybody in. Hall of Fame. Like what? Hall of Fame for half-picking draft picks. Get out of here.
You know, it opens the door for guys like me to get in the door.
For what?
Well, being a pillar of the Pittsburgh football community.
Like Western PA Hall of Fame, okay.
Well, first the Western PA Hall of Fame and then the world.
Then the World Hall of Fame.
Everything the light touches.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On your Odyssey app, AUDACY, your Odyssey app. The fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's what happened. You've got a radio guy, TV guy, Dan Patrick, who's caping for another TV radio guy in Mel Kiper. Ain't no player was like, you know who needs to be in the Hall of Fame?
That's because Dan Patrick wants to get in.
He should get in. Pete Rozelle Award.
Right.
We already got that. We already got an award. Just use the award. I saw the Troy Polamalu bust, too, that was trending on social media back when he was inducted, and one of these accounts put it back out there this weekend.
I saw that, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It's not good.
No. There's worse.
No.
There's worse.
Who's worse?
I mean, we'll have to look at it. Maybe we'll play that game tomorrow. There's worse.
The courtroom sketch of Tom Brady will forever be the funniest.
Yeah.
They made him look like Two-Face from Batman. He's just ugly as all get out. All right, there is no Tyler Kennedy. He might be out of town. That might be it. He might have thought we wrapped up last week at the end of the season. We'll get into some of Kyle Dubas's comments in a couple of minutes. Jeff in Morgantown wanted to chime in on our Shedeur Sanders conversation. Hi, Jeff.
Actually, I was commenting about Mel Kiper.
Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
He deserves nothing. He's made a lot. He's made a lot of money doing what he does, and he's never right.
Right.
The guy sitting beside you, Doran Dickerson. If he's not in the Hall of Fame, you're going to tell me Mel Kiper should be?
Pete Rozelle Award.
Right, that's fine, but yeah, he doesn't even deserve that.
Ouch.
He's made a lot of money doing what missing. He misses all the time.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, he's right. Like, I mean, what are we doing here? Like,
it doesn't matter if he's right or not. Just to argue the devil's advocate point, it's about kind of making the draft popular before the draft was ever popular.
Kind of breaking down the barrier of like the draft or whatever. Like,
I'm not using that for Don't do that to me.
You know, like,
he blasted through that glass ceiling, did Mel Kiper Jr.
Like, come on.
He made the draft popular. Now, I think the counter argument.
You don't think the draft would be popular right now if it wasn't for him?
That's what I was about to say. He was the guy that did it, but somebody else would have done it.
Yes.
Because every aspect of the NFL is popular.
But even if
OTAs, mini camp, training camp, the combine, all these things would be popular without Mel Kiper.
Exactly.
Because some other dude with a bizarre hairline who's kind of a character could come in and do the same thing.
Even if there wasn't a dude that did it.
Trailblazer, Doran. He was a trailblazer.
Yeah, he's a trailblazer, yeah. The NFL would obviously take over, and they understand what draws money, what doesn't.
Well, and I argued on behalf of all these great broadcasters that I said were kind of the soundtrack of the NFL for our youth. I think if there were no broadcasters, people would still watch football.
Yes.
Like, we've argued that for years. Like, ESPN went out and bought Joe Buck and bought Troy Aikman because those Fox games always sounded bigger with those guys on. And they're the best. And now they're on ESPN, and it does add this gravitas. But, okay, when you had the comedian in there and it was bad, it's not like I wasn't watching Monday Night Football.
Exactly.
I'm always going to watch Monday Night Football. We all are.
So let's go back a little bit. Like, were broadcasters brought in to break down the game for people that don't understand, or was it for the entertainment element?
Yeah.
Both?
The entertainment element, and then it started to shift. Like, initially, you'd have the play-by-play guy, and you'd have the color commentator, and the color commentator would just be some other slap-ass broadcaster like me.
Not even like a former player, right?
Yeah. Just some dude who went to Syracuse who knows how to speak eloquently and has an understanding of the game, but not at the level a player would.
Right.
And then that obviously shifted. And then you had Craig Wolfley, who went to Syracuse and was a former player.
Well, what do you think most people listen to the broadcast for?
I like to learn.
To learn?
I like to learn now. Like, I thought Tony Romo was really good at it initially. I don't know that Troy Aikman's a great game breakdown guy, but
he gets the game, though.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
He delivers it.
He's evolved
concisely.
Too. Like, I give him a lot of credit because he played in an era that was so different. And even Collinsworth played in an era that was even different than Aikman. And they have evolved to the game now. And they break it down where you understand the game now, not from whenever they played, which could be very easy for them to do, of being like, oh, this is my football. Like, whenever I played, like, we were in three-point stances with split ends. So they have evolved with the game. And I do give them a lot of credit for doing that because that is hard at times.
See, and you say split ends, and I just think you need, like, Pantene Pro V.
Right.
Because so
you have to explain it.
Your hair's all screwed up.
Right.
23 touchdowns, the most Troy Aikman ever threw for in a season, with 14 picks that year. Quarterback rating of 81.6. You think the game might have changed on him a little bit?
Jeez.
He got with the times. I'll tell you who else is really good is Collinsworth, and people hate him around here for whatever reason. I think he's the best.
Yeah, I think he's great.
412-928-9370. Are you old enough to remember when they televised games without announcers? It was weird, someone writes. You know what, Texter? I appreciate the fact that you texted that in, because if you're old enough to remember games before broadcasters, I am surprised you're using a smartphone. I am. Just being honest there. All right, what did Kyle Dubas have to say yesterday in his press conference? We'll get into it. We have people who want to talk about Mel Kiper, of all things, so we'll do that coming up next, too. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates will be in Los Angeles this week playing the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim first. First game of that three-game series is tonight at 9:38. It'll last through the middle of the week. And then the Los Angeles Dodgers will be the Pirates' opponent, and that series will last over the weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina GMP Trope. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. She always delivers. Emilio has worked with Gina several times in the past, so when it was time to sell his home in Upper St. Clair, he reached out to Gina once again for help. Emilio said that he loves to work with Gina because of her extensive knowledge of the local real estate market, and with Gina's impressive marketing skills, she was able to sell Emilio's home for over $600,000. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina GMP Trope Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the North Shore, a crew still on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the ramp from Route 65 southbound to the outbound Parkway North as well as Route 28. That's causing delays almost back to the West End Bridge as you're forced to cross the Fort Duquesne Bridge into town to get around it. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays from Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway North jammed around the bend at Bellevue, Westview toward Perrysville. Then again, approaching McKnight Road down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge to the Crosstown. Route 28 jam before the Route 8 at the bypass and the Parkway east at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
Have you or a loved one been diagnosed with lung cancer, mesothelioma, colon cancer, or throat cancer? If so, you may be entitled to compensation even if you smoked. Many local area tradesmen and steelworkers were exposed to asbestos and didn't know it. If you are suffering from lung cancer, mesothelioma, colon, or throat cancer, call the Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky, and White at 1-800-COMPLEX for a free consultation. That's 1-800-COMPLEX or online at gpwlaw.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Rostraver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Just a summary off the top. Obviously, another year with the team falling short of the playoffs, and I think that's obviously an immediate measure. We're here today, and there are 16 teams that are competing to try to win the Stanley Cup. And as we've talked about previously, that's really our goal is to build the team back to being a contender for the Stanley Cup. It's not trying to find a way to just sneak into the playoffs. It's trying to find a way to arrive back there and then remain there in contention. And we continue committed to our plan and program to return us there as urgently as possible.
Well said by Kyle Dubas. If that's the mindset, I'm totally in on that. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Be nice to see them win next year, get into the playoffs so that Evgeny Malkin can play one more postseason. It does not sound, by his own admission, like that is the goal. Now, maybe they'll make the playoffs next year, but they are not trying to just sneak in. They want to build this thing out. And I think the Steelers are doing the same thing, Doran. Like, you watch ESPN right now, the Steelers are topic A, not just here, but everywhere. Should the Steelers draft quarterback Jalen Milroe? They're talking about it right now on Get Up. Real quick, as I interrupt our Penguins conversation with immediate Jalen Milroe talk, you shouldn't draft Jalen Milroe in the first round.
No.
If you do draft Jalen Milroe, let's say you get back into the second round or you take him 83rd overall, whatever, you're not drafting Jalen Milroe as like this backup. Like, I think you're trying to see what you got in the guy. and try to develop him into a starter at some point, right? Because I don't see them changing their offense for him. Let's say it's Rodgers, or even if it's Rudolph, one of those guys goes down and you hand things over to Milroe. Like, they're not going to have him drop back and throw it conventionally. You would think you'd have to change the entire offense, and I just don't know how good they are at that. They wouldn't even do it with damn Justin Fields.
Right, but I think they wanted to protect Justin Fields from himself and from getting hurt. I think if you were to draft Milroe, it would open up a little bit more because you wouldn't worry about injury. You wouldn't worry about money. You would just be like,
that's interesting, yeah.
You know, like, it wouldn't be like if you wanted to take that route of like maybe Lamar Jackson would have to change the whole offense. It wouldn't be bad, I guess. But I don't know. Like, I wouldn't waste my time right now with a Jalen Milroe. I have other issues I need to figure out, and I know that I couldn't develop Jalen Milroe into being a top-tier quarterback. I'd have to be honest with myself. Like, do I really think I could do that after the experiment that I just had with Justin Fields?
Right. And if you're gonna take a quarterback in like round 4 or 5, you're doing that as a backup. Which
maybe
is fine.
even third string.
Right, and that's valuable because then you don't have to pay that guy.
Right.
But I just don't see how Milroe would fit in any of it. And I've heard people say, like even Cam Ward included, that the guy with the highest ceiling in this draft, also the lowest floor, is Jalen Milroe.
Well, I mean, you just kind of you're comparing him to Lamar.
But I don't understand the whole ceiling floor conversation. Because when the 3 words used to describe now our guy Shedeur Sanders are accuracy, poise, and toughness, I mean, those 3 things can get my ceiling pretty darn high, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas being fast and having a strong arm, I guess it can get you. It's a different path.
It can get you Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, it's a different path.
That's what Lamar was coming out. Like, he was tough.
But Lamar's the first-round pick because he won the Heisman, and he threw it a lot more accurately than people ever gave him credit for.
Absolutely.
A lot
and maybe Milroe has, too, at times, though.
Just throw out the Michigan tape.
Right. Like, Milroe has at times, but sometimes he
Oklahoma
disappeared.
tape, too, yeah.
Absolutely. But if you're looking for, like, a Lamar Jackson, and that's the guy that is there every single year, hasn't gotten over the hump, and you're willing to switch up your offense for an ultra-athletic quarterback, Milroe's the guy.
Dulac says that Shedeur Sanders would be the guy who's ultra-athletic. That was a good Kyle Dubas breakdown right there.
That was great.
I got sidetracked. You got the NFL draft countdown, 59 minutes and 4 seconds away. What time do we think the Steelers will pick then? If it's draft gets going at 8 o'clock, I would love it if the Titans, they'll milk it for TV. I would love it if the Titans just came out 2 seconds into their clock and say, all right, we're taking Cam Ward.
Yeah, the whole 5 minutes will be up. So I would say, we got the Steelers will draft in about
probably be like
61 hours. Right?
I think so, yeah. You're looking at like sometime in the 10 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Steelers will pick. It'll be a lot less sexy, frankly, if Shedeur Sanders goes 9th overall. Someone trades up and gets Jackson Dart, and now we're just staring Harmon or Kenneth Grant down. Like, not that those guys aren't good; they're good football players, and they're a position of need. That ain't sexy.
Or it could be, what if they go running back? What if Hampton's on the board?
Now that would be sexy.
You know, that's kind of how I look at it. Like, I feel like there's 2 tiers. Okay, quarterback tier, and then it's like, all right, you got D-line and running back.
I think more people might, and this is just a hypothesis, I think more people would freak out if they took a running back.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's intriguing.
We'll play
that's
that
a possibility,
game.
Yeah.
We should play that game tomorrow.
Okay.
The Twitter poll, just list 5 dudes. Who would you like to see them take? Like Kenneth Grant,
Harmon,
Hampton, Shedeur. Maybe throw Ibuka in there. Just throw a wide receiver. Or Golden.
Yep.
Yeah.
I like it.
See which way people are leaning. Leaning?
Leaning.
I'm hammered off my non-alcoholic Guinness. Less than 0.5% booze in that, but, I hadn't had anything to eat since last night. And I just crapped out all of Easter on 3 different occasions.
Oh, good.
Yeah. That'll be tomorrow's Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Good Penguins breakdown by us right there. We got Neil Walker coming up next, then we're back to the draft. And something Brooke Pryor said on our airwaves yesterday that got my ears perked up. First, though, Neil, it's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. It's that crazy time of year when you need heat in the morning, air conditioning in the afternoon, and then back to the heat at night. Ain't that the truth? No matter what the temperature swings, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating and Cooling, and Electric keeps your home comfortable and worry-free all year long. From repairs and maintenance to new installations, trust the honest local heating and cooling experts at McVeigh to get the job done fast and right. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating and Cooling. We're going to call McVeigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't... IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded Sales Event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, just not giving up. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Route 65 on the inbound side back open after crews cleared the earlier accident, reopening the ramp to the North Shore Expressway. Watch for some leftover delays. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 jammed at the Route 8 at the bypass. Parkway North stacking around Bellevue, Westview toward Perrysville. Then again, just past McKnight Road. And delays approaching the Veterans Bridge across the span and on to the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Brought to you by the mall, has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Security deposit waived. Tax.
The current state of the 8-15 Buccos. They're taking a trip out to the West Coast. They're taking on the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim and then the damn Dodgers for 6 games. So they could come back at like 10-19 or 9-20. No good. Neil, brought to us by Mike Camlin Hyundai, home of the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life. Neil, also brought to us by Goodrich and Geist. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. Good morning to you, Neil. How you doing today?
Hey, good morning to you guys. And I'm just curious, what makes you think that they're going to come back, 1-5 on this road trip? What would make you believe that?
Just watching the team, really, for the first 23 games would make me not feel great about it. Angels playing good ball, and the Dodgers could buy the Pirates like 12 times over. All right, let's stick with the positive, though, Neil. Like, what can be done to bust them out of this funk here? I think getting Andrew McCutchen and O'Neal Cruz in the lineup every day would probably be a good start.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. I mean, this last series against the Guardians, another quote unquote small market team. They just played a little tighter baseball. They played tighter defense. The pitching was good enough, even though for the most part the guys that they were rolling out there, not necessarily big name guys, but I was really impressed with the defense they played. But on the Pirates side, it just they have to be more opportunistic. We saw that we've seen how aggressive they are on the bases, and I think you're going to see that until the offense kind of starts to get going, or hopefully gets going, and hopefully that's in the shorter term, but. It's just kind of been one step forward and 2 steps back, in a lot of categories, and the pitching has been pretty good. Anytime you got a guy giving you 6 or 7 innings and 2 or 3 runs, you got to feel pretty good about it. But, things just haven't been clicking on all cylinders for the Pirates. And I agree. I think you'd love to see, especially right now, or you hate to see any of your top 2 or 3 or 4 hitters out of the lineup at any cost until things get going. But certainly I think they're looking for a spark. I think we've seen so many different lineups. We've seen a lot of different guys in that one spot. I think O'Neal Cruz has looked pretty good, even though you kind of give up a little bit, in my opinion, when you're rolling him out there in the one spot. That's typically a spot where you're not going to get as many opportunities to drive runners in. But they just have to. You heard Paul say they just have to be more consistent and better in all facets of the game.
Neil, are West Coast trips stressful for players? Like, does your mindset change whenever you do have to go to the West Coast? Like, changing time zones, things of that nature. Is it harder whenever you have to play games, multiple games on that side of the country?
Well, I mean, it can be. I think it's actually more difficult coming back off the West Coast after getting acclimated. I know Doran, for you guys in the football realm, you're probably going, I don't know, Friday through Sunday. Well, the Pirates, they traveled on Easter to get a little more acclimated yesterday during the off day, because the days are certainly long when you're waiting around all day and your internal clock is on East Coast time. It's not usually the 2-hour time change that gets you; it's the 3-hour time change. So, hopefully they got kind of recalibrated yesterday. But anytime you're rolling into Dodger Stadium, especially on a weekend series, that can always be a tough place to play and intimidating. But at the same time, the environments are always a little bit different out on the West Coast. It's not like rolling into Yankee Stadium or Boston or Philadelphia, where it tends to be a little bit more harsh as far as opposing teams are concerned. So, yeah, we'll see. I think, like you said, both these LA teams are playing pretty good baseball. I think that the Angels team is. I think if we can get two or three from them, I think you're pretty happy. And anytime you're splitting or even taking 1 of 3, which sounds crazy when you go into Dodger Stadium, you're typically not terribly upset about that. But like I said, maybe this is a little recalibration for them. They played a lot of home games in the last week and a half with mixed results outside of the National Series. But you just if the starting pitching can get you deep in the games and give you 2-3 run ball through 6-7 innings, you got to feel good about that. So you hope this offense can get going.
Neil, would moving around in the lineup mess with you? Like, would you want to know, okay, I'm hitting 4th or 5th every single day? Or does it not matter? When you're in the box, you're just swinging and doing what you do?
Well, I think the game has changed from that standpoint. I personally am a firm believer in that continuity. I always like to know going into a season, back in those 11 through 16 season, my first question to the manager in spring training was always, do you want me to hit 2 or do you want me to hit 5, 6? And because for me, the thought process changed. You're going to be a little less aggressive in that 1-2 spot to try to see a little more pitches, especially early in the game, and potentially set the table for that 3, 4, 5, 6 spot in the lineup. But for the most part, unless you're the Dodgers or Yankees or Red Sox or Cubs, the lineup for the most part is going to change. You just kind of hope that you're staying in the same quadrant, the 1 through 3, 4 through 6, or 7 through 9, because it kind of gives you that, if you have the same guys hitting in front of you and you know who's hitting behind you and who's hot and who's not, it can change your approach a little bit. So, we could go down a rabbit hole with this all day, but I personally am a believer in feeling comfortable in those spots in the lineup. But again, in today's day and age of see how high and how far you can hit it on a consistent basis, we've seen less and less of your quote unquote normal leadoff hitters, and we saw that with the Indians. Though we saw them, and Stephen Kwan, he's one of your rare typical leadoff hitters, and they had another guy hitting in the 9 spot, which is the pseudo second leadoff spot. So you do see it, but it's more and more rare that you see the lineup staying the same day in and day out.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching Kwan, just as an aside. What a player that guy is.
Very good.
Really good, yeah.
Neil, you played 159 games in 2011, and I know one of the hurdleisms would always be like you got to unplug a guy, and we know that they just did that with Cruz. I mean, did you ever want off days, or would you rather play every single day?
Yeah, as especially those days, at least for me, when I was 25 to 29, I didn't want to come out of the lineup. Number one, for fear of losing your rhythm and timing, and of course there are circumstances, getting dinged up or harsh travel situations or something along those lines. But for the most part, I always kind of believed in if you felt capable of going and you were a quote unquote everyday guy, you wanted to be in there. Now, when you creep on the other side of 30, things change a little bit. You may be going from instead of playing 155, you may be going to 145 to 150. That's somewhat normal, but I always like to be in there. And when Clinton was here and we were kind of in that 13, 14, 15 mode, there were a handful of guys that were obviously the regulars, and he would have conversations with us like, hey, you know, you guys have played 25 straight. We got along. He always liked us to play at home for fan purposes, but also you just had a lot more at your disposal as far as recovery things and all of that. So a lot of times he would try to get, he'd pull me and Kutch and some of these guys in and say, hey, we got a weekend series here going into St. Louis, and it's the middle of August, and you played 25 straight games. Here are the matchups Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Why don't you guys figure out amongst yourselves which day you might want to take a breather? But make sure you're ready for 7th, 8th, 9th inning in case we need you to pinch hit. So, but again, I think the game has changed a little bit from that standpoint with the younger players trying to keep them fresh, trying to get them not to play 9, 10, 11 games in a row. But for me, I'm a little more old school from that standpoint because I've gone through it. The biggest thing is if you're feeling worn down or you've played a lot, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to skip BP today and just take batting practice in the cage, or I'm just going to kind of hang around, do more recovery stuff until about 6:30 for a 7:05 game, and basically put all my energy and effort into focusing on 7 o'clock for 3 hours. So, that is another topic of discussion that's really polarizing, and the metrics and a lot of the things are saying that, for the most part, once you get guys 10, 11, 12 days in a row in today's game, you might want to give them a breather. But I don't necessarily subscribe to that.
Neil, awesome stuff as always, being able to talk about your experiences, and we relate it to the Modern Day Club. We appreciate it, and we will talk to you next week, buddy. Thank you.
All right, you guys have a great week.
You too. Great guy, Neil Walker. Very popular player, that Neil.
Very popular.
Busted his ass every day.
Yes.
And he said when he was between 26 and 29, he'd never want to come out of the lineup.
I understand that.
Totally
Feeling good.
Get that.
Feeling good. Rhythm. Confidence. You lose confidence in baseball like every other day. You can.
Yes.
With different pitchers, different everything. So I totally get that. And I'm sure Cruz is probably like, I want to stay in, I'm feeling good. Like, I'm seeing the ball. Like I'm seeing the ball real well. I don't want to lose that.
When a guy's hot, I don't care how old he is, keep playing him till he's not.
Yeah.
Especially when you can't hit. But the fact that they feel the need to, they or he and Shelton feel the need to sit O'Neal Cruz down. When you've lost 2 games in a series, when he's hit homers in 3 straight games, and then you have an off day on the back of that, and you're sitting here at 8-14 when you make that decision, it's absurd to me. It's just absurd. Andrew McCutchen right now should be playing every day, and he's 37 years old. But the idea that you would sit down a 26-year-old who's your best hitter when this season is slipping away from you, this is a manager who I don't think understands that he's in the crosshairs here.
Like, I follow the Dodgers a lot, and I'm sure a lot of people do because they're one of the damn Dodgers. They're one of the best teams in Major League Baseball. And I kind of follow what they do every single night. It's been very rare where Ohtani's not in the lineup. Very rare.
If they'd sit him down, at least it would be understandable because you got 4 other guys who can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
But I know that he's DHing, but like the guy is always in the lineup, and that's Shohei Ohtani. Like O'Neal Cruz should be in the lineup regardless.
Every night.
Every single night.
Especially when you actually found something in him in the leadoff spot.
Exactly.
It's just absurd to me. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I love optimistic Neil. Who's saying they're going to come back at 10-19 or 9-20? Oh, me, because they've been bad. But, the Pirates have had some success against these damn Dodgers of late. So maybe this will be exactly what they need to turn the ship around. All right, coming up next, a Steelers insider on our airwaves brought something up that we have not discussed at all and came totally out of left field. And I wonder if there's merit to it. We'll talk about that coming up next. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates will play the damn Dodgers over the weekend, but first they're going to play the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim in a 3-game series that will be in the middle of this week and will start tonight. 9:38 is the scheduled start time of the game. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show here on 93.7 The Fan begins around 8:40 tonight with Dan Zangrilli. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. No Crowley? Okay, great.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. First, the Pirates moved the fan-favorite Bucco bricks to the recycling center. Then they covered a right field tribute to Roberto Clemente with an advertising banner. On Saturday, beleaguered owner Bob Nutting witnessed the endless lines of fans vying for a limited number of Paul Skeens bobbleheads. He decreed that all attendees will get them. Finally, there's a thanks for Nutting. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing, do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof and massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
What up, fellow Gen Xers? Elizabeth Banks here. As the original Latchkey kids, we took things into our own hands, like house keys and video game controllers. And now it's time for us to do it again, because the recommended age to get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. We're at over 6 times greater risk compared to adults under 50. So go to vaxassist.com and schedule. Gen X, this is our shot. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Yet another accident reported on the inbound side of Route 28. Looking at the PennDOT cameras, this is just before the Millvale off-ramp, blocking the left lane, forcing traffic to the right lane to get by, and that's stacking traffic back to the Route 8 at the bypass. Meanwhile, delays on the Parkway West remain jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway North delays past Venture Street, down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. We also have some work going on near the Boulevard of the Allies once again. North Shore Expressway that's jammed over to and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Parkway East is jammed at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Pennsylvania One Call System. It's National Safe Digging Month. So if you're planning a home project or you're an architect, designer, or engineer planning a major excavation, visit pa1call.org or call 811 before you dig and have underground utilities marked. Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The closer we get to the draft, the more likely it continues to be that they work out an extension with Pickens, or that's the route that they take. I mean, it was very interesting hearing what Mike Tomlin was saying about Pickens at NFL owners meetings, in that, you know, he doesn't really view DK Metcalf as impacting George Pickens, as impacting his status on the roster, but looking at, you know, teams like the Bengals that have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, and some of the other teams in the league that have had a lot of success with two really strong wide receivers, is that does on paper make a lot of sense, and that duo together would give you a passing game that you haven't had in 5 years.
I agree with a lot of that, but what? An extension going into the draft for George Pickens? Or coming out of the draft, you extend George Pickens? I mean, you and I have talked about not trading the guy, and then at the end of this year, if he walks, then you could get a third-round compensatory pick, or you could, like the Bengals did, and George Pickens has a great season, pay the guy at the end of the year. They've proven you can pay two dudes. The Eagles are paying everybody. I mean, they're paying everybody. They're paying Cam Jurgens now, the Eagles are. So you can pay your good players regardless of position if you really want to. I can't believe there'd be a shot in hell that they would pay him prior to the start of this season, sign him to a long-term deal.
Well, I mean, if they want to take the route of the Cincinnati Bengals, which is, I think, a smart route if you have the money, and the Steelers have the money if they don't sign Aaron Rodgers. So they have money set aside for Aaron Rodgers. I don't know what their cap space looks like right now. I'd have to look it up to see the actual
I don't
number.
even think Rodgers factors in, because if you wanted to, you could just start Pickens
the next
deal the next year.
The next year. I don't. If you do it now, then you kind of save yourself from maybe the risk, and if you want them around for a higher price next year.
I don't think it makes sense from either side to do it now, because if I'm them, the reason I'd be trying to do it now is to get him at a discount.
Right.
But if I'm him, I'm going to say, hell no, I'm going to play this year. I'm going to ball my ass out, and then I'm going to be worth $30+ million on the open market.
Then you have the risk of not getting your target share is going to go down half. You have to risk that because DK Metcalf, and then what if?
And who's the quarterback?
Right.
If it's Mason Rudolph, things worked out well with me with Mason Rudolph before. Are they going to work out the same way over 17 games, or is it a rookie quarterback throwing me the football, or is it?
I'm signing that deal now from him.
Man, if I'm them, I don't think about it, though. I can't. I need to see if this guy can show up on time for games. I need to see if this guy can stay healthy. I need to see that this guy's not going to go off on social media. From their standpoint, I had not even considered.
I didn't either, but I mean, now that it's out there, but
sure,
we'll talk. I mean, we'll figure out why it would make sense, but I think it'd be probably just at a discounted price than it would be next year if they really want him around.
You did make the good argument for why George would be interested in doing it now. Plus, it's money right in front of your face at this very moment.
Yeah.
It's what I said about O'Neal Cruz a couple of years ago. Give him the Wander Franco deal. In an ideal world for him, he'd outplay that contract, but it's also cash money right in front of your face at this very second. There's just no way in hell that they would give this to Pickens now. I wouldn't think. Just no way. I think it's bad business. I don't anymore think it's bad business to pay him at the end of the year if he has this wonderful season. If he goes out and...
Then you're paying more, though.
Yeah, fine. But the cap's going to go up, and you're going to have either Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart on a second-year deal, rookie deal, or you're going to draft a quarterback next year. You're not going to have to pay the quarterback. Like, they can fit everybody that they want. Restructure things. It's all made up. It's like, whose line is it anyway?
Sure.
Rules are made up.
Yeah, everything's fake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you ever watch that show?
Oh, yeah.
Great show.
Yeah. They get points. They weren't real points.
No, everything's made up and the points don't matter. That's the line I was looking for. It's the same thing with the salary cap to an extent. If you want George Pickens at the end of this year, you can get George Pickens at the end of this year. You can franchise George Pickens at the end of this year. I don't think he's a dummy. People seem to think he's not a smart guy. I think he is a smart guy. We were talking to somebody the other day about that. Kaboli.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just doesn't want to talk to the media. Neither did Najee Harris. Doesn't make you a dummy. It might actually make you smart.
What player wants to talk to the media?
Well, look at you every day, buddy.
I'm just saying, like, there's not one player that wants to, like, I can't wait till after practice where I could go talk to the media half naked. Love it. Nobody wants to do that.
No, they should still have the players come out clothed. Maybe wait a little extra 15, 20 minutes before the media traipses on in there.
Yeah, well, like, why are they got to be in there?
It's twofold, actually. Guys should be able to calm down after a game. Like, Cam Newton got crushed for being temperamental after losing the Super Bowl. Oh, what a bad guy. Really? Talk to me after we do a bad show. Never happens. But if it did, you talk to me, and I probably wouldn't be all that happy discussing it.
Richard Sherman?
Yeah. Well, that was awesome. That was an all-time.
Sorry, receiver like Crabtree.
That was great. More of that. Off the field, fine. No, but, like, you're right. It's twofold. Let guys cool down and let them put their penises away.
Seriously.
Why do we need floppy Johns walking around?
Never understood it.
No, it's bizarre. What were we talking about?
George.
Whose line is it anyway?
Do you think, though, honestly, this is kind of off topic, but on the same topic, do you think that if Shedeur isn't there at 21 and Dart is, they'll take Dart? Like, is it a for sure thing that they take a quarterback at 21?
I don't know what to believe. On Friday, I said there's so much smoke around Shedeur, it makes me think they might actually really be interested in Dart.
Like, if both of them are on the table, what if both of them are there? Who do they take?
I mean, the information from Schefter and people in that vein, like Albert Breer, seem to think that they're in love with Shedeur. I don't think both were there, but to play your game, I think it would be Shedeur. I don't know. I don't know what to believe.
I still think that they take a quarterback if whoever's there. I think it doesn't matter who's
one
there.
of those two.
One of those two.
But not Milroe.
No.
21st overall. No, I would hope not.
I can see them getting back into the second round and then getting Milroe too. And Dart.
Both?
I said that last year. And you said had the same reaction. Both?
No, I had your back last year.
You said they're not going to get both.
Fields and
Wilson.
No, I agreed with you.
Think about it. They have an extra second round pick, an extra third round pick.
But they don't have an extra second round pick. You're talking about if they trade back?
If they trade back.
Oh. Texter on Pickens. He's not dumb, just a bit immature and emotional. Yeah, I agree with that. He gets fired up on the field. Like, I think his heart's in the right place. I just think he emotes in a way that can be detrimental to the club. Like when it's a Hail Mary and he's fighting with a dude through the back of the end zone. Like, you're one of the 5 eligibles. Probably need you in the end zone, not out the back. Stuff like that. He gets pissed because he wants the ball and he's kind of loafing it out there. Yeah, that's no good. It is immaturity, but I don't think he's a dummy. What I want to do is I want to dangle the carrot in front of him. I want to see if a contract year can help get the best out of George Pickens, knowing you've A, got to walk the straight and narrow, and B, I better go put up some video game-like numbers and bust my ass at all times so that I can make my, I was going to say something that would have to get dumped,
right.
Make my, get all my money at the end of the year. I want that as the motivating factor. I love a good contract year. I love a good lame duck. Get a guy who has to prove it. And I wouldn't want to pay him prior to this season. And I think it sends a bad message probably to everybody else if a guy who couldn't show up on time on Christmas gets, $25 million a year.
Oh, but it's sending a good message by wanting Aaron Rodgers.
Well, what did he do?
Well, they're all
he
their
ain't
focus
showing
is
up
on
late.
him. TJ's obviously upset.
Cam Hayward's not. Cam Hayward went to bat for Aaron Rodgers. Why you?
He just did that to kind of ease the situation of
I
what
think
he said on his podcast.
I agree with that, actually. I think that's exactly what happened there. People don't know what we're talking about. When Rodgers was on the McAfee show, he said he was all ticked at the Jets, firing shots left and right at the Jets. Their new head coach, Aaron Glenn, coming over from Detroit, flew him out there on his dime, his time, met with him for 15 minutes and said we're moving in a different direction. And I think that's kind of Bush League, too, to be honest, Doran.
Why?
Just call him. Like, hey, we're not interested. We're moving on with our lives. You can move on with your life. That's why we got phones in 2025. That's why we have Zoom, Microsoft Teams, text messages. Many ways to let a guy know. And Cam Hayward responded to a tweet about all that saying, how can this be praised? It ain't cool. So there you go.
Aaron Glenn's old school. Wants to see you face to face. Like a man.
So he can tell you face to face via FaceTime.
He gave Aaron Rodgers the opportunity to go sell his house or clean all his stuff out of his house in New Jersey or wherever he's living. Come back. Get your stuff on the
But
market.
Rodgers probably didn't do it. He might not have had the door left open for him. Bush League. If you ain't hiring me, like if ESPN called me, which is, my God, a pipe dream. ESPN calls. Hey, we want to talk to you about a job. 2 minutes in, they're like, just kidding. That's ass. Just call me on the phone. Your thoughts on Brooke Pryor talking about a possible extension for George Pickens at 412-928-9370. We'll take your phone calls, your texts, and your tweets about this coming up next. Or if you just want to walk into the studio like Aaron Rodgers and sit down at a microphone, we'll talk to you there too. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim tonight at 9:38. Coverage on the Fan starts at 8:40, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Are you in a pickle, not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of five-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. It's finally draft week, and I'm ready to cash in. One market that's still wide open. First wide receiver selected, excluding Travis Hunter. Keep an eye on Matthew Golden, who's got some serious speed and can line up both outside and inside. You can still grab him at plus 135. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, New Flow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Saraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Saraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin will hold their annual pre-draft press conference today at 10:30, so about 50 minutes from right now. And we'll do what they always do, which is really not comment on any specific prospects, but they'll tell you, oh, we think the wide receiver position is light, or, hey, there's a lot of defensive linemen. There are things to be gleaned. You find out after they draft guys like, oh, they were alluding to this, or they were alluding to that. So worth paying attention to. I'm sure there will be questions about Aaron Rodgers. However, they will not answer those either because they'll be talking about the NFL draft.
Yes.
So a lot of words will be spoken, some things to be gleaned, but probably not the stuff that we want to hear about. 412-928-9370. You can text us. You can also tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. People freaking out that we've talked ourselves kind of into Shedeur Sanders at 21st overall. And just got a text that was laced with profanity. They don't need a bleeping quarterback. Everyone knows it's not a bleeping good year for quarterback. Blah, 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 blah. Well, okay, don't tell it to us. Don't shoot the messenger here. Adam Schefter reporting the Steelers never thought they'd have a shot at Shedeur Sanders, but the intel that they're collecting now makes them think that he is a possibility, and so that's why they brought him in for a visit.
Mm-hmm.
So you can scream into the void. I know I do that every day for 4 hours and 20 minutes, but scream at them. They're the ones who seem to like Shedeur Sanders. now that they think they have a chance at getting him.
I'm okay with talking myself into the Steelers drafting Shedeur Sanders at 21 more than talking myself into thinking Mason Rudolph could be a really good quarterback this year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that. That's fine. Yeah, bleep at me then. Swear at me. Like I'd rather have Shedeur at 21 than thinking Mason Rudolph. Shedeur being a rookie quarterback and hopefully panning out in the future, maybe having a decent year this year if he gets an opportunity, than thinking Mason Rudolph can actually lead this team to a successful season. I'm okay with saying that.
I'm with you 100%. It would also not be interesting to me in the slightest having to watch that guy play 17 games. Another thing you get thrown around is, oh, they're desperate. They'd be drafting a quarterback out of desperation. No, trading up for a guy, to me, is desperation. One of these quarterbacks falling in your lap, and then you take him, that's not desperation to me. Like, Kenneth Grant, I think, is going to be a really good football player in the NFL. He was in college. I think Harmon, good football player. Marion Hampton, good football player. Bunch of guys that could be there at 21 that I wouldn't bat an eye at if they took, and I wouldn't complain. I would in the case of the running back, but I wouldn't complain largely if any of the other guys they picked. But if you have a quarterback, Shedeur Sanders, fall to you at 21, and your starting quarterback right now is Mason Rudolph, and Aaron Rodgers just got on national television and didn't seem like he was close to making a decision here, I take Shedeur Sanders without a second's thought, and I'm not upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
And for this profanity-laced text, well, next year's the year. Again.
Says who?
Again, maybe.
Because you know the name, you know some of the names?
Right, because you're a Penn State fan, you like Drew Aller, or because you've watched football your entire life and you hear a Manning is available.
Right. That's what everybody's basing this off of next year.
There could be 6 first-round quality quarterbacks next year, but that doesn't mean that they're going to pan out just because they might be thought of as better prospects. It doesn't. You know, Anthony Richardson got drafted where he got drafted. Josh Rosen got drafted where he got drafted. The list goes on and on and on. Daniel Jones got paid, but he shouldn't have. And he was a top 10 pick. Like, just because there were guys who are big and strong and can throw the football down the field and have good pocket presence doesn't mean it's going to translate to the NFL. Spencer Rattler was going to be a guy. He ain't a guy now. I mean, this year was going to be Carson Beck. He can't even hold on to a Cavender twin, Doran.
Well,
what happened? Am I missing part of the story? Should I have not brought this up? What happened?
I think there's a rumor floating out there that one of them is with child, and he might be the father. But I just saw that. I didn't look really that much into it. So I just saw that, scrolling through X. I was like, oh.
I thought that they broke up.
Yeah, well, that.
You know how it is.
Right.
Play in the field.
Yeah.
I got that bag. Go to Miami.
Right.
Yeah.
So have to look more into it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Allegedly with child.
Yeah. None of that is fact.
Right.
At all. We're just talking.
Mm-hmm.
And then Quinn Ewers was supposed to be a guy. And where's he going to go? 4th, 5th, 6th round?
Yep.
So you just don't know. And all the talk about next year has been, the Steelers are going to get all those comp picks. If they want to move heaven and earth and go get a quarterback, they can. All right, well, if Shedeur Sanders falls to you at 21, you're not moving heaven and earth. You're just waiting. And yeah, there's some blemishes on his tape. I think the reason he'd be there at 21 is because people are scared of dad. How about this? Reached out to the old University of Colorado, Dorn. Trying to see if Shedeur is a Steeler, if we can get Coach Prime on the show on Friday. So we'll keep the people updated.
Will be nice.
Wake on up early. Mm-hmm. Give a scouting report on his son. We'd have to block out probably an hour. Once he gets going, he don't stop.
Mm-hmm. Look good, play good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do think people seem to think, if it's Joe Schmo who played quarterback for Colorado, he would be a 5th-round quarterback.
No,
I think if Joe Schmo were quarterback in Colorado and did everything exactly the same, I think he'd definitely go 9th overall to the Saints, if not ahead of that.
Yeah, if not to the Browns.
And if that's the reason he falls, I'm not worried about the relationship between Mike Tomlin and Deion Sanders. It makes all the sense in the world. I'm not advocating trading up. I'm not advocating using more draft capital on Shedeur Sanders. But if he's sitting there at 21, you can tell me until you're blue in the face that you need defensive linemen. Of course you do. You gave up 299 rushing yards. And there's no Larry Ogunjobi, and Cam Hayward's 37 years old. Yes, you need 2 defensive linemen. You don't need anything more than quarterback. And if one falls into your lap, you take him.
Yep.
Not out of desperation, but because that's an opportunity. 412-928-9370. It is 9:47. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums. 724-443-5610. One more, then we hand it off to Pomp and Joe. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NFL draft is on Thursday, a couple days away. Steelers pick 21st overall, and every team right now in the NFL has their first-round pick. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Doran.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the left lane of inbound Route 28 just before the Millvale off-ramp that's causing delays back before the Route 8 at the bypass as traffic gets by in the right lane past the scene. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Delays on the Parkway North approaching East Street and jammed across the Veterans Bridge and onto the North Shore Expressway where crews are blocking a lane approaching the Boulevard of the Allies. Parkway East, you are in line at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, North Hills, Mitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Security deposit waived. Tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spell backwards or forwards. It spells the same, Zero Res.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Castee Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details, details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Or Banowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Our friend Mulsey is back today from Nashville. He's tweeted out, I think he's listening to the show. It's disappointing but unsurprising to see so many people talking themselves into Sanders at 21. If he was the caliber of prospect many of you seem to have convinced yourselves he is, he wouldn't be there for the taking anywhere near the 21st pick. Yeah, maybe, or maybe people are scared of Dad.
Yep.
That's it. I mean, I think people think he's going to be a distraction. I also think teams don't like his attitude, and I think his attitude's a selling point for me. I like the cockiness. I like brash. I like a guy that believes in himself, bets on himself. But not every team is going to meet with a guy like that and love the demeanor.
And also, a lot of teams that pick before the Steelers don't really need a quarterback.
Well, we went through the 5 that could conceivably need him, but there are also teams that have no idea what they're doing at quarterback and haven't for like 10, 15 years. So if a team that sucks at drafting and develop quarterbacks doesn't draft this guy and then develop him, I don't exactly look at that and go, oh my God, oh no, the Cleveland Browns passed on Shedeur Sanders. What do they know? Who cares what they think? Mm-hmm. Oh boy, the Giants passed on Shedeur Sanders. That's a red flag. No, they suck. What do they know? Like Tennessee, oh, they didn't pick Shedeur. The Steelers are reaching at 21. They took Richardson. They don't know what the hell they're doing. So them passing on a quarterback prospect doesn't exactly scare me. And then there's one more thing. I've argued this. I believe this to be true. I don't have a lot of faith that the Steelers can develop a quarterback. Okay. So wouldn't you rather take one that falls into your lap at 21 than maybe give up a first-round pick and then some to move up and get a guy next year?
Yes.
Well, would they have a better chance of developing that guy? Maybe if he's a better prospect, that would be the counter-argument, but mortgage the future to draft one next year and you can't develop a quarterback, or have one fall to you at 21 and then you can surround that guy with talent and not have to trade those picks later on. That's how I see it. Callist, is Starkey on location today? Is that who you were talking to?
Yeah, he's at Bowser.
Okay.
We're having some problems.
Are they figured out, or should we just keep talking until 2?
No, you should wrap up.
All right.
Going to be startled.
We're going to wrap up. Tomorrow, more draft talk. We're 58 hours away, Dorn, from the 2025 NFL Draft. We'll talk at Yins tomorrow, and with Yins tomorrow, starting at 5:40. Pomp and Joe up next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. It's about employee pricing right now. Over 1,900 new Fords at Schultz Ford. Listen, be sure to ask about that best price guarantee, that employee pricing right now. This spring, it's time to get in a new Ford. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. That employee pricing, simple. You pay what everyone who works at Schultz Ford is paying. So how about that? It is gigantic. They got the best service. They got the best people. You're going to be treated oh so well at Schultz Ford. So again, employee pricing. You looking at that F-150, maybe that Mustang, an Explorer, anything really. Get into Schultz Ford and do it right now. And you can shop online 24/7, 365 right now at schultzford.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid actor dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life works. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store, and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store. Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right. They dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Getting money back. Invest that tax return back into your home. Upgrade your bathroom with a stunning custom glass shower door from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Colin Dunlap here. My friends Nick and Larry, owners of Boulevard Glass and Metal. They're high-quality, custom-fit shower doors add elegance, style, and value to your home. Whether it's a sleek, frameless look or unique design, they make it happen affordably. Invest that tax return wisely on a home upgrade you're going to love. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com to get started.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Goldberg, Persky & White. Pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call 1-800-COMPLEX.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident blocking the left lane of inbound Route 28 just before the Millvale off-ramp. It's a wrecker on scene. Traffic still getting by in the right lane. That is stacking all the way back before the Route 8 Etna bypass. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg, and an earlier accident in Oakland tying up the intersection of Baum Boulevard and North Craig Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
It's your backyard shed, but let's be honest, it's really a giant garbage box for things you'll never use again. Use code FAN25 and save $25 with Two Men and a Junktruck.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates' first of a 3-game series against the LA Angels tonight. It's the first of 6 games that the Pirates will play in Los Angeles as Bailey Falter will take the mound for the Buccos. It's a 9:38 first pitch. Jose Soriano will throw for the Angels. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 8:40. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Get a load of this.
I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, can you hear me?
Yes, Joe, I got you.
Can all of Western Pennsylvania hear me?
Western Pennsylvania can hear you.
I'm the last guy you would want in a technological emergency. I can tell you that. I'm at Studio B in Monroeville. Very happy to be here. Bowser Chevy, what a place. I've got a giant television to my left in which I'm watching draft preview things like best running backs available, Genty, Hampton, Henderson, Judkins, and yes, Caleb Johnson. And I know you love Caleb Johnson, Limits. And that's where I begin today. No, Bob's not here. He's never here on Tuesdays. So why are you all so disappointed? I'll give you a moment to get over that. That part-time Pomp will be back tomorrow, and then we'll move on. Okay? Everybody over that? Limits, are you over the fact that Bob's not here?
It's a good moment of silence for Bob, yes.
It really was. So we're ready to roll here today. You and I were in a little bit of a tizzy earlier trying to get some clips together. Sometimes I don't give you enough time to do that, and I apologize. Then again, I thought you already had the clips together, but nobody really cares. We are 48 hours or so, a little bit more than that, away from a draft that, again, has tons of quarterback intrigue involving the Steelers. This is fun in a way. I mean, it's good for business when the Steelers still aren't settled at the quarterback situation, but it ain't good for them. And everybody's wondering what is going to happen on Thursday night with the 21st pick. And depending on who you believe, they could move up, they could move back, they could stay at 21 and take any one of 3 quarterbacks, or they could move up to try to take a quarterback, except they won't move up. There's zero chance of that, says Jerry Dulac, for instance, to move up and take Sanders. This is all kind of what I'm getting at, Limits. And let's see if I can articulate this properly. The Steelers need a quarterback. People are traumatized by the Kenny Pickett selection. And anybody they would pick at 21 this year, you're going to hear a lot of people saying, see, they reached again. They're still waiting on Rodgers, if they are still waiting on Rodgers at that point. And they got desperate, and they chose Jackson Dart, who's nothing but another Kenny Pickett. They chose Jalen Milroe, who's nothing but another Kenny Pickett. They chose Shedeur Sanders, who's nothing but a Kenny Pickett. Here's what I would say to all this as we ramp up to what should be a very dramatic evening. We have no idea which of these quarterbacks, if any, will turn out. Nobody has any idea. Quarterbacks are the most difficult positions to pick. It's the most difficult position, I should say, to evaluate in all of sports. They don't know. We go back and forth on these guys early in their careers, and we never stop. Like it's a constant back and forth on quarterbacks, and nobody knows what the hell they're doing, and they never did. They never did. Let's take Shedeur Sanders, for example. I can find people who love him, people who hate him, people who think he's going to be really good, people who think he's going to stink, people who are paranoid about Deion's involvement. Look at Justin Fields. How many times have people gone back and forth on Justin Fields in his career, and we still don't know? What are we, 4 years into his career? We have no idea. The Jets are betting on him. I certainly wouldn't bet on the Jets to know anything, but maybe they're right. It looked like Justin Fields, when he was here, was panning out quite nicely, and then he wasn't. And then he was benched and never brought back. And then they said they wanted him, and then they apparently didn't. At least not want him bad enough. And now he's with the Jets, and we still don't know. All the people who had wildly different opinions on Justin Fields 4 years ago, 5 going into the draft, I don't know if they're right or wrong yet. Do you? No, nobody does. Russell Wilson. Man, the Steelers look great for getting him, don't they? Look at, what are they, 5-0, 6-1 since he came here? Yeah, and then no. Tua. Man, he was a great pick. Well, no, he wasn't. Yes, he was. No, he wasn't. Yes, he was. Is Drake May any good? I don't know. Geno Smith sucked for his whole career, and then he was pretty good. All of us, including scouts, GMs, coaches, they all change their opinions on quarterbacks all the time. There's this idea that this is a bad quarterback class. How does anybody know that? How do we know that? Look at how many times we all went back and forth on Kenny Pickett. Ben went back and forth on Kenny Pickett. All you need to know when it comes to quarterback evaluation, and I respect Ben's opinion on these matters. How can I not? He's one of the 10 greatest quarterbacks of all time. And this was Ben. We have a clip from football and a couple of years ago after Pickett had played a little bit. This was Ben on Kenny Pickett early in Pickett's career. And I would say that 80 to 90% of us felt exactly how Ben felt, in terms of this at least. After Pickett's preseason, going into his second year, we were all on board. If you weren't, you're probably lying if you say you weren't on board with Pickett. The whole underlying theme here of the opening segment being none of us know what the hell we're talking about. This is Ben on Pickett after we had seen Pickett for a little while.
I will add my caveat, my asterisk from earlier, like it's Kenny's first year, I get that. But I wasn't sure what to expect with Kenny. I know he played great at Pitt and did a lot of great things. Coming in, I just wasn't sure what to think. I didn't know enough.
Sure.
And early on, I was kind of, okay, I think he'll be good. Like, I think there's no problems. And it's not like, I'm not jealous or anything. There's nothing to be jealous of. But I think there was just like, okay, I think he'll be a good player for them. I think he's going to be what they're looking for. I severely, in my opinion, underestimated Kenny. I think he throws the ball better than I thought. He runs way better than I thought. I don't know if he's faster or just more elusive, but he runs the ball way better than I expected and thought. His decision-making's really, really good. His leadership, his toughness, just enough of an edge to him, it looks like. So, I apologize, and not that I made this like vocal to anybody else, but in my own head or what I was saying is Kenny, keep doing what you're doing, because you are leading this team and becoming the guy that I think everyone was hoping you would be. And I think the sky's the limit for him, really.
That's Ben blanking Roethlisberger, who I would trust to evaluate any quarterback. One of the top 10 quarterbacks of all time. Watching this guy game by game early in his career and coming to that conclusion. And by the way, do we know 100% that he's wrong about it? Well, we know he was wrong about Pickett's Steelers career. But who's to say there's not a small chance that Kenny Pickett goes to Cleveland, where he doesn't have to deal with Matt Canada or any of the dysfunction. Well, maybe he does have to deal with a lot of the dysfunction, but not Matt Canada. I don't know. Maybe Kenny Pickett will be Geno Smith. I don't know that. None of us do. That was Ben on Kenny Pickett saying, you're becoming that guy we all thought or hoped for when the Steelers drafted you. Spoke about him being a better runner than he thought, a better overall quarterback than he thought, a leader going into the future. We were all on that train going into year 2. Don't lie. You were too. Limits, were you?
Yeah, I wasn't as big of a backer of Kenny, but I was on board there, yes.
We were all on board that train because none of us know what we're doing. Not me, not you, not Ben, not anybody else you hear, see, read, or watch. None of us. Not Emmanuel Acho, not Dan Orlovsky, not Omar Khan, not Bill Belichick. None of us know. That dude drafted Mac Jones. The greatest coach in NFL history put all his stock in Mac Jones. None of us know. I mean, I could end it right there. The greatest coach, arguably, in NFL history put all the marbles on Mac. That's what he did. And I'm going to sit here and tell you, or somebody else on this station or another station or ESPN or NFL Network or in an NFL personnel office is going to tell you definitively which of these quarterbacks is going to be any good. Did you just hear Ben Roethlisberger on Kenny Pickett? So we go back and forth and we go back and forth. And that's just what we do on this position. It is the most difficult position to analyze, to predict, to evaluate in all of sports. You can't look at a college football game and predict. You just can't. Now, maybe on some of the most obvious ones ever you could, but you can count, John Elway's going to be really good, that type of thing. But otherwise, no. And it's a real simple reason, and we've talked about that before. And off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, I might add. And that is, you're essentially a baseball pitcher with people diving at your body the whole game, trying to maim you. And the level of athlete, the speed, the violence, all of that, the schemes going against you, the people who are trying to stop you. There's nothing predictive about college football. Processing the game really ranks above anything else. And if you're not processing the game against the elite athletes on the planet and the speed at which they move and the schemes that are devised by people like Dick LeBeau when he did this, right? Who spends his entire life scheming to stop the quarterbacks in his division, for example, that ain't college football. You just don't know until a guy gets in this environment with the 99.9% athletes, 11 of them on the other side of the ball, if he's going to be able to process it in such a way as to win football games. The greatest football minds who have ever walked the planet don't know. So I think I've made that clear going into draft day. Having said that, we all have our opinions, don't we? Jack Ham has his opinion. He loves Jackson Dart. So do I. Do I know? Of course I don't. Neither do you. Neither does anybody else evaluating this draft. So this is what we have going into Thursday. Let's take Shedeur Sanders. We probably have, 3 teams really looking for a quarterback here. Browns, Giants, Saints, 2, 3, and 9. Browns and Giants said to be fielding offers at 2 and 3. We don't know what the Saints are going to do. Would the Steelers move up? Would they? To take Sanders, for example? Dulac says 0 chance of that. Would they take Sanders if he drops to 21? Possibly. They have a first-round grade, according to Dulac, on Jackson Dart. They apparently love Jalen Milroe, according to some people. So as you peruse all of this and analyze all of this and try to come up with an opinion, this is some of what you get. Let's start with Shedeur Sanders' limits, if we could, who is a very polarizing figure going into this draft. I think everybody agrees he's pretty accurate, seems to process the game pretty well, also seems to take a ton, and I mean a ton of hits, some of them unnecessary. You read PFF, for example, Pro Football Focus. He's accurate. He avoids turnovers, high-level play when in structure. Weaknesses, velocity, bailing from clean pockets. Where have we seen that before, Kenny Pickett? And then the summary is hard to tell because of a lack of consistent protection at Colorado. Takes himself out of rhythm because of the lack of belief in his protection. That play style will be hard to succeed in the NFL, but if he can play on time more often, his accuracy and turnover avoidance can lead to a long-term successful career in the NFL. Okay, so let's hear a positive and a negative on Shedeur, if you would, limits, please.
Here is Chris Sims, the positive side from NBC Sports.
Shedeur, hey, the complaint might be, he has no wow trait or wow physical skills. Even the workout, it's not wow. You don't go, oh my gosh, like you do Cam Ward on about 50 throws in Cam Ward. You go, holy crap, that's special. That's not what you do with Shedeur. But you do go, damn, it's really good. Damn, he has played well. Damn, he is a pretty good decision maker. Those are the type of things where you go, yeah, you feel safe. He's shown the ability to lead and get guys to rally around him. That's a real thing, too. So I understand the safe thing there.
I like that. And I'm feeling pretty good about Shedeur Sanders when I hear that from another former NFL quarterback. I like Shedeur Sanders. Don't love him. Seems to have the one thing that is a separator, and that is the ability to process. Meaning when things are moving at high speed, can you identify where to go with the ball? Can you go through your progressions? Can you identify things at the line of scrimmage before the snap of the ball in those precious little 15 seconds? He seems to have that part down. So I'm feeling pretty good about Shedeur Sanders. But limits, I think you have something else for me, don't you?
I do. Aaron Wilson is a national reporter based out of Houston, and when Shedeur Sanders visited with the Steelers, he said, it didn't go very well.
People wonder about the New Orleans Saints and Shedeur. People think about the New York Giants. I've heard he will not be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I heard that meeting did not go well. And that wasn't from someone telling me that, because this is always an assumption, that it's because someone's trying to affect these boards. But somebody's picking a quarterback higher than expected.
There you go. Other people have refuted that report. So let me ask you, and this is a very short answer for us both, and please weigh in here at 412-928-9370, 928-9370. Your thoughts as we build toward Thursday. Will the Steelers take a quarterback? Should they? And which one do you want them to take? Knowing that all of us, including the best of us, including people who are being paid millions of dollars to comb through every tiny particle of game tape, to analyze people like Jackson Dart from the tip of their head to the tip of their toes. Every single snap this dude has taken since 4th grade. They probably have access to home videos where he was throwing balls in the backyard looking at his form. They don't know either. And all of history proves that. Just played a tape of Ben Roethlisberger analyzing Kenny Pickett in his rookie year, saying, I was wrong. Pickett's actually really good. And we all thought the same, most of us anyway. All right, let's move on here. Well, no, first with Sanders. If the Steelers take him at 21, are you going to be okay with that pick limits? I'll just say very quickly, I am.
No, I will come in here the next day and be a little bit frustrated by it.
If they trade up for Shedeur Sanders, you going to be okay with that? Obviously not.
I will be even more frustrated.
I think I would be okay with that because that would show conviction on their part that they believe he can be the face of the franchise. I'm a little bit dubious on Shedeur. I am. I'm not worried about Dion like a lot of people are. I think that's ridiculous. If you love Shedeur Sanders and you think he's going to be your guy, go get him. And I would say that about any of these guys, by the way. All right, let's move on to Jalen Milroe. Momentum seems to be picking up for this guy. Who is, I think, quite clearly, in terms of athletic skill, above anybody, including Ward. When you factor in running and throwing, this guy is a freak. And I think this is Tom Pelissero pointing out, I think he says here, limits, that Jalen Milroe might be the best running quarterback prospect of all time. Yes?
You heard it right on the NFL Network.
The eye-opening thing that several, not one, several coaches and scouts told me as I was making calls about all these quarterbacks is Jalen Milroe is the greatest runner of the football they've ever evaluated at the quarterback position. Not Lamar Jackson. Jalen Milroe is the best runner that they've ever seen.
Okay, I hear that, and that opens my eyes. He's a better runner than Michael Vick? Really? I didn't think anybody was. There's like a handful of running backs that might be a better runner than Michael Vick. He's a better runner than Michael Vick and Lamar? Okay, I'll hear that. People love that aspect of his game, and he can throw the ball 1,000,000 yards. He also has 24 fumbles the last couple seasons. People don't like the fact that he didn't win big at Alabama limits. Then again, against Georgia, he had like 380 pass yards. He ran for over 100 and 4 total touchdowns. That's a pretty good game against Georgia. What do you think of this guy?
Yeah, he was incredible in that game, and that's one of the main ones that I watched of him. But the Oklahoma game is one that I just cannot get out of my mind. The Michigan game, another game, I just cannot get out of my mind with inaccuracy, inconsistent play. He's definitely an incredible runner. I don't think that you can dispute that. But I do wonder if he can just establish himself in the pocket where the weapons that he has on the ground are going to be worth it, because if he's not a passing threat, the box is just going to be stacked.
I mean, I know he's an incredible runner. Anybody who saw an Alabama game, even his bad ones, could see that. It's just this idea that, oh, yeah, he's the greatest running quarterback prospect of all time. Okay, let's see him outdo Michael Vick and Lamar. But in the meantime, just when you're feeling good about Jalen Milroe, we have the opposite, don't we, oh Limitless Wonder?
This was Field Yates with the Pat McAfee show just a couple of months ago on the up-and-down nature of Jalen Milroe.
You know, the tricky part about Jalen is that it's not that he is incapable of making specific types of throws. He's not the best rhythm passer yet. It's just he doesn't do it frequently enough. You know, there was a throw on the first day of practice here that I thought was maybe the best that we saw from any quarterback on the field. It was a dart to a wide receiver, Jalen Royals from Utah State. And then it was like the next rep, Jalen Milroe has a ball that lands in the dirt at the feet of a wide receiver. And you're saying to yourself, if you could just do the first half of what we saw at a much more consistent level, there'd be no question that you would be in the first-round conversation. He's a really unique player. I do think that whatever team takes him, hopefully we've learned our lesson from some of these quarterbacks that have come into the NFL young, and Jalen is a true junior, so he's a younger prospect. That I know that we have guys that come in and make their mark like Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix this past year, but those guys are much more the exception than the rule, and development's going to be a massive theme for what Jalen Milroe's early career looks like.
All right, so we have the whole picture on Jalen Milroe. I'm afraid of this pick. I think I've seen too many guys come into the league where it was all about these physical traits, and it just didn't work out, you know? I could go through a list of 20 of them off the top of my head, even a Tim Tebow, right? You start with that one, Heisman Trophy winner, and he wasn't going to wow anybody with his throwing from the beginning, but he was a bull of a runner and a leader and all this stuff. And then I think of people like Malik Willis, and maybe he'll still be good, by the way. I don't know. He's another example of somebody who, if he gets his chance in the right environment, might still be good. I'm just kind of dubious here on Milroe. I'm afraid of the lack of college experience and the lack of overall success. That's what concerns me. Would I shred them if they drafted him? Probably not. I'm open to a project when a guy is this talented, but it wouldn't be my pick. How about you?
Oh, I would shred them. I would shred them. Like, if they do end up picking Sanders or Dart, I would probably, out of the three, rather have them take Dart than all the above. It's kind of close between Sanders and Dart, but there's a big gap by the time you get to Milroe. And I wonder how they would be able to best utilize him. I don't think they'd be able to find a way.
What do you mean? You play him at quarterback and you let him do what he does, and you try to figure out if he can process the game, which guys like Pickett have had enormous trouble with throughout history.
And what he does against a lot of good defenses outside of Georgia is struggle.
I know, but he's a baby. He's a baby. How do we know anything yet? That's my whole point to the opening segment limits. Plus, he has baby hands, although there's some controversy over this. Did you see that story?
I did see that story. We could even hear that story if you'd like to hear it in a moment.
Yeah. What is going on here? They say at the Senior Bowl that he has Kenny Pickett toddler hands, that he could barely hold, a binky. And then they say somewhere else that he has 10-inch hands. This was Jalen Milroe with, I believe, Kay Adams on Handgate with him.
Up at Adams.
Look, despite if it was 6'9", it don't matter. I can throw the ball like regardless. Like this hand size thing, it don't matter. But all of it was wrong. Like I get to the combine and I measure my hand and everybody. So I did my first measurement. It's really it labeled at a 10 initially.
Oh.
So dude, so the guy that was measuring my hand looked at me, looked back at him. And he pulled his partner to him, started measuring his hand. So I did it again. It was 10 again. So then he's like, no, something wrong. So I had to lean on the thing. And he's pulling my fingers, stuff like that. And they still they're measuring it at an accurate. It's 9 or whatever. And so of course it's definitely way higher than what it was when it first came out there.
Well, that certainly clears things up, doesn't it, Limits?
Just a little bit.
What is going on here?
So different
Does
people,
he have toddler hands or not?
Different people are measuring his hands in different ways. How is that possible?
I don't want see, I think there was actually something to this with Pickett. These tiny little infant hands. I don't want somebody feeding him, formula during the game out of a bottle. I don't like the infant hands. That worries me if it's true. I don't even know. I didn't follow that story. Did you?
I did, and basically the conclusion that they came away with is, yes, Milroe's hands are small, but they're not Kenny Pickett small. They're a little bit bigger, was the impression I had.
Okay, well, that's helpful. By the way, another example of how we are constantly going back and forth on these quarterbacks before we reach a true verdict. Our friend and yours, Andrew Filipponi. He's a hero of yours, Limits, is he not?
Andrew Filipponi?
Yes, he is a hero of yours.
He is a huge mentor of mine.
He's a mentor, an inspiration, and a hero.
That's right.
You speak of him often, and I like him too. He invented the nickname Mediocre Mason for, Mediocre Mason, Mason Rudolph. Yet I'm listening to his show yesterday. Malsey was still in Nashville, I believe, perhaps with explosive diarrhea, no?
Quite possible. Who knows what Malsey was doing this weekend down in Nashville?
And I often think about that on a plane.
You think about explosive diarrhea, or you think about Malsey?
Not Malsey, my stomach, and how I'm already paranoid and a hypochondriac and claustrophobic, and I don't like flying. And then when you compound that with stomach issues, which are brought on by all of that, It's horrifying.
How do you know he didn't drive?
I don't know that. But that's all beside the point. The point is that the man who came up with the nickname Mediocre Mason is now excited and on the edge of his seat and supporting the idea of Mason Rudolph as the starting quarterback and how he could be the next Geno Smith and how he might actually be good. Mason, there we go. Yeah. It's the Rudolph train.
There was no doubt about it.
Oh, we found the new conductor of the Rudolph train.
A very unlikely conductor, right? I mean, this guy was derailing the Rudolph train before it ever got out of the station. Now he jumps on 100 miles in, and he's the conductor. Picture Pony in a little conductor hat, waving to little kids as they go by. That's what we used to do that, by the way, Limits, in Riverhead, Long Island. We used to visit my grandparents, and 20 yards from their house were train tracks. And when you heard the train bell whistle, when you heard the gate little alarm go off, we would run out of the house, go right up to the tracks, which, thinking back to it, was rather dangerous, and then wave to the conductor. Maybe it was Pony as he went by. How is he conducting the Mediocre Mason train right now?
It might have been Ron in 1903 on his way to cover the Pirates in the World Series.
No, that was the Pony Express, to bring it full circle. Ron was right. That was his first job. He rode a horse. He delivered mail via horseback. How is this happening? I didn't see this coming. That Pony was gonna be riding the Mason train, saying, "Wait, let's wait and see here. This is actually exciting. He might actually be a really good NFL quarterback." He's lost his mind. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I am surprised by this. And he did admit the irony yesterday that, look, of course, I'm the one that dubbed him Mediocre Mason, and I'm the one that wants him here. I think that a lot of people have kind of somewhat gotten fooled by the final stretch that Mason had a couple of years ago.
So do I.
Look,
the Steelers don't even want him here.
No.
They had a chance to keep him last year after that stretch. And they made him an offer he could refuse, which is to say no offer whatsoever.
And if they really thought that he was worth being the starting quarterback, don't you think they would have paid him more than $5 million a year? Like, wouldn't he command a little bit more if that was a little bit of the discussion? And also, like, to me, the Mason stretch, sure, I was impressed by Mason in the way that he played late in the season. I think everybody has to. But to me, it's like the backup goalie coming in for a stretch for a couple of games and gets hot.
Very good.
Or, like,
very good Limits.
Somebody coming up from the G League and they have 5 really good games and you're like, could we have found somebody?
Yes.
No, 17 games of Mason Rudolph is not going to produce anything more than 6 or 7 wins.
Pony had it right the first time. Mediocre Mason. I don't even think it's that much of an insult. Everything about him and his resume screams that at the top of its lungs. In his career, he's a mediocre 9-8-1. In his career, he's completed a very mediocre 63.7% of his passes. In his career, he has a mediocre 28 touchdown to 20 interception ratio. In his career, he has an unbelievably mediocre 84.7 passer rating. The outlier is those 3 games in which there was no pressure and no defense, I might add. He beat the broken Bengals, who were horrific at the time, a really bad Seattle defense, and the Ravens JV team. And then he got to Buffalo for a playoff game and threw an interception in the end zone that was an absolute killer and lost the game. So do I like Mason Rudolph? Do I think he's competent? Sure, he's competent. He's a high-end backup, low-end starter type. Someone else might argue he's never really been the guy. Let's see what he can do. Let's see if he can get the ball down the field to Pickens and Metcalf and run an offense here. Okay, I'm fine with that for this season, but I don't think it's going to merit anything more than 9-8 or so, and exactly what they've been doing. So I'm not that excited about seeing Mason Rudolph as the Steelers quarterback if the idea is to get in the playoffs and win a game. You?
Right. I think he's a 6-win quarterback over this stretch. And we obviously have to figure out how the schedule plays out. If there's a murderer's row type of gauntlet at the very end of it, I don't think Mason Rudolph would have won any of those games either that Russell Wilson couldn't win. I'm actually somebody who thinks there's a little bit more of a separation between Rudolph and Rodgers. I think it's more like 2-3 wins.
Having said all that, me, you, Pony, Mueller, Crowley, Dickerson, Belichick, Tomlin, Kahn, anybody else you want to name in current NFL or NFL history has no blanking idea when it comes to quarterbacks. None of them. Bill Belichick thought that Mac Jones was a good idea. That was his best thinking. We don't even know yet about Justin Fields 4 years into his career. Maybe we don't know about Mason Rudolph. Maybe Pony will be proven right. Maybe you put Mason Rudolph in the right system with good weapons around him and say you're going to stay in even if you screw up. You're our guy. Maybe he is good. I don't know. You don't know. They don't know. That's my whole point here going into this draft as we look at people like Sanders and Dart and Milroe. We have no idea, and neither do they.
Do you think Vegas knows, Joe?
What does Vegas say? Why don't you tell us next, Limits? And also let's get the positive and negative clips on Jackson Dart. Because even in my not knowing this, he's my guy. Who's yours out there at 412-928-9370? I hope you're thoroughly more confused than you were at the beginning of the show because everybody else is too. So let's all ride in the same boat here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And our six-pack, as always, brought to you by Bet365. It's quarterback talk. It's drama. It's the NFL draft. It's who will the Steelers take if indeed they take one in the first round. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers will pick 21st in the NFL draft, which is just days away. We'll begin at 7 o'clock from Green Bay. Our draft show will begin at 6 o'clock on Thursday. You can listen right here as Donnie Football has you covered. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Ole Miss baseball team was visiting South Carolina Saturday. Leading 2-0 in the first, the Rebels loaded the bases for catcher Austin Fawley. He blasted one over the left center field wall. It bounced once and was caught on the hop, one-handed by Austin's mother, who was recording the grand slam on her phone in the other hand. What are the odds that that could happen? I'm Boomer Esiason.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Now at Verizon, they have some big news for your peace of mind. For all customers, existing and new. They're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
That's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Shop Kohl's Epic Deals today and save big on spring styles you love. Find epic deals like tees and tanks starting at $6.99, pillows or cozy towels for $2.99, stylish sandals starting at $12.99, and so much more. Plus, you can earn Kohl's Cash too. Spring is in the air, and so are the savings when you shop at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer valid through April 27th. Exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yes, indeed. None of us know what's happening with quarterbacks. None of us have any idea. All we can do is guess. All they can do is guess. And that's been the history of it. I'm at Studio B, Bowser Chevy, in Monroeville, having the time of my life here, I might add. I've got a giant iced coffee in front of me, a granola bar that I just ate limits, and I sang you a song that had a cotton candy lyric in it. And you revealed that you like cotton candy.
I do.
I never have. It feels like, it feels like I'm eating cotton, surprisingly enough. What is the appeal of cotton candy?
It tastes good, and it melts in your mouth. And for whatever reason, I think that's kind of cool.
Even as a kid,
yeah.
Where, I would eat anything that had sugar in it, I mean, you could hand me, like, a winter mitten, and if it had sugar in it, I think I'd like it. I wasn't real big on cotton candy. And still am not, as a matter of fact.
When's the last time I ate cotton candy? Maybe at, like, a festival.
Why would we?
Like once a year.
Why would anybody choose into that? Or think about that. I can't wait to go to the carnival today because I'm going to eat a fistful of cotton.
When I was in grade school, we used to get so much cotton candy. My dad would go and just buy tubs of cotton candy, and then he would use the containers after we ate the cotton candy to make ice. He would put water in the containers, put them in our deep freezer, and then whenever he has a bonfire outside, he would use those containers for ice and put ice in the cooler.
Was this before or after you would spend playtime in the rock box?
This was after the rock box. Funny thing about the rock box, where the rock box was held in a little, the little play set with the swings that you told me I was too old to be sitting on in my own backyard.
Yeah.
We moved it over to a neighbor's house further down, and my aunt was like, "Oh my gosh, that's a nice little play set for the kids." And I said, "Yes, it was only in our yard for about 15 years. How quickly you forgot."
Well, have you ever heard of a pet rock limits? We used to have pet rocks, right?
With faces on them, right? And they smiled back at you?
Exactly. So think about that. People were fascinated with like a painted rock that you would call a pet. It was very low maintenance, I might add.
It didn't cause any problems around the house?
It's unbelievable.
You didn't have to clean up after the rock?
Right. The things we become taken by and fascinated with. It's just, who was it? Was it P.T. Barnum who said nobody ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the American public? I think it was. Man, he couldn't have been more right. Anyway, 412-928-9370. Take your best guess. Who's your guy? Do you want the Steelers to take one of these quarterbacks? We played Ben from the Footballin' podcast, his podcast, a couple of years ago about, I don't know, a handful of games into Kenny's career where he said, man, I was wrong about this guy. He's actually really good. I thought so, too. So did pretty much everybody listening, especially after that preseason going into year 2. We were all wrong, although Kenny Pickett's still young. And if Pony says Mason Rudolph can become the next Geno Smith, why not Kenny Pickett? Could he? Could we all have been wrong about Kenny Pickett? That would make him about the 7,000th quarterback in NFL history who would fit that description for the rest of us. Yeah, we were wrong about him, then right, then wrong. Who's your best guess? 928-9370. Who's your guy? We've been playing the positives and negatives on each one from various commentators because they're not hard to find either way, on Jalen Milroe, on Jackson Dart, and on Shedeur Sanders. And the one we didn't hear was on my guy, Dart. Let's hear somebody praising Jackson Dart. Can we?
This is Dan Orlovsky on ESPN. Big fan of Jackson Dart.
Yeah, for me, he's the guy that 2 or 3 years from now we look back and go, man, people are wrong on him. He's the steal of the draft, essentially. I just believe, Greeny, when you watch his tape, he's so similar to Bo Nix last year, and wow, a lot better than I had anticipated. I think you got to build crossers into his game. Ole Miss did it a ton, and his ability to see the defense with the ball fake and that backside defender, what type of throw is needed. He sits a little bit of a touch throw, work in the middle of the field. I think Kellen Moore and crossers, man coverage, peeks the backside tight end, sees the corner at the bottom screen, run with the tight end. That tells the quarterback, I have man-to-man coverage. Now you have a trailing defender, so that ball has to be thrown with a little bit more of a firm type of ball, led to space. Beautiful throw open to that receiver on that crosser. Teams who drafted Jackson Dart, the team, will have to make this a part of their offense. Same type of thought process. That crosser, this time, that backside defender sits there. You see the ball get firmed right now. And then arm strength. When you're drafting these guys,
we don't need him to go through every throw, but I appreciate it. He basically said that Dart could be the steal of the draft. I agree. Jack Ham loves Jackson Dart. Pat Bostic, a former college quarterback, loves Jackson Dart. And none of us know. I'll keep throwing that in there. PFF likes him an awful lot. Throws really, really accurately. Not a one-speed thrower. You heard a little bit of that from Orlovsky. Knows when to take a little off. Is an accurate touch passer. I don't think anybody would accuse Justin Fields of that. You know, that's something not everybody has. PFF says he struggles after the first look. Orlovsky said he goes through his progressions. That's what we're all dealing with here, is who to believe. And should we believe our own eyes? Okay, let's hear a negative on Jackson Dart.
This is Colin Cowherd from The Herd and The Volume on Jackson Dart being compared to a former number 2 overall pick that hasn't worked out.
Jackson Dart. Folks, I see Zach Wilson with the Jets. His best games were against Duke, Georgia Southern, and Furman. It's Zach Wilson. He's impressive, good-looking kid, confident under Lane Kiffin's system, but in big games, wasn't consistently accurate, wasn't great with pressure. Also, Ole Miss has big-time talent. This feels like Zach Wilson, where he's going to blow you away with his confidence. He's got a little bit of an arm, but he was inaccurate in big games. I don't think he sees the field particularly well. I don't think he's an anticipation thrower where I think Shedeur Sanders is, so I don't see it, but he'll get drafted in the first round. Enough GMs like him.
I literally just read a scouting report that said Shedeur is not a good anticipatory thrower. That's the theme of the hour. That's what I've been trying to get at. So is he Bo Nix or is he Zach Wilson? And is the book written on either one of those two, by the way? Do we know for sure that Bo Nix is going to move ahead and be great, be a star? We never really know after year one. Do we know that Zach Wilson's done? Probably. But there have been other guys who have resuscitated their careers that we thought were busts. 412-928-9370. Is there a guy that you're backing going into this draft? Do you want the Steelers to take a quarterback? Let's take a call or two before we get to the top of the hour, Limitless Wonder.
Let's do it. Let's go out to Mike in Fort Wayne.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Joe, I just have a general question for you. If we know that nobody knows what they're doing, figuring out how to find a quarterback, and I think we also know that, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen type quarterbacks, they just don't grow on trees. We're not going to get the next Patrick Mahomes. So if we know those two things, don't we at some point in time have to say, our guy's good enough? Instead of just the nonstop, let's keep burning first, second round picks on the unknown, don't you eventually have to say, Mason Rudolph, you know what? He's good enough. Let's just go with him, Justin Fields.
Justin Fields? Would you have gone with Justin Fields?
Yes, because I feel like he could be Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think
so
Hurts
could
is
Jackson
like
Dart.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
Maybe, but I'm just saying that at some point in time we have to quit jumping in on the crapshoot, don't we? And just say, this guy's good enough. I don't
know, because can you win with that? Can you win with a just good enough guy? Here's Super Bowl winners. I don't know that I need to go through all of them, but Hurts, Mahomes, Stafford, Brady, Mahomes, Brady. And Nick Foles would be an outlier.
Don't you think that like 22 or 23 teams are kind of in that situation whether they want to be or not? They're not going to have.
And they probably don't have. And they probably don't have a chance.
Yeah.
Name for me.
Looking for a long time, Joe.
I know. Well, that's the story of the Buffalo Bills. It's the story of the Cleveland Browns. The Buffalo Bills went from Jim Kelly, and it took them 25 years to get Josh Allen. It's the story of the Miami Dolphins. You just explained the story. Now, if you build an all-time great defense around Trent Dilfer or around a late-stage Peyton Manning who can't even throw the ball anymore, or, you get lucky with a Nick Foles or a Jeff Hostetler, it happens. But I don't think that's anyway. Everybody's searching for the Holy Grail, and they're right to do it.
Yeah, but, the other thing, though, is had we said Mason Rudolph was, let's say he's good enough. Let's just roll with Mason. The first go-around, we would have known what we had with Mason Rudolph probably, a year before Ben retired because Ben stuck around too long.
Yeah, but he stunk. That's the problem. He stunk. He fell apart in Cleveland, and then he fell apart in Cincinnati, and Mike Tomlin rightfully went to the Duck. Mason got replaced by a Duck.
But wasn't that because – people say that, but wasn't that because Tomlin was trying to protect Mason Rudolph, just the mentality aspect of it, if I recall.
Maybe that was part of it. Maybe, but he started him the next game against Cincy after the Myles Garrett incident and the accusation and everything else, and he was horrifying. Yeah. And so Duck came in and won them that game, and then they started winning with Duck. And then the next time we really saw Mason – and by the way, I'll never forget, and I appreciate the call, I'll never forget that going into that Cincy game, the game was in Cincinnati, you recall, the debut of Duck Hodges. They said early in that broadcast, I forget who was doing the game, that Mike Tomlin told them in the production meeting, we're going to find out a lot about Mason Rudolph in this game. Well, Mason Rudolph got benched at the half, as I recall. He fell apart. So if Tomlin was being true to his word, I guess that's why he never used him again, really, unless forced to. And that was pretty much, I think of the Detroit game in the meantime, pretty much until those final 3 games when their season was falling apart and he had no other choice. And yes, Mason responded against the broken Bengals, the bad Seahawks, and the Ravens JV team. That's a fact. The Ravens didn't play a ton of people in the last game. The Seahawks had a bad defense that year, and the Bengals were, a joke. Their defense, anyway. All right. 412-928-9370. Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan have spoken or are speaking right now over on the South Side. What are they saying about Aaron Rodgers? Is this going to happen? Does it have any effect on their draft? Hopefully we'll hear from them, but I certainly have the quotes in front of me. If we don't have the sound quite yet, we will have the sound at some point. But I'll tell you exactly what Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan said about those situations as the drama builds toward another Steeler draft. And next year, limits, it'll be right here in Pittsburgh. All right. Fan, where are we here? 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. I'm at Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville, having the time of my life here. I have granola bars. I have coffee. I have a basketball game on this giant TV now up to my left with a scroll on the left side of the TV ranking every position for the draft. This is Sports Heaven Limits. It's absolute sports heaven. We'll get to you, Tomlin, and Khan next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Angels start the first of a 3-game series tonight as Bailey Falter will start out on the West Coast, first of 6 in L.A. against the Angels and the Dodgers. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 8:40, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and backed all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just 1 day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Check them out online at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Asbestos-related deaths in Allegheny County are 50 to 100% higher than the national average. In a city defined by its history with steelmaking, many local area tradesmen and steelworkers were exposed to asbestos on the job and are now suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma. If you have been diagnosed with lung cancer or mesothelioma, you may be entitled to compensation, even if you smoked. For a free consultation, contact the Pittsburgh-based law firm Goldberg, Persky & White at 1-800-COMPLEX or online at gpwlaw.com.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Wash off winter with the new unlimited package at Wetco. Introducing Ultimate, featuring graphene and ceramic wax for enhanced protection, durability, and shine. New members pay just $9.99 per month for the first 3 months of unlimited washes. Sign up now and save.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business? Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions. From office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join Adam Crowley and True Fan Travel in Ireland to see the Black and Gold play this fall. True Fan Travel is offering 5-night trip packages to Dublin that includes hotel, airfare, a pregame tailgate party, and game tickets. Plus, Adam Crowley will be there for fun and beers. Book your next junk removal service with 2 men and a junk truck. These pros handle whole house cleanouts or single items with same-day and next-day appointments available. Book now at 2menandajuncktruck.com. The Bucks are back, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage following every game. Tune in to the Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show 15 minutes after the final out. The Mount Pleasant Windows and Remodeling Reaction Show is brought to you by Pellman Electric, Smokestack Pittsburgh and Moon Township, Guardian Protection, and Hampton Beer Outlet. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the draft just a couple of days away. So it'll start on 7 o'clock from Green Bay. Steelers are scheduled to pick 21st in the first round. They do not have a second-round draft pick. Donnie Football will have coverage, our draft show, beginning at 6 o'clock, and that'll lead you up through 8:30 into Pirates baseball. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Pomp and Joe.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limericks. Limits. Did you like the limericks I was singing to you over the break?
Yes, I thought it was even more special when I was trying to clip up a bunch of Tomlin quotes with Omar Khan, and you made it known about singing about Bart the mall cop, and if I like Mentos, and all kind of other things that I'm trying to block out.
If I offer you right now, and I'm working on a iced coffee here.
Still working on it.
No, well, I worked on it in the past tense. It's this iced sweet cream coffee. And I ordered a little one, and the lady gave me a keg of it, and I just drank it. I feel like I could be arrested right now if I got behind the wheel off this stuff. Anywho, if I offered you a Mento or a Rolo, what would you take, Limits?
Ooh, maybe a Mento. I don't know. I don't eat those types of mints. I like the Lifesaver mints.
A Rolo is not a mint. It's chocolate and caramel.
Well, that's how you know I've never
had
eaten one of those before.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Limits.
Joe?
Are you there?
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
Here we go. Yes. Something has happened here. Are we okay? Can everybody hear me?
Everybody can hear you. Everybody can hear me.
All right. Okay, good. Then we forge ahead. Forget about Rolos and Mentos. Let's get back to the draft.
Please.
And quarterbacks and what Tomlin and Omar Khan told the public today. And do you have the clips, or should I read some of them?
So I'm starting to come through a bunch of it. And what I do have is Omar Khan talking about options on the table at quarterback. And they were a little bit hesitant to answer some questions about quarterbacks. But there is a couple of things about Aaron Rodgers as well.
Well, let's get to those in a moment. I think probably the most significant thing that was said so far was Mike Tomlin was asked, does the Rodgers situation have any impact on your strategy or approach in the draft? He said, quote, it does not. What I'd like to know is, was either
situation have any impact on your strategy or approach? It does not.
There you go. That put life to the words I just said, and thank you, Limits. What I'd like to know, did anybody ask either one of them, is there a deadline for this guy? Is there any concern? Is this going to happen? When do you need to know by? Okay, I get it. It won't affect your draft, which I actually believe. Do you believe that it's not that whatever Rodgers does not affect what they do? I do believe it for the simple reason that Rodgers will be maybe a one-year guy. Certainly he's not going to get any guaranteed money beyond that, I don't think, here. So I believe them on that. Do you?
Yeah, I believe it as well. I don't think that it's really going to have much of a bearing on them, especially if Sanders or Dart is there at 21.
Can you find, I haven't seen anything on X or any place else where somebody said or asked, is there a deadline? Are you still confident that Aaron Rodgers will be your quarterback? I saw somebody ask Tomlin, would he be okay? I think this was from Ray Fittipaldo. Would he be okay if Rodgers misses OTAs and other team activities? And he said, I haven't thought ahead that far, was his answer to that. I don't know how encouraging that is, but that's what he said. I haven't pondered that, was the exact quote there. And then Omar Khan saying, probably more inclined to move back in the draft than up in the draft, I guess because of, resources that they have to trade is how I took that. You?
Yeah, I'd say so too. And
limits?
I do have a clip that pretty much addresses that a little bit in a question that was asked that I have right here that I'll play for you.
Called training camp a line of demarcation with Aaron Rodgers. Does that mean you're willing to let it play out until that point, possibly reaching training camp?
To be quite honest with you, I don't know that I meant that specifically for him or the circumstance. I'm just saying in general, when you report to training camp, man, it's a line of demarcation for development of a group individually and collectively.
That's the line of demarcation? What was the question there, Limits? I didn't hear the question.
Basically, is there like any time frame, timeline in particular for Rodgers to be able to be here and when they want him to be here with them?
So it sounds like training camp is their line of demarcation, yes?
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much training camp is that deadline, which, again, is just so far down the road.
Well, yeah. I would think if somebody really wanted to be here, they would get here long before training camp, wouldn't you?
And no doubt about it. Like, I would want it to have happened already. Like, by now. Done. Signed. And does that mean that they wouldn't draft a quarterback Thursday? Omar Khan said that they're going to have 4 quarterbacks on the roster, which makes me think it's very likely now for them to draft a quarterback the longer this Rodgers thing continues to span out, because it just creates more uncertainty.
This is unbelievable. I mean, activities start this week, if I'm not mistaken. And again, I would think if you wanted to learn, like he's not just, I don't think he's just going to walk in here like he did with the Jets and run his own system. He's certainly not going to have a hand-picked coordinator like Nate Hackett. He's not going to be bringing in his own receivers. He's not going to have the run of the franchise, I don't think. So that means he has to learn new terminology, a completely new offense. He doesn't strike me as a guy who wants to do that. I didn't hear that on his appearance on McAfee. He strikes me as a guy who thinks that might be a big old pain in the ass, and he's got too much in his life going on right now. Is that what you heard, Limits?
It's exactly what I heard. He sounds like a guy that is ready to hang it up, retire, hang out in Malibu, be with his family, and help out with his family, whatever they need. Despite, he's showing a lot of conflicting signals because he's traveling for 6 hours to meet with the Steelers. It wants it to be all undercover, so a lot of people don't know about it. And then he's throwing with DK Metcalf. He's saying some complimentary things about the Steelers, but nothing to make you seem like he wants to commit to them. But if you look at all the pros and cons, everything that Rodgers has thrown out there, he's showing a little bit of both, but I think he's still leaning in terms of retirement based on what he said on McAfee.
He seemed to be obsessed with the Jets about leaks and things getting out of the building. I wonder what he thought of the fact that was supposed to be a covert mission, and people knew about it even before he got there and reported it. Just wondering about that. Tomlin said he's known Deion Sanders for a long time, according to Ray Fittipaldo's account here. It was the first time he met Shador, and Tomlin said it was, quote, a very normal visit and a very productive one. You played earlier Aaron Wilson, who's covered the league for a long time, saying it was not a good visit. Others have said it was. Dulac said it was a really good visit. And people believe, I think the majority of people who cover the league believe there's great interest on the Steelers' part. Let me ask you this. We've talked about our preferences when it comes to who they pick. Apparently, they have a first-round grade on Dart. Various accounts will tell you they love Milroe and Sanders. Who do you think if you injected Art, Mike, Omar, and Andy Weidel with truth serum, do you think who do you think each one would say? What would be the consensus there? Who do they want?
Man, I would say Tomlin wants Shitter or Sanders. That's who Tomlin would pick. I think that you might be able to find, oh, man. I think Omar might be in the same category. Are we keeping Aaron Rodgers out of this? We're just going draft-only guys?
Yeah. We're going Milroe, Sanders, Dart.
I would say maybe Andy Weidel would want Shitter as well. Maybe Dart, because Dart's pretty mobile too. Like Sanders has some mobility, but Dart can really move. Like, can they make Dart into a similar quarterback as Jalen Hurts that relies on a good offensive line, a defense, and is a good quarterback but is not a superstar? But
I think they want Dart. And I think they're going to take Dart. How do you like that? That's please, before anybody reports that Pittsburgh broadcaster says Steelers will draft Dart, I know nothing, and neither does anybody else, by the way. If we base that on them choosing Kenny Pickett when it was reported that there was zero chance that would happen. I just have a feeling with the time that they've spent with Jackson Dart and with the style of quarterback that he is the guy they want. I saw Jordan Reed from ESPN is the latest to mock Jackson Dart to them at 21. That's my feel of the situation, knowing what everybody else knows, which is absolutely nothing. And so even when Omar says, yeah, we're more likely to trade back than up, you believe nothing. You believe less than nothing, no matter what you hear this time of year. You believe less than nothing from any of these guys on any team when we're 48 hours away from the draft. It's ridiculous that they even have a news conference and get asked questions like that.
Yeah, for the most part. And the fact that Tomlin just seems so hesitant to answer some of these questions about the quarterbacks, too. I wonder if they're just trying to keep it so under wraps based on what they did with Pickett, throwing out there, hey, Malik Willis. The Dulac report, there's no way that they pick Kenny Pickett. I wonder if they're just trying to throw people off the scent of that, too, depending on what quarterback it is. But the fact that there is multiple guys, like we're talking 3 at this point, if you factor in Milroe, they're really not tipping their hand to anything. It could be any of the 3 guys. If they trade back, I don't think it's Dart or Sanders, but they could trade back and Milroe still be available late in the draft where they can accumulate that second-round draft pick or that third-round pick.
And then there's Tyler Shuck, who's older than Ron Cook, if I'm not mistaken.
He's like Brandon Weeden.
Fan Twitter, he's older than Kenny Pickett. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can talk to limits on the old text line. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Tony Pauline coming up next on the fan hotline, a really good draft guru. We'll see where he has the Steelers going at pick number 21. I want to hear that clip one more time, Limits, if you would. Tomlin on Aaron Rodgers and the idea of a timeline. I had a little bit of buzz in my ear when that was happening, so I'd really like to hear that clearly, if you wouldn't mind, of course.
Very kindly, I add.
Called training camp a line of demarcation with Aaron Rodgers. Does that mean you're willing to let it play out until that point, possibly reaching training camp?
To be quite honest with you, I don't know that I meant that specifically for him or the circumstance. I'm just saying in general, when you report to training camp, man, it's a line of demarcation for development of a group individually and collectively.
So, okay, I'm interpreting that as that's the deadline for Aaron Rodgers. Am I wrong to do that, Limits?
No, I don't think so.
How are you interpreting that?
That's the way I'm looking at it. Yeah, it's right around training camp because, I mean, if he's not here until, like, the middle of camp, what are we doing here? They're not going to be able to install a whole offense with him.
Well, there's no way he would just show up in the middle of camp, even if it's Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
I mean, training camp is late enough, and it's too late. When you're learning an entirely new system, terminology, et cetera. And I realize you can do some of that via modern technology. I get it, but come on. To not show up until then would be ridiculous. What did Art mean when he said we're not waiting forever? Forever, to me, would be waiting until camp. This is getting ridiculous. It is. And if you heard the guy the other day on McAfee, it was all about him. It was how he was wronged in New York. It was things like, well, why wouldn't the Jets want to pick my brain? What? Why would they? What is there to pick? Like, for you to evaluate the organization for us? You were the organization. You came in and ran it for 2 years. You hired your own coordinator. You brought in your own players. You ran your own offense. Why? He thinks everybody wants to pick his brain because he knows things that nobody else does, and he's a genius. That's about the last brain I'd want to pick on earth right now is his. They basically said, get the hell out of here. And he was insulted. And they wanted to do it in person because they obviously felt that's the way to do it. And if they had done it by phone, he would have said, like he did in somebody dragged up a tweet from 2013 where Rodgers said something to the effect of in person and then the greater than sign symbol, in person always greater than on the phone. So you know he would have ripped them for basically parting ways via phone. So they weren't going to win no matter what. He's the victim no matter what. He seems to have no idea what he wants to do at the moment. Like I said yesterday, if you and I were on a job interview, no matter how accomplished we were, I think the last line we'd probably use if we wanted the job was, oh, by the way, if you want to move on to somebody else, you go right ahead. I got no problem with that. That usually doesn't clinch the job for you, Limits.
No, and it would basically make them want to move on faster than you would even have a consideration.
You'd think, except the next day the head coach is essentially saying, yeah, we can wait till training camp. That's what I heard anyway. Let's hear from Tony Pauline next. He is a draft guru. I can't wait to hear who he thinks the Steelers are taking at 21, if they even stay at 21. And there's also a lot of intrigue at the top of the draft with Adam Schefter reporting that the Browns and Giants are basically open for business right now as far as trading those picks. Listen, if I'm the Browns, I got two studs on the board in Hunter and Abdul Carter. I think they would be crazy to trade back in the draft. How do you feel about that?
They need to take one of those two. There are very, very good talents that can help them build their roster in the North.
I agree, and I realize the Watson trade did enormous damage to their talent pool, their prospect pool, so to speak. But, man, you win with stars, and I think both of those guys, either of those guys, guaranteed to be a star, assuming good health. You win with stars. Of course, you also win with quarterbacks, and they have Kenny Pickett right now. I don't think they're going to shock us and take Sanders. Do you?
I am growing more and more likely into that category by the day.
What?
I am.
Really?
I think this is a realistic possibility, Joe. And I think this is I am the most convinced now than ever that they are potentially going to pick a quarterback. Like, I wouldn't bet all my money on it, but I do think it's very possible, and that freaks me out because I don't want them to do it.
Wait, you don't want who to do it?
The Steelers.
I'm talking about the Browns.
Oh. Sorry, I was looking at something. The Browns.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. I apologize for my distractiveness as I was trying to get this stuff ready for Pauline.
That's okay, Limits. I need you present and accounted for. I've done the same thing. Ron did the same thing. He was only present for 10% of the show. I was trying to decide, I'm out at Studio B in Monroeville, whether I miss Ron or not. You know, like, of course, I say I miss him, but what are my honest feelings as I sit here? And he used to be right next to me. Do I miss Ron or don't I?
You're a pathetic person. You know that?
I can't.
I think you do.
I think I do. He's a good man. We had some laughs in here. I remember I came in once and he had a donut and coffee ready for me. Of course, he didn't buy it, but he had it ready for me, which I appreciated.
It's the thought that counts.
He's a nice man. So is Tony Pauline. We'll talk to him about the draft coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, let's try to make sure we get everything squared away and know the difference between the Steelers and the Browns in a discussion right now. But the Pirates will play against the Angels beginning tonight in the first of a 3-game series. It's Bailey Falter on the mound for the Buccos. Jose Siriano, who's a former prospect of the Buccos, Soriano is, in 25 innings is a 3.16 ERA. He will pitch for the Angels. You can hear that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli tonight will begin at 8:40. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Atlanta Braves entered 2025 as a World Series favorite, but early on they've looked anything but. Despite a recent 4-game winning streak, the offense has been inconsistent, the rotation's been shaky, and tensions are starting to mount. Ronald Acuna Jr. publicly questioned manager Brian Snitker's decision not to bench Jared Kelnick after a lack of hustle, a rare flash of frustration from a usually united clubhouse. I'm Maggie Gray.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NuFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NuFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NuFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Bets win or lose, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Get off the couch and get moving. Two Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
Hey, Crowley here from Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Mitsu by the Mall has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com
or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535. That's 724-658-8535.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 69.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Out at Studio B in Monroeville, Bowser Chevy, having the time of my life here. We heard a little bit from Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin from their address to the media today. We're building toward the drama of this draft. I guess this is the good side of it, that the Steelers still haven't found a quarterback, is that there's nothing really like quarterback intrigue going into a draft. I hope this isn't repeated every couple of years into the next decade, but we're here. So it's interesting. It's dramatic. What are they going to do at pick 21 or perhaps above pick 21? Here to talk about that on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, is Tony Pauline, editor and NFL draft analyst at sportskeeda.com. That's sports, KEEDA.com, sportskeeda.com. All kinds of interesting stuff to read there. And Tony, I appreciate you joining me here. And some of your recent content includes the Steelers really liking Shedeur Sanders, and according to your sources, people around the league feeling that that would be a good fit. Do you think this will happen at pick 21? Will he be there, or will they have to go up to get him if they want him?
Well, I don't think they're going to have to go up to get him if they really want him. They may make a move upwards because I think Atlanta and Arizona at 15 and 16 would look to trade down. My reporting was that Mike Tomlin is in favor of the team drafting Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders is Mike Tomlin's guy. Now, whether or not he's going to have the final say or not, I don't know. But more than a week ago, I had posted that information, that Shedeur Sanders was Mike Tomlin's favorite. He'd like to see him draft, and that Tomlin is fine going into the season with Mason Rudolph. And it seemed like, a good situation where they could start the season with Mason Rudolph and then, ease Shedeur Sanders into the lineup when they feel he's ready, because Shedeur Sanders is not a week one starter in the NFL for a variety of reasons. And then just yesterday, I had posted over the Easter weekend, I had talked to people, and they felt that, of all the coaches, Deion Sanders would probably give Mike Tomlin a break. And what I mean by that is, going back to the Shrine Bowl, I had been reporting that there was some uneasiness about teams looking to draft Shedeur Sanders, that his father, Deion, obviously the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, would be very vocal and critical of a team that drafts him and is not developing or is not doing the things they think he should be doing, Deion should be doing with Shedeur Sanders. And there was a lot of stress and there was a lot of concern about that. And the information that I got is, the feeling is Deion would probably lay back on the criticism of Mike Tomlin if things don't go well for Shedeur Sanders, which is eventually what's going to happen.
Tony Pauline of sportskeeda.com. Well, I can tell you, if he's Mike Tomlin's guy, then he'll be on the Steelers if he's available. If that's what Mike Tomlin gets, what Mike Tomlin wants in this organization. But tell me this, Tony. Give me a breakdown on Shedeur Sanders. What do you like the best about him, and what are your major concerns?
Well, obviously the bloodlines. He's football smart. He's got the mindset to be a quarterback. I think what I don't like about him is, he's this average athlete with an average arm. He's not, he tries to throw his way out of trouble on Saturday, at Jackson State, which was easier to do, and then Colorado, which was much more difficult to do. He's not going to be able to throw his way out of trouble in the NFL, making desperate passes because of the lack of arm strength. I think fundamentally he also needs a lot of work. If you watch him, he throws off his back foot. He throws with poor footwork. He runs backwards sometimes when he's being rushed. So fundamentally he needs a lot of work from the ground up. What I don't like about Shedeur Sanders is, I've been in this business for a while, and when it comes to the quarterback position, I like quarterbacks that have shown progress in their game entering the draft, which is what Cam Ward has done this year, which is what Jaden Daniels and Michael Penix and Bo Nix did last year. The 2024 film on Shedeur Sanders is not much better, if it is better at all, than the 2023 film, which for me is a red flag.
So, Tony, if you were picking, I would imagine Cam Ward would be your first choice here. Who would be your second choice among all these quarterbacks? And maybe we're thinking about somebody. I saw a headline on your site. I don't think the story was written by you, where Tyler Shuck was very highly regarded by a bunch of people. Who would be your second choice and why?
Well, I mean, I still have Shedeur Sanders as my number 2 quarterback, then Jackson Dart. Tyler Shuck, I had heard through his pro day that there was some conversation in the league that he could be the second quarterback drafted after Cam Ward. I've never verified that, but that opinion has been out there for a while. But for me, it's still Shedeur Sanders is my number 2 quarterback.
What do you think of Dart? Because he's my guy.
Like his size. I like his head. I like the way he commands the offense. My concern about Dart is, it comes out of a Lane Kiffin offense, which is is going to need work before he's NFL ready. That offense has not produced a lot of NFL quarterbacks. He's a little bit slow moving his head from the primary receiver. So I think even with Jackson Dart, I think Jackson Dart's got a good amount of upside. He's got a nice frame. But again, like Shedeur Sanders, I think he's going to need some work before he's ready to step underneath center. I think with Tyler Shuck, the appeal for Tyler Shuck is after Cam Ward, he's probably the most NFL ready. I mean, the guy's a 7th-year senior. He's played on 3 different teams in college. He's coming off a real good year. He's had a lot of inconsistency in his game. He's had some injuries during his college career. There's 4 years that are missing. But I think teams view Tyler Shuck as, of all the quarterbacks in this draft, not named Cam Ward, he's probably the one that's going to be ready to go the earliest in their NFL career.
Tony, let's talk about the top of the draft and intrigue up there. I think it's widely assumed that Cam Ward's going to go to Tennessee. Then we have the Browns and the Giants and reports out there that they're fielding offers, et cetera. What do you think happens with those 2 teams? There's intense interest here, of course, in what the Browns are going to do.
I think the Browns are going to take Hunter. I reported last week that there's some thought in the building they could look to Abdul Carter. Don't know about that after that, huge contract they gave to Myles Garrett in the offseason. I think any team at the top, is going to field offers to look to trade down. You're drafting in the top 5, the top 6, even the top 10 because you're a bad team and you need a lot of players. And, Abdul Carter's not going to throw the Giants over the edge, to the next level. I don't think Travis Hunter's going to do the same for the Cleveland Browns. So I think it's just normal for those teams to really look, to basically dangle those picks out there to see if somebody's San Francisco who really wants a pass rusher and has 11 picks, if they would be willing to, part with a lot of selections and you can get a lot of draft capital. I would be surprised if either the Giants or the Browns move out of the 3rd or 2nd spot, respectively.
So those are 2 of 3 other teams that most people believe are at least quarterback needy. At 2, 3, and 9 would be the other one is the Saints. So do you think Sanders will be on the board when the Steelers pick at 21?
Well, I do for a couple of reasons. I mean, the Giants and the Browns are quarterback needy. But they also have a general manager and a coach that are on a very short leash that have to, if they don't have to win in 2025, they've got to be very, very competitive in 2025 to keep their jobs. And they're going to need immediate impact from this draft. And Shedeur Sanders doesn't offer immediate impact, especially when you compare him to Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. So I don't think that the front offices in those organizations are drafting a Shedeur Sanders for 2 or 3 years down the road where they might not have a job come December if they don't turn their organizations around. As far as the Saints are concerned, early on I had him going to the Shedeur Sanders mock to the Saints before the news injury about Derek Carr came out. There's been no finality on that situation. And I still think that, at 9, there will be players, whether it be a Tyler Warren, whether it be a Kelvin Banks, players that are available to the Saints that are much higher rated, and it would be a massive mistake to reach for a quarterback because, you need one, especially a quarterback who, in my opinion, isn't really going to help you all that much in 2025.
All right, so then to be clear in the end, to sort of bring this full circle, you don't think the Steelers will need to move up to take Sanders? You think he'll be there at 21?
I would be very surprised if they have to. I mean, maybe they feel they need to if they really want to acquire him. Like I said, picks 15. The Atlanta Falcons pick 16. I don't think they'd have to make a big move up because, I mean, you look at the teams, selecting Dallas, Miami, Indianapolis, Atlanta, Arizona. I mean, those teams are not going to be selecting quarterbacks. And even the teams who select immediately after the Steelers, the Chargers, the Packers, the Vikings, the Texans, they're not going to be moving up to get in front of the Steelers to get a quarterback. And I don't think any team early in the second round who did not get a quarterback at the top of round one is going to make a half a round jump to get in front of the Steelers for Shedeur Sanders when there's very likely to be some good quarterbacks or some developmental quarterbacks available at the top of round two.
There seems to be some buzz out there, Tony, still about Kirk Cousins and the idea the Steelers could draft or could trade for him. What do you think of that?
Well, you got to make sure you have the salary cap. You got to make sure you can protect him. I mean, I think that's more so because you wonder, is Kirk Cousins available, considering how Michael Penix did last year and the way that the Falcons expended such early draft capital on him? And there's really no other veteran quarterbacks available. I mean, Kirk Cousins is a nice quarterback. He's made a heck of a lot of money for a guy that's been not great, but has won enough to occasionally get into the playoffs. Obviously, if you're going to trade for him, it's a 1 or 2 year deal with Kirk Cousins.
You think he can still play?
Oh, I think he can still play. I just think that. And this is going to sound absurd, but I think like I said with Mike Tomlin, and even as I reported yesterday, everybody in that Pittsburgh organization seems to really like Mason Rudolph. They like Mason Rudolph to the point where we talked about Aaron Rodgers, and as I wrote about a week ago, Aaron Rodgers is becoming more and more of a headache. It seems that the Steelers don't want to deal with. So I don't know that they're going to bring another guy in from the outside, pay him all that money. If they are able to draft Shedeur Sanders and they still have Mason Rudolph there to kind of mentor him moving forward.
Lastly, Tony, last question: if they don't take a quarterback at 21, where can you see them going? What pick would you make at 21? Obviously, depending on if your guy is available, what would be a sensible pick for the Steelers?
Well, you got to see which defensive tackles or defensive linemen, I should say, are available at that spot. Is Walter Nolan still on the board? He could go to San Francisco with the 11th pick. Is Derek Harmon of Oregon still on the board? There was some talk about Green Bay, who selects after him taking Derek Harmon. I think that would be a consideration. Kenneth Grant of Michigan. I think they would look to fortify that defensive line with a good young player like the three I mentioned, all guys who have tremendous upside.
Tony, I appreciate the time. Great stuff. People can go to sportskita.com to read your stuff and everything that's on that site leading up to the draft. Thank you, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Limits, I have a question for you coming off that interview. If the Steelers liked Mason Rudolph so much, why didn't they try harder to keep him here last season?
Instead of deciding to flip the keys over to Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, I fully agree. And
I mean, they didn't know what they were going to do at that point. They didn't know they were going to trade Pickett. Didn't Rudolph go first, or am I mistaken there?
No, he did, but I wonder if it was Mason's decision that he wanted to see if the grass was greener. Maybe it wasn't the Steelers ultimately saying, hey, we'll just let you go, and we don't really have much interest in bringing you back. Maybe it was Mason thinking that he could parlay what he did in the last 3 games into a starting spot like he did at times for Tennessee, getting a chance to play.
Maybe. I guess you could have fooled me that Tomlin loves him so much, for example. I mean, that's not really what Mason's history here would indicate, is that Mike Tomlin loves him. I think the Steelers were in a spot of abject desperation and decided, why don't we bring back a guy who at least knows the offense, has been here, and had at least a tiny bit of success when we last saw him. I mean, this idea that, they really like Mason Rudolph, they think they can win with him, you could have fooled me. But anyway, he left the impression, Tony did, that this is going to be Shedeur. He left the impression that if it's Mike Tomlin's decision, they will take Shedeur Sanders. And as I told him, it's Mike Tomlin's decision. As one thing we all know about this organization is Tomlin's running it. So I get the feeling, Limits, that unless New Orleans or someone else surprises us early in the draft, I think Shedeur Sanders might just be their next quarterback. You?
And that's what I was saying that, now when I got this confused with the Browns, that I think is the most likely of a chance that they actually draft a quarterback. Now, is this also that all this talk about Sanders slipping and falling, and sometimes we hear the complete opposite, where, this quarterback is going to be taken a lot higher than we necessarily expected, and then they end up falling in the second round, third round. Oh, wait, it's the fourth round. They still haven't been taken yet. Why is it? So I do wonder if maybe we're having these discussions with Sanders and ultimately he will be taken at 9 by the Saints, or somebody will move up thinking that they need to do that ahead of the Steelers. So I don't think – it's obviously not a slam dunk, but I would still put the chances of them selecting Sanders below 30%.
Well, let's ask the Batconian Mongoose about that next. Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette. Very curious to get his thoughts on what's going to happen here. There's some other things we need to dive into in the noon hour. There is that Adam Schefter report, I believe it was Schefter, who said the Steelers could be one of two teams jumping in on Kirk Cousins. I'll add this, if they get desperate enough. What is it, Limits? You put down it's a $20 million down payment and they take care of the rest?
Pretty much.
Buying a damaged car? Is that what we're doing here? They'll strike a deal, they'll haggle a little bit with the salesman and come up with a discounted price for Kirk Cousins?
If they can get Atlanta to eat like a third of the contract and you just take on some of it, that could be a realistic possibility.
Does that come with a bumper-to-bumper warranty on that guy? I hope so.
It probably should, yes. It should come with a you like that warranty.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. It's 11:57. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. There's also a very interesting meeting happening today in Pittsburgh sports between Sully and Kyle Dupe Us. And I'm very curious to see what happens there because Dupe Us didn't exactly have a straight answer yesterday about Sully's future, did he, Limits?
No, he's trying to dupe you and everyone else, according to you.
No, I don't think he's necessarily duping us on this one. I think he's as curious as anybody else as what might come out of this meeting with people very interested in Sully, notably the New York Rangers. But we'll play the clips from yesterday on that and talk about Sully's future coming up, too. There's a lot going on. We haven't even mentioned the Pirates today. They're back in action tonight with a livid fan base watching on, looking on. The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball softball showcase presented by Sheets. Parents, coaches, email us at yousports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. All right, Limits. We'll get to Brian Batko next. First, I want to tell you about Gina Giampetro. And that begins with Emilio, who has worked with Gina several times in the past. So when it was time to sell his home in Upper St. Clair, Emilio reached out to Gina once again, said he loves to work with Gina because of her extensive knowledge of the local real estate market and her impressive marketing machine. She was able to sell Emilio's home for over $600,000. Emilio said Gina and her team were always there if they had any questions, always able to take care of any issues. If you're ready to sell your home, call Gina. You can't lose. You choose a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. She offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. But she always does her job. If you're in Pittsburgh ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina at RE/MAX Select Realty, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin met with the media for their pre-draft media availability as the Steelers will pick 21st in the draft from Green Bay on Thursday. And they basically did not confirm anything about Aaron Rodgers and what could happen there, but Tomlin did say that regardless of what happens with Rodgers, it does not affect their draft strategy. And that could be in the effect of drafting a quarterback. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5 Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5 Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5 Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cedar Brook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedar Brook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedar Brook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pittsburgh is pumped for this jaw-dropping new event with something for every sport and fitness fan. 200 booths of nutrition, apparel, exercise equipment, and fitness celebrity appearances. Witness 20 sports featuring bodybuilding, martial arts, and strength competitions. Be a part of sports history at the first ever Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival. May 10th and 11th at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. Get your tickets now at hitspowerfit.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box, or buy 10, get 3 free, plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim.
To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 20th, 2025. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
When the kids take the field, Sheets is there to fuel up families, teams, and future Bucco legends. Sheets is proud to team up with 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates to spotlight local youth baseball and softball across the burg. Just go to 937thefan.com and click on the Youth Baseball and Softball Showcase. From ballpark snacks to post-game made-to-order victory laps, Sheets has what yins need. So why the Sheets not swing by, fuel up, and play ball?
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 for the blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Steelers will draft at 21. Omar Khan, Mike Tomlin, they spoke to the media today as the Steelers prepare for the draft and still waiting around for Aaron Rodgers. But Omar Khan did say that they will have 4 quarterbacks in camp. Well, they're currently too short. We'll see if that ends up being impacted by the draft. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Appiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Why, thank you, Limits, for potting me up here at Studio B in Monroeville. Bowser Chevy. The odds for the number 3 overall pick, Abdul Carter, is the favorite, which I guess means Travis Hunter at number 2 to the Cleve Brownies. Who would you take? There are a lot of people out there, Limits, and I know you're a Penn State guy, who think it's a no-brainer to take Abdul Carter and pair him with Garrett. I'm taking Travis Hunter myself with the number 2 pick. What would you do?
I don't think it's a no-brainer, and partly just because you have you can look at it multiple ways. Do you want two guys that are, basically they're not the same player, but they can have the same type of production just because of how good Abdul Carter is? But Hunter brings so much to the table, man. Do you make him a wide receiver? Do you make him a corner? You have options there. I think he's just so athletic and so dynamic where you can't go wrong taking him. I think I would take Hunter, despite I think Carter is going to be a 10-plus Pro Bowl, really good type of player.
Yeah, for me, Hunter's two players in one. And when your prospect pool has been damaged by the worst trade in NFL history, I think that's a little bit of an advantage for the Browns. I'd go Hunter. And then, yes, I guess that's why Carter would be the favorite to go number 3. All right, Limits. Let's go out to the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, where we find Dr. Brian Batko, known in some circles as the Batconian Mongoose. He's all over the draft here. He writes for the Post-Gazette at postgazette.com. Brian, I'm sure you just heard Limits say that Mike Tomlin told the media today there's going to be 4 quarterbacks at camp. We know that much. We also think we know that Mason Rudolph will be one, Skylar Thompson will be another. Your best guesses as to the other 2 quarterbacks at camp, including the possible return of Chris Oladukin, should that happen?
I was just going to say, Joe, Omar Khan promised 4 quarterbacks in camp. He didn't promise that it won't be unretired Duck Hodges and, Oladukin from that 2022 draft. So, no, I mean, I guess I still would bet on Rodgers if I had to. Circling back around, though, I'm certainly wavering after hearing him last week, and I think a lot of people are. And they're going to get a player in this draft class. I don't know if it's going to be in the 1st round, 3rd round, 7th round. I don't know, but I think that's how they'll round it out. And if not Rodgers, then you look into the likes of Carson Wentz on the open market.
Oh my
I can't
God.
imagine Arthur Smith would want to go through the Desmond Ridder experience again. And I know you guys were chattering a bit about Kirk Cousins, which I'll tell you, I mean, I think he can still throw, but I don't think the guy can move anymore. He was a shell of himself a year ago, and he's played in the dome for the last 10 years just about between Atlanta and Minnesota. That doesn't seem like it would go very well unless you want a top 5 pick in 2026.
Limits, can you cue up Mike Tomlin from today when he was asked about the deadline, if there is any, for Aaron Rodgers, and we can have Batko interpret that for himself? He usually comes in to talk about the Mike Tomlin news conference, so why not have him do that? Here's the question and answer, Brian.
Called training camp a line of demarcation with Aaron Rodgers. Does that mean you're willing to let it play out until that point, possibly reaching training camp?
To be quite honest with you, I don't know that I meant that specifically for him or the circumstance. I'm just saying in general, when you report to training camp, man, it's a line of demarcation for development of a group individually and collectively.
What do you make of it, Brian?
That feels like a major walking it back type of answer. I mean, I wasn't in West Palm Beach, but I do not recall the line of demarcation quote being a generality. I think it was pretty much in direct response to a question about how long can you guys wait for this mercurial 41-year-old future Hall of Fame quarterback. So I don't know if that's Tomlin, sticking and moving to kind of deal with this latest curveball from Rodgers, but I don't think I'm really buying that one, and I am efforting to find the exact quote from Tomlin as we speak, the original one.
I mean, it sounds to me either way, no matter how that works out and what you find, that they would be willing to wait up till training camp for this guy to show up. That's what I'm hearing. That's what Limits heard there. And that just it makes it a bad situation worse here. It makes them look worse. What are we doing here?
I agree. And even if they look at it as, okay, this guy has seen and done everything you can do at quarterback in the NFL, which I think they do look at Rodgers that way, for better or worse, and he can just come in here and he'll get the playbook down and he'll be fine. Well, I think if you ask a vast majority of NFL players, does it matter to you who's there for OTAs in minicamp in the spring? They'll say yes. And does it particularly matter if the starting quarterback is there? the oldest player on the team, the veteran who's supposed to lead you to the promised land, I think they would all say, yes, it does. So that rubs me the wrong way for sure. And, I think a lot of people are getting that same vibe with Rodgers and the fan base.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Get this, Brian. You can join Adam Crowley and True Fan Travel on a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to he's going to Ireland, Limits? I didn't know this till this moment.
I don't know. I learned this morning. I don't know why we aren't able to go, Joe. Maybe we should go.
Why does he get to go?
I don't know, but he's very excited.
Okay, a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to Ireland when the Black and Gold play across the pond this fall. Oh, my God. Of all the people to send, there's going to be an incident when you put about 8 Guinnesses in this guy. Brian, is there going to be a police incident over there with Crowley in Dublin?
Adam O'Crowley or Adam McCrowley, whatever you'd prefer. Can you call him that from now until late September when that game occurs?
Yes, he's Adam O'Crowley. And he's a nice man, a wonderful man. And you would get 5 nights in Dublin that includes tours of Guinness and Jameson, a pregame tailgate party, game tickets, and more. Hotel and air or land-only packages are available. For information on how you can take over Ireland with Crowley, go to 937thefan.com's homepage. I'm not going to bury the lead here. I was reading that for the first time, and I'm just flabbergasted by this, and I think it's great. These people, do you spend the whole time with Crowley, Limits? Can you get away from him at all?
Apparently you don't. You might even have to sleep in the same room with Crowley. You can't escape.
I don't know about that.
I think you need to worry less about the Guinness and more about the Jameson if Adam O'Crowley starts tying one on.
Adam O'Crowley. This is absolutely incredible. And why did he get picked for this? I think now I'm actually jealous and angry. I'm Irish. I'm terminally Irish. 100% Irish. Why wasn't I picked? Maybe because I don't drink? I don't know.
I'm Irish, too.
How did he get this?
I don't know.
I love it, though.
He's done this before, I think, right? Didn't you guys do something a couple of years ago in Philly when the Steelers played the Eagles? So
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think there's been precedent for going everywhere with Crowley on a Steelers road trip, to the restroom, in the car, I guess, everywhere you follow him around or vice versa.
Wow. All right, so Morgantown meets Dublin. Brian, who do you think the Steelers are going to take at 21? Let's get right to it here. Or will they move up or back?
I mean, I think moving back would make sense, but I just think there's no guarantee that there's going to be a team that wants to move up for you. You know, the Shedeur Sanders thing, of course, is interesting from numerous angles. You know, this late kind of buzz for him dropping down boards. I mean, could it be a case of some team really wants him and wants the Steelers, for instance, to think that he's going to be there at 21 so that, you know, name your team, the Giants, the Browns can swoop up and trade to grab him at, say, 17, 18, 19. You always wonder about the misdirections and smoke screens this time of year. I tend to think that the Steelers will go with the more up-the-middle disciplined team-building approach this year, take a defensive lineman, not get lured in by the shiny quarterback possibility again. But I will say, I hear from fans all the time, and I'm sure you guys do as well on the show, why did the Steelers not have a better succession plan post-Ben? Well, if you get Mason Rudolph or, for that matter, Aaron Rodgers in here, and you've got Shedeur Sanders sitting behind him for a year, then that would kind of be the Steelers trying to thread that needle that a lot of people want.
Yeah, unless all three of them stink.
Well, you never know that. You're never sure. I mean, yeah, Shedeur could stink. Jackson Dart could stink. And I'm not saying these guys stink, Joe, but me more or less advocating for the Derek Harmons or Kenneth Grants of the draft in round one is just, I'm not so convicted on either of those two quarterbacks that I would attempt to right the Kenny Pickett 2022 wrong 3 years later in what seems to be kind of a similar situation.
All right, let's make it very simple. Give me two names. Who do you think they will pick, and who would you pick?
I think they will pick Derek Harmon And I think that's what I would do as well. Big defensive lineman from Oregon. I also think he's going to be there at 21. So I think that's another reason why that's my predicted pick.
If Shedeur Sanders is there, you're saying they'll pass him up and take Harmon, correct?
Yeah, I don't feel great about it because I could see Mike Tomlin being enamored. I mean, he always talks about the environmental factors and football bloodlines, and this is kind of the ultimate test case for that. If his career in Pittsburgh could be winding down, like I know a lot of fans hope, boy, would this be a fascinating swing to go out on and try before you're done.
Brian Backo of the Post-Gazette. Limits, I know you wanted to ask a question. Please.
I would love to ask a question to Brian, and I appreciate you offering me the opportunity to. Brian, when you look at this draft as it's just put together entirely with the running backs that are out there, could there be a chance that we're surprised where maybe it's not Genty that falls, but Hampton or even Travion Henderson from Ohio State, who multiple people are starting to say might even sneak up into the first round. If the Steelers do trade back and acquire a couple more picks, could it be that they take a running back in the first round?
I mean, I don't think they're really in a position to do that. I don't think their roster is complete to the point that you can try to drop that guy in there, much like they tried to do with Najee Harris back in 2021. And, I know that the positional value conversation is more nuanced than simply never draft a running back in the first round or always go with the best player available regardless of position, which Mike Tomlin sort of alluded to that today, but he was talking more about positional fits within one area, such as the defensive line. But I'd be surprised if they went that route, not only just because of what I just mentioned there, Limits, but this is such a deep running back class. If there were ever a year to wait on one, this would be it. And that's why I kind of wonder if even Ashton Genty might go lower than some people expect.
Limits, you sent me a text saying he has to be out by 27. I don't know when this was or who it's in reference to. Is that in reference to Batko?
Yes, Brian has to run at some point.
Where do you have to go at precisely 27?
Well, just
this
roughly,
is an outrage,
roughly
Brian.
27, Joe, because
why is this happening? You've never made requests like this before. What's happening?
I know. Well, I just the morning/afternoon got away from me. I got some other things I need to do for the PG. If you can call me back in the 1 o'clock hour after the Fort comes on, if you'd like. Did I ever tell you, Joe, that I kind of think the Fort, Michael McHenry, is maybe the most emblematic player of the Pirates' resurgence in the early 2010s. He was a scrappy guy that a lot of people counted out. I'm sure a lot of people told him he'd never make it. A lot of people thought the Pirates would never make it over the hump. And his 3-run homer, I believe it was against the Cubs.
Yes.
I don't even know if that was the year that they finally turned the corner, but as a fan who was probably 21 at the time, it made me believe.
Love the guy, and he's always insightful. I'm just curious why 27 you have to be out by. So 28's going to be a problem?
No, well, I told Limits I need to be out by 12:30, and I said I'm sorry for making such a stringent request today, which I don't normally do. I feel like I'm pretty affable and go with the flow, but I've got another thing to record.
No, I hear you.
And I would like to squeeze lunch in here too if I can.
Sure.
I'm going to go with my favorite lunch, which is I make tuna salad, but I replace the mayonnaise because I don't like mayonnaise with avocado.
That's an unbelievable move. Limits, are you impressed by that?
You ever tried it?
No, but I will.
I am not trying it, but I hope Brian likes it.
Brian, who's your favorite fan host? Maybe better phrased, is there a fan host that you spend some time with out at a bar, socializing, things like that? Who's your best friend at the Fan?
If I had to go to Ireland for a week with any fan host and never leave their side.
No, who do you spend the most time with already?
No, well, I played pickup hoops with Pony on the weekend sometimes in the summer. So I do see him occasionally out of the office, so to speak. Mulsey, I probably known Mulsey the longest. I used to intern at the Fan and would help out sometimes on his, 2 to 6 late shift way back in the day. So
right, 2 a.m. Yeah,
I think Mulsey might be my closest personal friend. If I ever saw you in person again, Joe, you'd be up there too, though.
Malsey, low-key, is a very nice man, isn't he, Limits? He's you don't think of him that way because he has a very punchable face, and he can be a little bit abrasive. But underneath that, he's actually really very friendly and kind. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that. That's a fascinating way that you put it there to get to the ultimate point. But, yes, I do think that Malsey is a good man.
He just
Thank
took
you,
some
Brian.
strays before Joe arrived at that eventual.
No, I mean, I think even Malsey would admit that. Nobody's harder on Malsey than Malsey himself.
I've done everything for Malsey. He's done nothing for me.
Now, that was one. And then we had Bob, and he always has to outdo me, Brian. And he outdid me even on my organically grown Malsey song. He just piped right in and outdid it, didn't he, Limits?
I've done everything for Malsey. He done nothing for me.
See what I mean? I can't win.
Yes,
he really is. All right, Brian. Trying to think of anything else. Can you, Limits? We've asked him about his first-round pick. How does the Rodgers fiasco play out here? Is he going to be under center for the opener?
I'm still saying yes, but if he opts to retire, I wouldn't be surprised. And, I mean, the vibe that I got from all of the kind of, artful dodging of pinning himself down last week, maybe I'm wrong, but it just kind of strikes me as a 41-year-old guy who's played X number of years in the league. And if he can get out of it, he doesn't want to be at work in Pittsburgh from May until late June. You know what I mean? And maybe he's earned that right, but, that's up to the Steelers if they think that's okay with them.
I guess if he feels like it, he'll be their quarterback. If that's something that he's semi-interested in at some point in time and feels like he can put up with the bother, he'll come here and be the quarterback. All right, Brian, it's 12:27, so I guess we have to get out. I'll leave you with Bob again. And Bob, also a wonderful man. And, yes, there's the one-up in him, I think. But more importantly, there's Bob on the spur of the moment. I mean, first of all, saying yes to the Malsey song, and secondly, putting this kind of effort into it. That's what you're going to get from Bob all the time. Thank you, Brian. We'll leave you again with Bob Pompiani.
Try the tuna salad recipe. Everything for Malsey. He done nothing for me.
There we go. Happy birthday to Malsey. Happy birthday to Malsey. Happy birthday, dear Malsey. Happy birthday to you.
The big 4-0. Happy birthday, Malsey.
Yes, sir. We never take shortcuts around here, Brian, do we? You still there?
Yes, I'm still here. Put some everything but the bagel seasoning in there. A little bit of lemon juice. Maybe your fruit of choice. Bye, guys.
No.
No, we won't do it.
Actually, play Bob solo if you can get to that. I do like hearing that.
Was a jolly happy soul with a giant bald head and a hard nose. His favorite picture was.
Yes, it's 70 degrees and Malsey the snowman returns.
Again, it underscores Bob's passion. This was first take. First take right here. Right here. This.
There must have been some magic in that oversized hat they found. For when they placed it on his head, Malsey danced around.
Just unbelievable. Isn't it, Limits? What do you have coming next? I think it's a Limitless Express.
Yes, we have some more things that went on at the Tomlin and Omar Khan Newser. What's going on around baseball with the Pirates and a couple of other news and notes, plus the draft. What are we looking at with a potential trade up or a trade down involving the first three picks? Could there be one that's made? We'll discuss next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates and Angels will play the first of a three-game series tonight. Bailey Falter, he will start it off for the Buccos. 8:40, our coverage on The Fan will begin. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Malsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
Wait, call.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Drafting a running back in the first round may be out of style, but that doesn't mean it's a mistake. Look at what Detroit got with Jahmyr Gibbs, a home run hitter who racked up over 1,300 yards and 11 touchdowns as a rookie, helping drive a playoff run. With the rookie wage scale, you get explosive production at a bargain without committing to a long-term deal. This isn't about tradition. It's about maximizing value and finding difference makers early. I'm Maggie Gray.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
At the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, we believe every athlete deserves to be safe. Safe from abuse and misconduct on and off the field. Join the movement to champion respect and end abuse at uscenterforsafesport.org.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life worked. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store, and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store? Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up, now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents, top dog law.
Hey, you want to give your bathroom a fresh, luxurious upgrade? My friends Nick and Larry at Boulevard Glass and Metal, they designed custom glass shower doors that bring elegance and style to any bathroom. Sleek, frameless designs to custom finishes, they do all of it. Enjoy shower doors that fit your style and space perfectly. Durable, easy to clean, and built to last. Your dream bathroom, it starts here. Visit BoulevardGlassandMetal.com for that free consultation. A stunning shower is just a call away.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at Verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Finance
HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for a rebate. Not all buyers will qualify, and stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Try the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit sullivanservice.com.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Stop by the Apple Inn on West Liberty Avenue in Dormont for Wild Wednesdays. It's a 25-cent jumbo wing happy hour from 5 to 8 p.m. And get Blue Moon drafts for just $3 all day. Wild Wednesdays, the Apple Inn Dormont. Get to the Apple.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer dock fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house Saturday, May 3rd from 8 to 3 with food, prizes, kids' corner, and a virtual construction site. Their 4-year apprentice program is tuition-free, and you earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades and start the application process. May the 4th be with you as apprentices build Star Wars-themed picnic tables to be donated to children's charities around Pittsburgh. Find out more at kmltf.org.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills.
I love you. I love you.
Trolls or whatever people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here
again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with
You
here?
can call me Ron.
You know what that means? It's time to take a trip on the Limitless Express. Limits?
All righty, Joe. Let's jump around what Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin had to say as they prepare for the NFL draft. First, Omar Khan on the idea of George Pickens, his potential for next season, and if they could trade him.
Does George's contract situation play into either of those situations or scenarios for the club?
No, I mean, we're glad we have George and DK here. I think they're going to be exciting for everyone to watch. Excited to have DK here, but no.
Do you deem it to be an important thing for the club to get back in the second round? Or
We'll see how things shake out. I'll say this, we gave up second for DK, and I'm so excited that we did. It's having him here is great. Obviously when you get to the draft, you get excited about a lot of players, and you wish I had 50 picks right now. Because there's a lot of good players there, and we'll see how it shakes out.
I'd like to ask Omar again at the beginning of training camp and then sometime early in the season if he's still excited to have George Pickens. I don't necessarily believe they'll have George Pickens at that point either. Limits?
Next up, will Shedeur Sanders have a hard time playing for a new coach after he had played for Deion when Deion was an assistant in high school with him? And obviously Deion was the head coach at Jackson State as well as at Colorado. Here's Tomlin.
I haven't explored it. It's something, obviously, that he's going to have to deal with in terms of moving on beyond being coached by his father. But, professional football is just that. It's professional football. I don't imagine it'll be a challenge for him. There are a lot more significant, tangible challenges.
I don't know. I really hadn't thought of that question. I think if Shedeur Sanders can play, he's going to have a successful NFL career under any coach if the dude can play. I don't know. We're limiting him, asking questions like, can you play for somebody other than your dad? I don't know. Limits.
Yeah, I don't know
it's an odd question.
I don't know if it's necessarily fair. Like, I understand why it's asked because, he's had that family dynamic and somebody like, a real rock that he could rely on for so long to be able to go to for advice, and basically has been nurtured through this process. But, he's what, 21, 22? I think he's fine. I don't think he needs his dad there with him side by side with him the whole entire time.
No, I think that's the implication. Like, oh my God, now you're going to have to be a grown-up. It'll be fine. I don't know that we ask all these guys, you had the same coach for 4 years. Can you play for another one? I get it's his dad. And there's a lot of people concerned out there about whether Deion will be piping up all the time. My kid didn't play. My kid should play. Did you see that in the game? All this stuff. But I kind of agree with Tony Pauline. I'm not sure I buy that in the first place. But secondly, Pauline basically said that because Tomlin has a long-standing relationship with Deion, that if Deion were inclined to do that, he wouldn't do it if Shedeur was here. I think all these perceived and feared problems with Deion or with Shedeur getting out of Deion's shadow, I think are overblown myself. Can the kid play? That's the question for me. Again, I think he probably has a leg up on a lot of people with the mental side of the game. He seems to process the game very well. He's also very accurate. And then there are some serious questions about him. And I think those are all independent of Deion. That's my opinion.
In terms of quarterbacks, this is what Tomlin clarified further when discussing his supposed deadline for Aaron Rodgers, if you even want to call it that.
To be quite honest with you, I don't know that I meant that specifically for him or the circumstance. I'm just saying in general, when you report to training camp, man, it's a line of demarcation for development of a group individually and collectively.
Decision continues. Would you be comfortable with him missing OTAs and then coming?
I hadn't pondered those things, to be quite honest with you.
So he has not pondered OTAs or minicamp if he misses that.
Is he pondering who his next quarterback is going to be and whether he's going to be here in time to learn an entirely new system? Or are they just kind of waiting around saying, hey, it'd be great. It'd be great if our starting quarterback tells us, at some point, if he's going to be here. That would be good. And I understand training camp being a line of demarcation for a contract situation, like let's say, for example, like a TJ Watt. Yeah, we'd like him here at the beginning of camp. But even that, they show up late in camp, they'll be ready for the season. I think it's a little different with a new veteran quarterback who would immediately assume the starting role. We're just going to wait around and see. That's how I interpret that. And, man, it would be great if he showed up for training camp. I think that's when we'll really put our foot down. This whole thing is just a debacle.
It was botched when they decided that they didn't really want to fully commit to Justin Fields. And when Fields was like, all right, I'm going to test the market, I don't really think it was about the money for Fields. I mean, I'm sure that's obviously always a part of it. But he wanted a chance to know that I'm going to be the guy and there won't be – like, obviously there's always competition, but this is my job to lose. Like, this is – I have full control of the situation. And if I screw it up, that's on me. But I get an opportunity, a real chance to be able to start. And it doesn't seem like the Steelers were fully willing to give him that, and the Jets were. So Omar Khan was also asked about if he'll draft a quarterback, when he'll draft a quarterback. This is what he said.
Without going into specifics of the position, I think we're going to get a good player third round, and all the rounds. You know, we went through our scenarios this morning, Andy and I, and Dan Colbert in the group, and there's some really good players out there. And I don't think we're saying, hey, we're taking this position in this round or that round, and we'll just let it come to us.
I can't imagine anything more boring than this. Next, I'm talking about having your GM and your coach attempting to circumvent questions about the draft, which any GM and coach would do. It's just a pointless exercise. I mean, did you hear that answer?
Yeah, a whole bunch of nothing.
It's either going to be nothing or lies, because that's what you are. You actually need to do that leading into the draft. I mean, it's ridiculous. Limits.
So what does Omar say about there potentially being a franchise quarterback or not in the class?
Omar, is there a quarterback in this year's draft class that you guys feel could be the franchise quarterback of this team's future?
I'll just say it's a good group without going into specifics, and you don't know how things are going to shake out on draft day, but I'll just say it's a talented group.
I can't imagine being any more bored with anything than that.
I have two more for you before we turn it over. This is Tomlin on meeting with Shedeur Sanders.
I've obviously known his father for a long time, my first time meeting him. And to be quite honest with you, we didn't talk a whole lot about my relationship with his father. It was a normal pre-draft visit to spend time with a young man, to talk ball, to get to him as an individual, to get to see how he processes and sees the game and how he articulates his football experience. From that standpoint, it was a very normal visit and a productive one.
I can't imagine being more bored by anything than that. Although it was remotely interesting that he at least revealed that he's had a long-standing relationship with Dion. Limits?
Finally, Tomlin likes Shedeur Sanders' intangibles that he has.
I think the things that stood out were evident in his video. There's a toughness there that doesn't get talked about enough. There's a competitive spirit there that doesn't get talked about enough. I know he's very talented and he's made a lot of plays for his university and his team, but the intangible qualities displayed on tape were impressive to me.
Can you think of anything more boring than that, Joe?
No, actually, that was interesting. That he went to the mat a little bit there for Shedeur. I don't think that toughness gets talked about enough. The competitive spirit gets talked about enough. I mean, he went very specific on Shedeur. Tony Pauline, again, was on earlier saying his sources tell him, and other people have backed this, that Tomlin loves Shedeur Sanders, that the Steelers would draft him if he was there. And when I see Tomlin give that little bit extra on Shedeur, it makes me wonder. Of course, the whole thing could be a smokescreen. Of course, they said Tomlin only had eyes for Malik Willis a few years ago, and there was zero chance he would take Kenny Pickett. So, back to the beginning of the show, who knows anything? Limits? Who knows anything? But that was interesting.
Yeah, I found it kind of fascinating that out of all the quarterbacks that he could have defended, that it was Sanders, and I mean that's somewhat of a glowing endorsement. Tomlin sometimes likes to do that for like opposing teams when they play them, and They make everybody sound like Lawrence Taylor out there.
Yeah, was he asked about Dart? Was he asked about Jalen Milroe? Did he give sort of a semi-passionate defense of some of their attributes?
Yeah, Sanders is really the only one that they were poking the bear on to see what type of comment any of the guys would say.
I mean, he got very specific and defended, it sounded like, Sanders against maybe some of the negative reports that are out there, scouting reports, whatever, when he says, yeah, there's a toughness there. It doesn't get talked about enough. Competitive spirit, the intangibles. And, that's going to get people talking about Kenny Pickett. Our friend Donnie Chedrick, a.k.a. Donnie Football, put out a tweet basically saying the Steelers got suckered into taking Pickett a few years back when nobody else wanted him. They took the bait, said Donnie Chedrick. And I think he's intimating that if they took a quarterback here, they'd be taking the bait again. And people, they talked about all the intangibles with Kenny Pickett. And maybe Dr. Chedrick is correct here, Limits. Maybe he is.
Well, because I feel a similar way in terms of how they're being baited. Like, I don't think any of these guys are worthy at 21, and I wouldn't move up for any of them.
Who's baiting them? Well, they make their own decisions here. Nobody's saying, we're not taking them. I bet you will. They're not being baited into anything.
Well, I think what the baiting could mean is that they're baiting into, obviously, the idea and the truth that you need a franchise quarterback to truly be able to compete in this, and maybe you're convincing yourselves that one of these guys are, when in reality, they're not.
So all the other teams saying he's not a guy, a franchise quarterback, is baiting you into saying, oh, yes, he is?
They remember this. They went into this process not even looking into Shedeur that much because they didn't think he was going to be there at 21. Let's say that he is there at 21, and quarterback-needy teams like the Saints and many others decide, yeah, we're good, we're going to pass. What does that say? Remember when Kenny Pickett was being mocked as high as 6 to Carolina?
Yeah.
And he fell to the Steelers at 20? Shouldn't that say something about the quarterback and about the guy as to why he is falling in the draft, even though some evaluators had him higher?
I don't trust anybody's evaluations. Did it say anything when nobody took Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts?
And you could also throw the same thing out there for Aaron Rodgers. Like it's a complicated argument. But I don't think the Steelers, and I am not known to defend them much. I don't think they're waiting to see what other teams think. Either way, I'm not sure where the word baiting comes in there. Like, oh, you need a quarterback here. Here's one. We're not taking him. Will you? I don't think it works that way. No, but I do think that desperation can come into a factor.
Sure it can.
Maybe baiting isn't the right word to put on it. But if you are desperate enough for a quarterback, just like in the class a couple of years ago where it wasn't very good, but you get one of the top guys that you think could contribute, and if you bring them into your scheme and your system and think that you can mold them into something great, sometimes you can get a little bit over your skis.
Well, yes, I will say that. And I think sometimes the Steelers believe that they know what other teams don't, that we're smarter than everybody else. And I think the Pickett thing was them being guilty of that. Yeah, I'll go there.
Do you think Field Yates has Jalen Milroe as his number 5 quarterback below Tyler Shuck, that they could realistically move back in the first round to acquire a pick to draft Milroe? And it's actually Milroe, the one that they're most interested in, who they talked to at Pro Day.
I absolutely could see that scenario. And when I hear quotes from the likes of Tom Pelissero talking to people, I mean, it's pretty eye-opening. Can you get that clip, Limits? When you hear something like this, and if you watch Milroe play, I mean, obviously still a rough talent, you could say. But, man, is he enticing, really, especially with the running side of it. Play that clip from Pelissero.
This was on the NFL Network.
The eye-opening thing that several, not one, several coaches and scouts told me as I was making calls about all these quarterbacks is Jalen Milroe is the greatest runner of the football they've ever evaluated at the quarterback position. Not Lamar Jackson. Jalen Milroe is the best runner that they've ever seen.
There was a guy named Mike Vick that came along at one point that was pretty good. So play the best of Mike Vick on your YouTube, Limits, and then try to imagine a guy better. I don't believe that, actually. But what I do believe is that Milroe has all the talent in the world. He really does. It's Michael Vick-like, because you have the talent running the football, and he could throw one, through a brick wall, perhaps a wall made of Bucko bricks.
Yes. They could just only restore them.
They can't restore it. Limits, can you believe that this has happened? That the Pirates are 8-15, and on top of that, like, if you told me there was going to be one story, that they were going to replace Clementi's number on the Clemente wall with a cocktail can from Philadelphia, sure, I could believe that. We've seen these ridiculous stories before with the Pirates. But if you told me they were going to start 8-15 and basically have their season end, or at least be in a position where, in order to reach 89 wins like the third wild card got last year, they would have to go 81-58 the rest of the way, I could believe that. That combined with a cocktail can from Philadelphia replacing Clementi's number on his wall, sure. But then you add in the Bucko bricks, that family mementos inscribed into bricks would be found by a KDK reporter, crumbled up at a recycling facility in Reserve Township. In addition to that, I mean, it's just unbelievable. It really is. And I know I use that word a lot, but I can't believe it. I really can't. What's next? I mean, honestly, what's next with these people?
Do we even want to guess?
No. I mean, you could say what's next is they'll have, I don't know, people lining up back to the city over the Clemente Bridge for a Skeens bobblehead night, and Andrew McCutchen won't be in the lineup and will pipe off on social media 20 minutes before the game, and then they won't score a run, and they'll have another guy needlessly trying to get to third base while they're trying to rally late in the game and get injured on the play and get called out when he's trying to call timeout, and that fans will be chanting "sell the team" by the end of the game, but that would never happen.
And then a guy would be chanting "Fire Bob Nutting" at the golf classic event in Hilton Head over the weekend, too.
Sure, but that would never happen. Next.
Michael McHenry, up next on the Buccos.
Ah, okay. Michael McHenry coming up next. A personal favorite and a very knowledgeable man. I want to hear from him about Paul Skeens. I do. Nobody is saying Skeens hasn't been really good so far, but I think we're kind of waiting, Limits, are we not, for the Skeens of last year to show up?
Yeah, he's not throwing 100, 101 consistently anymore. He's more right around 98, and his performances are not as dominant.
I want to ask about that. And also a couple questions about the lineup, etc. So our friend and yours, Michael McHenry, coming up next. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The NHL playoffs roll on as Alex Ovechkin scored a game-winning goal in Game 1 for Washington to beat Montreal 3-2 in Washington. Winnipeg takes a 2-0 series lead on St. Louis. The Dallas Stars up 4-3 against Colorado in overtime yesterday. That series is tied at 1 apiece. And the LA Kings beat Edmonton 6-5 in a thriller in LA to lead the series 1-0. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the Big Cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients.
I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, MedMal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Men with ED, if you think taking old, outdated pills or injections is going to fix your ED issues, you've been duped. If that crap worked, NuFlow Men's Health wouldn't be here. No pills, no injections, no games. Quit lying to yourself. Call NuFlow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here for my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct Spring Home Improvement Event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
Are you sports betting again?
No, I just got outbid on some sweet headphones on Mac.bid.
So how much money did you lose?
None. I'm just not winning.
So you can't lose money?
Nope. In fact, if I win, I could save up to 80% off retail prices.
So you don't lose money, but if you win, you save money?
Exactly.
Well, is it over?
No.
We'll get back in there and win those thingies.
Headphones.
Yeah, whatever.
Save up to 80% off retail at Mac.bid and on the free app.
Hey, I won.
Attaboy.
Chris Muller here for Choice Cabinet. Are you a contractor? Maybe you're a DIY enthusiast. Or maybe you're just someone thinking about redoing a kitchen or bathroom. You might not know this, but the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Who wants to wait that long? Check out Choice Cabinet instead. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These cabinets are all wood with 10 different paints and stains, and delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. Verizon is proud to partner with Prevent Child Abuse America, a national leader in strengthening families and building healthy communities. Together, we work to support families through education and awareness. Verizon is committed to keeping families connected and protected through the Verizon Family app and providing free digital wellness resources for everyone. Available at verizon.com/parenting. Empowering every generation starts with the right tools. Join us in making a difference for all children.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates are on the West Coast. They'll play the first of a 3-game series against the LA Angels tonight as Bailey Falter is on the mound. Jose Soriano will pitch for the Angels. Hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 8:40. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Michael McHenry joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
It's powerful.
The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fly ball to left field. Michael McHenry, the fort! Oh, baby! Your Buccos lead it! Unbelievable! Wow! His first in the big leagues! They're going to bring the house down!
Man, do I love hearing that highlight. And I bet Michael McHenry does too. What do you remember about that one, Michael?
I remember every second of that one. Let me tell you, that gives me chills every time I hear it. I did not reflect well on my career. I was always thinking about the day, trying to stay present. That really means a lot to me. I appreciate it, guys, because that was a special moment.
Absolutely, man. And hopefully this team has some moments in front of it. They're scuffling, Michael, and the numbers, the math of the situation, I know it can change, is not encouraging. The third wild card last year had 89 wins. In order to get to 89 wins this year, the Pirates have to go 81-58, which would require a borderline miracle. So where are some signs for hope? I guess that's what I'm looking for to start our talk today. What are some signs of hope?
There are some guys that are starting to trend in the right direction. I think Brian Reynolds, O'Neal Cruz, Valdez had a really, really good homestand. Kutch has some underlying numbers you could really like. Key Bryant as well. But I think the biggest hope is what is going to be continually coming back from the IL. We're going to get Horowitz back. We're going to get Holderman back. You could think about some of the guys in AAA that are going to be coming up, like Chandler. I think Harrington, we have not even seen anything close to the best of him. So there's a lot of good surrounding this. It's just we got to hold on right now. And we're about to play two really good teams. One in the Angels that are really hot, just beat the Giants. So we're going to have to figure out ways to win a couple games out on the West Coast. If we can win both series, it'd be huge.
Tell us a little bit about Horowitz, Michael, of what you know, what maybe you observed for a little bit. I know he was hurt in spring training, but what do you think they're getting when he arrives? And I believe he started his rehab here assignment.
It really depends on how they play him. He's shown that if he plays every day, he's an above average defensive first baseman. When he's at first base, he can handle some second base. I'm sure in a pinch he can play some outfield, but bat wise, he can really handle the barrel. He does have some pop. It's not something maybe he's known for, but he's a guy that's just flat out hit. If you look at his scouting report from when he was drafted all the way through, the hit ability was always there. So he's a guy, if he plays every day, you're going to get a guy that probably is going to hit any, 270, maybe 280. He's going to pop, double-digit home runs. He's a guy that's capable of popping 20. It's probably more in that teen area, but he's a guy that you get through right in the, 2-hole, the 5-hole that is very predictable. I would say I'd love to see him be Neil Walker, left-handed. If I had a guesstimator of what he could be left-handed, maybe Neil Walker, but that's kind of a hope.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Michael McHenry is on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Michael, let's talk a little Paul Skeens. He's been really good. Nobody would argue that, but I think, and maybe this is a product of expectations being out of control, the velocity's been down a little bit and not quite as just downright electric as we saw a lot of times last season. What are you seeing?
So I'm not really worried about the velocity because he's holding it. It's something he talked about last year. And two, early in the season, if a guy's a couple miles an hour shy of where he normally is, I'm perfectly fine with it because it takes a little time. He's building up that engine, and as that engine starts to roar, it's going to probably sit 99 to 100. But, I mean, he's still averaging 98.6. I mean, that's still kind of a remarkable number if you think about it. He's top 98% in that respective. I believe it may have fallen a little bit after last start because he was down. He dropped his arm angle. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about it. It is creating a little bit more contact, in my opinion. I think this is all by design because he wants to get deeper and be more efficient and make more swing decisions for these guys. So I'd love to see more swing and miss. I think he's the best when he gets 7 to 8 strikeouts a game when he's out there. It gets him out of his own mess. It's very weird to see 4 strikeouts that last start for me. But, yeah, you're right. The electric stuff's not quite there yet. I'm hoping the changeup starts playing a lot more and he can start utilizing stuff north and south because he's been so good east to west. It's just north to south that he hasn't really been able to dominate with. And that's where he gets a lot more swing and miss.
I'm at Studio B in Monroeville at Bowser Chevy, having a wonderful time here. Limits, would you like to jump in?
I'd love to, Joe, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to. Michael, I'm curious your thoughts on the catching situation with Henry Davis currently here. Andy Rodriguez, not really sure what his role is at the moment, and Joey Bart still playing a decent amount. How do you view catcher in the way they're handling it?
When Indy comes back, I'm going to be very intrigued. I wouldn't be surprised to see Indy go down and get some opportunity to play, kind of get a rhythm back. It should be around maybe similar to the time when Horowitz comes back too. So maybe we don't need him at first base. Valdez is going to be a question mark when Horowitz comes back for me. But yeah, that catch situation is very interesting. I still would love to see Joey Bart take some ground balls at first base. And the reason being is because he's by far on our team the best right-handed hitter against left-handers. So if there's a lefty playing, you want Joey Bart in lineup, period. I mean, the numbers are just like ungodly. They really are. They're just silly numbers. So you want him in the lineup. And I think Henry Davis also is a guy that crushes lefties. So you want both those guys in. I don't know if that's something they're planning on doing or they want to do, but I've been really impressed with Henry defensively. I know everybody talks about his bat. I think he helps us so much behind the plate. He's already starting to get a positive grade defensively by Baseball Savant, and some of the underlying metrics look awesome. So I'm really excited for that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of play this out. You saw Henry caught Paul Skeens once again. I don't think that's a coincidence. So it's going to be interesting.
Michael, I was telling Bob Walk, he comes on with us on Fridays, that I'm just amazed at how many decades I've been watching baseball, how often I see something I've never seen before. The Endy Rodriguez crashing into Joey Bart and having the third baseman come in and pick up the ball and make a last-second tag at home. Hadn't seen that one ever. And now the other day, I see Valdez at third get called safe, be injured, then raise his hand to call timeout and get tagged out. I had never seen that before. How do you interpret what happened there? What happened?
Man, me and Brawl were hot. And the reason being is obviously this guy, he gets third base. There's a lot of argument whether he should have been going to third base or not. That's beside the point. He was safe by a mile. He gets there, his arm is obviously jammed, and he raises his hand. What I hated more than anything is the umpire delayed and let Hosey talk him into it. Ramirez playing third base, and Hosey just looked at him like, come on, man. I tagged him, his hand's off the base, and he gave it to him. And in an era over the last 10 years, we have the Buster Posey rule at home. We have you can't block second base on steals now to protect who? The players, right? Well, I've never seen a bigger opportunity to protect a human being than that moment right there. Yeah. And they actually did a review, and they still came back and said he's out. So I think they need to figure out all these gray areas that they're just completely flopping. MLB's got to say, yeah, maybe we should have protected him, or at least come out and say, you know what, that wasn't probably the right thing to do because it was a joke. I mean, obviously the kid is trying to call a timeout. It was in slow motion, it felt like, when it was in real time. And then they showed it in slow motion. He's grimacing to hold that hand up. They got to be better than that. I understand the rule. I understand how it looked. But, like, a little common sense goes a long ways. And if the umpire is going to have so much gray area with blocking the plate and other calls, they can have a little gray area of common sense right here.
Your turn, Limits.
All righty, Michael, I wanted to ask about the complexity of what you've seen from Andrew Heaney as a starter this year because, look, I came into this year after what he did in spring training kind of skeptical that Heaney was going to be a good pitcher. And, again, it's kind of that notion, don't look into spring training stats too much. He's arguably been their greatest starting pitcher on a team that has Paul Skeens on it.
Yeah, so when we signed Heaney, I think I even came on with you guys, and I said we need a starting pitcher. We need a veteran. And when we got Heaney, I was stoked. And to get what we've gotten has me floored. I mean, he's a great pitcher, and if he can withstand, even a third of this, I think we've completely slam dunk on this. We've gone out, obviously, the last couple of years and gotten a veteran lefty. Most of the time, that's a veteran that is trying to resurrect their career, trying to have a good year so they can sign another contract. This time, it's a guy that had a great last couple years. And if he does exactly what he did the last couple of years, we're going to be ecstatic about that. But he's doing better. And I really, truly believe if you pick the right human beings, you can look at analytics, you can look at numbers, but if you pick the right guys like the competitor of Andrew Heaney, you're going to get more than you ever could imagine because they're always looking for ways to win. This guy just wants to come out and win. You can see the dog in him. You can hear him speak about his team. He's dropped some cuss words a couple different times. We've panicked at the network. but that's who this guy is. He wants to win. He wants to compete. That's why you're going to see him drop down. He'll be throw 7 curveballs in a row, 7 changeups in a row, because all that matters to him on a given day is, am I going to win this at bat, this inning, and this game to give my guys a chance to win? And he does. Every time he goes out there, you could see him fighting to try to win every single pitch.
Meanwhile, Michael, David Bednar has made his return. How did you evaluate how he pitched, and what do you expect moving forward?
You know, I didn't say this on air the other day, but I was kind of hurt when Renegade came on. My goosebumps came out, and then I heard the fans boo. And it hurt. It hurt because this kid went down and did his thing, and you're booing before he even has an opportunity to show you what he's got. And then he goes out and struggles first 2 guys. And I get it. Trust me, I get it. The team's not playing, but this guy's a 2-time All-Star. We need him. We're a better team with David Bednar on it, not pitching well, let alone pitching well. So we need this guy to come out and pitch well. Yeah, I thought that'd be one guy I'd never hear that from, especially, coming out of the gate. And then, his first hit, a CNI single that just trickles through the infield, and it's another boo session. And then he calls out Henry Davis, and I love this. And I think this is where you're seeing David Bednar grow, and where you're seeing the juggernaut come back, which I call him that from the X-Men. The guy that puts his head through the wall. So he's the guy that he calls out Henry, and Henry comes out, and he gets Henry to move to the outer third of the plate. He gets his extension back and punches 2 tickets. His direction looked better. His confidence looked better. And I truly believe he's a human. So I think the first couple of batters had to do with trying to do a little too much based on, this is his hometown. There's nobody on that team, including maybe even McCutchen, that loves the team more than Bednar. And I'm sure that was hard to pitch through at first. So I'm not making an excuse for him. I'm not making an excuse for the fans. They're the fans. They're allowed to do whatever they want. I just was really surprised.
I'll be honest with you. Was I watching live at the time? Limits? Did we ever? We never talked about this. Did you notice that happening?
The booing that was taking place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did hear about it. I was watching the game in a pretty crowded room with a lot of sound going on, so I didn't hear it at the time. I'm kind of surprised that they played Renegade when he came out. I mean, considering it, it's not like a save situation with a chance for him to be able to win it. I was kind of surprised they ultimately did that.
Well, I guess
I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it. Because what do you want? Do you want Bednar of last year? You want Bednar of the old, right? So that affirmation in his head when he hears that song is not the bad stuff; it's the good stuff. And that's the first time he's ran out of that gate at a home game this year. And all we know now is 0. That's how many runs he gave up, and 2 tickets. And that's the Bednar we know and love. If we get more of that, we're going to be a really good spot.
Yeah, man. We definitely can agree on that. They need David Bednar in a good spot to regain his form. Michael, we appreciate it.
Horowitz, another one. Yeah.
Yeah, that,
So
and then some key hits and some runs. Thank you, Michael.
I appreciate you. God bless.
Awesome, Joe.
I mean, I didn't hear anyone on the station. I don't want to listen to every second, but I didn't hear anybody on the station talking about that as well. I don't know that it was widely, I'm Googling it and looking for it on Twitter too. Was that widely discussed and talked about? It doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, it really wasn't discussed that much. And I do wonder how much the psyche of the players is thrown off by that, is thrown off by everything off the field with the bricks and the Clemente sign and the sell the team banner and Shelty being booed in the home opener when his name was announced. There are so many things that I wonder how the players, the sell the team chants, how they handle it, because, I mean, they're human, that they hear it. I think they'd be lying if they said that they didn't. So Paul Skeens put into that very awkward situation on stage at McAfee. How much is that, affecting them? I really wonder.
Didn't you have Gormy the Owl on talking about that?
I did, and Gormy said that some players have said, they can hear it. It's not good being booed in your own ballpark. and having to hear chants and stuff like that where you think you have a home field advantage, and it just doesn't feel that way at times for them.
I have an idea. Play better.
That was my idea. Go, win. Things will be different. If you're 15-8 instead of 8-15 right now, I don't think we'd be having a lot of these discussions.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And I was listening to Gormy on your show last night, and his take seemed to be, well, I don't want to be unfair to Gormy either, but it seemed to be, think about what you're doing here because it's affecting players. Is that what you got from him?
Somewhat, yes. Like, obviously the fans have a reason to be able to voice their frustration. They have every right as a paying customer to be able to voice that frustration. But I think that what they're trying to express and what they're trying to voice, while pointed to maybe management and the front office, is in reality hurting the players, where maybe that's not their intention to do so, but it's creating a negative effect there, which, I mean, I'm sure some fans probably don't care about, and they have the same thing that you just said. Just play better. Like, get over it. Who cares? Right.
Just play better.
Just win.
And I don't know of another venue where thousands of Pirate fans can congregate and make their feelings known in that high profile of a way, and that's gained national attention. Just the bitterness and anger that Pirates fans are feeling this year. I wrote about it today in the Post-Gazette that it's the angriest I've ever seen the fan base. And one of the things they're angry at is these lineups that are getting put out there and the days off for people like O'Neal Cruz, who's 26, and he has to be over the leg injury because every time you watch him on the bases, doesn't he lead the league in stolen bases? Why does he need a rest? Why does he need to be off his feet on a Saturday to be a DH and then get Sunday off totally? He's their best hitter.
Getting him off his feet.
What sense does this make? What are we doing? It sure seems like Derek Shelton and Ben Cherington are awfully comfortable in their jobs, does it not? I mean, it just seems that way, because if I was feeling like the Heat and feeling like I needed to treat games like they were Game 7, one guy I wouldn't be sitting is O'Neal Cruz. I can tell you that much. You agree with that?
Yes, and it seems like even in the conversations that Ben Cherington had and the whole thing about the stats and the underlying numbers saying that things are going to eventually turn around, like, where's the urgency here, man? Like, where is no, it's got to be now. Like, sure, the numbers are saying that we're maybe underachieving a little bit in terms of what the overall production is going to look like. Just find better players, find better hitters, develop hitters. What hitters have they developed in this system? It just all adds up to the frustration of what's become year 6.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that, oh, Limitless Wonder. I was just reading about a kid from the A's organization who's getting called up. But in the meantime, this Cruz thing just blows my mind. I saw somebody on Twitter wondering, do these decisions come from above Shelton? When we used to do a show together before he stopped doing it this year, he would say that, and pretty adamantly say, the lineups are mine. I take, advice from the analytics people, et cetera. But the lineup is mine. I don't know. I think across baseball, if the analytics guys on the orders of the GM have sort of carte blanche to make their adjustments, I think in a lot of places what they want goes. But let's take Shelty at his word there, that he makes the lineups. Why in the world are you resting O'Neal Cruz, and for what? For what? Like, if you want to discipline him for some of the things that have happened this year, some of the mindless baseball, all right, I get that, but there's been no indication that there's been any of that, and the guy he's crushing the baseball. He's off to a very good start. I don't understand why in the world you would ever sit him. Maybe that's just me. Well, actually, I think that's a lot of people. And speaking to what you just said, Jonathan Mayo, writing about this A's prospect, Nick Kurtz. This is a guy the Pirates never have. An electric offensive player who rockets through the system. They took Kurtz number 4 overall in last year's draft. When was Connor Griffin taken, Limits?
7th, I believe it was.
7th, okay. Well, too bad. I don't know if they would have taken this guy, but it would have been a nice one. So guess what? He's ready to make his debut. They just called him up. They said they drafted him believing he could move quickly and impact the big league lineup sooner rather than later. Boy, I like that line of thinking, don't you? They said from Wake Forest, he went in and crushed single A, he crushed double A, and he crushed triple A in just 20 games, where he was on pace to hit 45 homers. This reminds me of Chris Bryant. You know, this happens. You draft a hitter who then just takes off through your system and is ready to help the major league team. What a concept, huh, Limits?
Well, and it doesn't help that, Termarr Johnson high school prep bat that they took has not been able to hit over 260 for a while. I mean, this year he's been a little bit better, but they have had so many guys that have stalled out developmentally, and it dates back to the last 10 years. I mean, even to the old regime where Cole Tucker, Kevin Newman, Will Craig, defensive shortstops that we think their bat might be able to play. Will Craig, is he a third baseman? Is he a first baseman? Oh, well, we at least think he's going to hit. They've done a really good job of finding pitching. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to deny that. But their inability to develop bats where seemingly they stall out.
What do you mean they've done a really good job of finding pitching? I could have found pitching if I had top 5 picks all over the place. They have Paul Skeens. Bubba Chandler was a really good find, I guess. We'll see when he gets to the majors.
Yeah, Jones was a second-round pick. Skeens. I think the Holderman trade was a good one, even though right now he's been really up and down. But considering what they gave up and what they've gotten back, that was a pretty decent move for them.
Holderman's in the minor leagues right now.
I know that. I'm considering the body of work that he had previously. Right, I said right now it's not good with Holderman. They did give up
I don't want to give them
for like a
too
month.
much. He's in the minor leagues, Limits. He blew up the season last year. I don't want to give them all kinds of credit for finding pitching. Let's see what happens here. You or I would have drafted Skeens. Who else have they found?
Well, I mean, it was a real argument with Dylan Cruz of who was going to go 1-1 for a long time. It really was. So I'm not going to try to pat them on the back here and say, oh, wonderful job, not picking Dylan Cruz and going with Skeens. But it wasn't as big of a slam dunk as I think we make it out to be now just because of how well Skeens is skyrocketing.
I know, but let's not pretend they're like finding pitching around every corner here.
True.
Like they're miracle workers with it. In fact, the guy I saw up here, Harrington, I wasn't all that impressed with, and he's their number 3 prospect.
Yeah, he still needs some work and development. I don't really like how they were utilizing him either as a piggyback to Carmen Majinski. Just start him. Let him roll. They use him as a reliever. I don't get it.
How could they not have one guy through all these years of tanking and everything else, one guy, not 7 Limits, not 5, not even 3 hitters, just one human being with a head, 2 arms, and 2 legs who tears up minor league pitching, who everybody in baseball is talking about, and who comes up here and is a star. Just one guy. They've drafted in the top 10 8 million times. How can they not have one guy do that?
I don't get it. Connor Griffin is probably the most likely for that, but you would think that they would just find some stroke of...
He's not going to be knocking on the door anytime
No, he's
soon.
not. You would think that they'd find some stroke of luck out of all the guys that they've picked, though, that one would just magically work out for them. And Gonzalez might be fine, but we're not talking star level. We're not talking all-star level player. It's not like they drafted Brian Reynolds or any of these bats that have significantly stood out for them. It's just... It speaks to their developmental team and why it's not been revamped. I don't know.
This is a disaster. Anyway, they're back at it tonight in L.A., 3 against the Angels, 3 against the Dodgers. That's a long way of getting to Neil Walker, which we're going to do next. He was on the morning show, and I thought had a fascinating take on, he was asked about the Cruz days off and talked about how himself and McCutcheon used to go to Clint Hurdle and discuss these matters, and I found it rather fascinating, and you'll hear it next on Pomp and Joe without Pomp, who will be here tomorrow. And in the meantime, Limits, where is the thing that you sent me? I've lost the reads. They're gone. Oh, no, here they are.
Joe, you have a message for the people that you still need to get in as well.
I know, but my computer's dead and everything else is happening. So I'm going to tell people about the second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. That's going to take place June 5th and 6th this year at the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department. We're looking for 25 fire departments that will benefit from this year's fundraising. Register yours now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. Limits.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Buccos will play against the Angels. It's the first of a 3-game series as the Pirates go out to the West Coast. Buccos were swept over the weekend by the Cleveland Guardians. They've lost 3 games in a row after taking 3 out of 4 from Washington. Pirates swept in 2 consecutive weekend series against 2 Ohio teams. The Reds did it to them first, and then the Guardians. See what happens tonight against the Angels. 9:38 first pitch. A little strange, but the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli. You can find it beginning at 8:40 right here on 93.7 The Fan with Bailey Falter pitching. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Joe?
Why, thank you, Limits, for your undying well of kindness. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has given you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season. I'm doing quite well in my home run pool, I might add. The first time I've joined this pool with my old buddies from Buffalo in like 35 years. And my big pick was Spencer Torkelson. He has 7 home runs and a hell of a name. When you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Getting pumped for the draft.
The future stars of the NFL will soon be selected. It's the NFL Draft, and you can follow all the action here. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Donnie Football gives you all the updates on our future black and gold players.
The NFL Draft has finally arrived.
I'm ready to get to work. Let's go get some wins.
Our draft coverage is brought to you by Globe Airport Parking, Pool City, Cayman Jack, Armstrong Business Solutions, and New Flow Men's Health. The NFL Draft plays here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Something unusual is happening in the NFL Draft. There have been no trades within the first round. If that holds, that'd be the first time that happened since the merger. It could speak to the quality of the draft class. Early reports, everyone wants to trade down. Usually teams trade up for quarterbacks. They just aren't there this year. Long way to go, but early indications are this might not be as star-studded as a normal draft. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box, or buy 10, get 3 free, plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
The April wine selections at Fine Wine and Good Spirits are so good, you might wonder, what's the secret ingredient? Here's the secret. There isn't one. Just organic grapes and just in time for Earth Day. Natura Organic Rosé, made with 100% organic grapes, is now $2 off. Bonterra Vineyard Chardonnay from America's #1 organic winery is $4 off. No tricks, no magic, just really good grapes. Shop more organic wines at FWGS.com. Both bottles 750 milliliter. Offers end May 4th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today. 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery in celebrating National Donate Life Month and encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 6,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core./register.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SC all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
My thanks to the folks out here at Studio B, Bowser Chevy in Monroeville. Another nice day out here where I'm entertained by sports for the whole day. We go out of the little studio they've built here, and there's people who want to talk sports. To my left, there's a TV the size of Mulsey's cranium where I have all the NFL draft news. I've got NBA highlights. I'm pumped again for tonight's game and games. I don't know if you are, Limits, but this is the best. This is the best time of the sports year for me. For one day, it's the opening of the NCAA tournament. But for, a span of weeks in a row, this is incredible. There's NHL and NBA playoff action on every single night. Not to mention we're diving deep into baseball season right now. Do you agree?
I actually don't. Start of March is one that I really like, but I also really like October because college football is really starting to ramp up. The NFL is playing, you have the World Series, and you're welcoming back the NBA and the NHL where you can have the sports equinox where everyone's playing at once.
Equinox is a wonderful word that you pronounce correctly.
It's one that I could easily botch.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19. Peters Township, social media's biggest loser, Mulsey, is brought to you by Awaken 180. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. And What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Now, I referenced the Neil Walker clip. I can simply paraphrase it. We can hear it tomorrow. But he was asked about, on the morning show, about O'Neal Cruz getting these strange days off to save him. Save him for what? When you're 30 games out in July? What are we doing? You're desperate to win a game Sunday against Cleveland. They're about to sweep you. And he's your best hitter by 1,000,000 miles. I mean, his OPS is rising toward 900. He's crushing baseballs, and the lineup stinks. What are we doing? He just was taken off his feet the night before, to borrow Shelty's phrase. They needed to take him off his feet. How in the world is he not in the lineup? And I don't care if it's a lefty on Sunday. I thought he was starting to hit lefties.
Getting him off his feet.
Yeah, that. So Walker was asked about this, and it was pointed out by Crowley that Walker played 159 games one year. And I thought it was interesting, and I think you were listening too, Limits, when Walker said that him and McCutchen would go to Hurdle during stretches, and Hurdle wanted them to play all the home games because of the fans and also because it was easier to recuperate at home and things like that. But Hurdle would say to those two guys, hey, we got, you've played 25 games in a row. We have a little trip coming up. You guys decide amongst yourselves which game or games you might need a break in. I guess game, since he played 159. That was interesting, wasn't it?
Entirely. And I think it's a good process to have that transparency between the manager and the owner, or the manager and the players, where right now you're seeing Andrew McCutchen commenting on Twitter about days off, in quotes, and O'Neal Cruz playing one game fewer. And I know we're splitting hairs talking about one game, but Tommy Pham and Adam Frazier have played in more games than O'Neal Cruz this year. That should not happen. That is no business happening.
That's crazy. I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I don't understand it. And from Shelton's perspective, and again, unless he's getting his orders from above, if he's feeling the heat right now, like that his job is in jeopardy, Why in the world? I'd be playing O'Neill Cruz every single day. I'd have Paul Skeens on the mound for 120 pitches. I mean, I would be fighting for my baseball life right now as a manager, not resting my best hitter who had the night off in the field, 12 hours earlier. It's beyond baffling to me. I'm assuming nobody needs a rest tonight since they had a day off yesterday, but who knows when we see the lineup? I don't know. Eventually, I want to see a lineup that begins, I'm hoping that Horowitz is at least competent and you can go some combination. I'd probably lead off McCutchen, which is crazy, I know, but he still gives you the best at bat and has a high on base percentage. I might go McCutchen, Reynolds, Cruz, Bart, Horowitz, Gonzalez when he gets back. I mean, at least that gives me a little bit of hope and isn't rife with guys hitting 130, right?
I agree. You got to try to stack it up at the top.
Thank you, Limits, and have a wonderful day. Bob will be back tomorrow, and we have all kinds of treats as we build toward the drama of round 1 of the NFL draft. Again, thanks to the folks at Bowser Chevy out here in Monroeville. Good night, Limits.
Good night, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Pirates and Angels tonight, 8:40. Our coverage begins, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bailey Falter starts. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM Team next.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Let's take the Diamondbacks in the first 5 on the money line over the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's start with the pitching matchup. Looks like Arizona has the edge with Brandon Pfaadt, who's 3-1 with a 3.04 ERA. Rays counter with Zach Littell, who's 0-4 with a 5.48 ERA. Plus, the Diamondbacks have one of the best offenses in all of baseball, ranking 3rd in OPS. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. And FanDuel's giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the big league season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all fan customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on a home run, you can take your winnings to new heights. So let's go. We've got Pirates and Angels out in L.A. Let's hope that the right guys are in the lineup in this matchup. And here's a guy that I think will go deep, Brian Reynolds, who's in a slump to start the season. Look for him to break out of it Tuesday night. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost on America's #1 sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball, FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Bonus issued is now double profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Chris Muller here. Did you know that the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks? Who can wait that long? The good news is you don't have to. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet is family owned, and they have over 65,000 cabinets in stock with delivery available in as little as 3 days. Plus, Choice will deliver inside your house or apartment on their own trucks to ensure there's no damage. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson for Keystone Custom Apparel. You know what they say, look good, play good. Keystone Custom Apparel is the premier uniform and apparel company for our area's sports teams. With top brands like Nike, Under Armour, and quality basic apparel options, Keystone Custom Apparel has your organization covered for any budget. Looking for uniforms or a way to raise money for your sports teams? Use Keystone Custom Apparel. KeystoneCustomApparel.com. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Attorney advertisement. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life worked. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store. Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents. Top dog law.
Pittsburgh fans, get ready to step up to the plate for an electrifying season with the black and yellow. Every time the Buccos hit 2 or more home runs in a home game, you score 2 with a $5 casino bonus to use on the action-packed Pittsburgh Pirates Lucky Tap. It's simple. Watch the Pirates swing for the fences, and when they go deep twice or more at PNC Park, you win a bonus. Claim your reward once per week, Monday through Sunday, and keep the excitement going all season long. Don't miss out. Swing for the bonus and get in on the action today. BetMGM is an official online casino partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates and an official gaming partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager, PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at SpitzerAcura.com. See dealer for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Spring into deals with fresh savings at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 Stay Green or premium 2 cubic foot mulch bags for just $10. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances and save $50 on every $500 you spend on select LG appliances. Shop in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. See associate at Lowe's.com for more details or qualifying items. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
What's new at New Image? Our new Hybrid Hair RX. Hybrid Hair RX technology targets where you are losing your hair, fills in where you are thinning and balding, and restores your hair to fuller and thicker hair.
Call 800-514-HAIR right now for your free consultation to find out what solution is right for you and see if you qualify for $250 off. Certain restrictions may apply.
Hybrid Hair X technology is fantastic. Thanks, New Image.
Hair RX changed my life. Thanks, New Image, for Hair RX for giving me my hair back.
Hybrid Hair RX means we combine the best in duplication and artistry to create the look and style you want. For over 60 years, thousands of men and women know New Image has the latest solutions for their hair loss. And now available, Hybrid Hair RX.
Call New Image first. Simply call 800-514-HAIR. That's 800-514-4247 or go to newimagehairloss.com.
Get the award-winning news and analysis you crave with the Post-Gazette Sports Experience. Dulac, Fittipaldo, and Batko tackle the Steelers. Hiles covers the Pirates. Venzel has the Penguins. Carter and Thompson have all things Pitt. Plus, columnists Mackey and Starkey and action from the WPIAL, Duquesne, and Penn State. Come for the behind-the-scenes exclusives, stay for the NFL Draft, and MLB coverage that's second to none. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land, the man. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a West Coast trip against the Angels tonight, 9:35 on the Fan. Bailey Falter makes the start for the Buccos. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I think the things that stood out were evident in this video. There's a toughness there that doesn't get talked about enough. There's a competitive spirit there that doesn't get talked about enough. I know he's very talented and has made a lot of plays for his university and his team, but the intangible qualities displayed on tape were impressive to me.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I said it's a Tomlin Tuesday because we heard the coach and the guy that runs the entire Steelers organization talk about the draft today, and when it came to one person in particular, said more about a draft prospect than ever before. Once upon a time, Mike Tomlin in 2007 was lectured by Kevin Colbert during one of these press conferences about saying one little itty-bitty thing about Darrelle Revis. And Kevin Colbert looked over and said, we don't do that here. Well, now that Kevin's not around and there's no more checks and balances, Mike felt comfortable today offering up very expansive answers on Shedeur Sanders. And I am a Shedeur Sanders fan. I like the idea of the Steelers drafting him. I would be fine with them taking him at 21. But I'd also be lying to everyone if I said I'm not worried or concerned about Sanders here because of Mike Tomlin and because of the way Mike Tomlin just described Shedeur Sanders. He said the dirty I word. He went back to the intangible well, which was the well that gave us Kenny Pickett. And so everyone has scar tissue from that. Everyone's traumatized by that. Everyone's still paranoid because of that. So to hear Mike Tomlin basically describe this guy who's now connected to the Steelers more than any other player get talked about and described the same way scares me.
Should scare you, Pony. Do we know what Tomlin said about Pickett when they drafted him?
We do. Here it is.
We talked about his high floor, and the high floor was because of the intangibles. But
But
also
there it is.
The anticipation and the pro accuracy were very obvious and consistent when studying his tape.
The things we can't measure or put a finger on, that's what he's good at.
So the one thing he said about Pickett that was tangible there was the anticipation and pro accuracy, which Kenny actually I don't feel like had very often because he was usually scrambling the wrong way out of the pocket. The one thing most Shedeur Sanders fans will tell you he has, and even I think people who are skeptical of him will say, is that he's an accurate quarterback who anticipates generally very well when he's within the pocket, and when he's within structure, throws guys open. He does certain things that are high-level traits. The problem with Shedeur Sanders is everything else you want in a quarterback, high-level athletic ability, a strong throwing arm, things like that matter in today's NFL. The best quarterbacks nowadays generally are able to make something happen on the run. He does very, 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 very little of that. This makes me uneasy to a point. The one thing I am trying to do, because I am not a Shedeur Sanders guy, I do not want the Steelers to take him. I think that would be making a similar mistake to Kenny Pickett all over again, such that I would even call it Kenny Pickett 2.0.
It sounds like the same mistake based on how Tomlin compared the prospect today.
And it's also a guy that could fall well into the 20s. You'd be a team. Who said that to us? Do you really want to be the team taking a quarterback in the 20s for the second time in 4 years?
Mike Renner said that from CBS Sports. Ryan Wilson from CBS Sports, who refuses to go on with Starkey, will join us at 4:15 today.
I appreciate that about Ryan. I think that's a problem. I've been jousting with people. One guy randomly lecturing me, just continually saying that's not how the draft works every time he sends me a tweet.
And how are you saying the draft works?
I intimated that a player like Shedeur Sanders is not going to be worth taking if he has slid to pick 20. I'll read you the exact tweet and explain my logic here because it's not hard. I said this. It's disappointing but unsurprising to see so many people talking themselves into Sanders at 21. If he was the caliber of prospect many of you seem to have convinced yourselves that he is, he wouldn't be there for the taking anywhere near the 21st pick. And I've gotten a whole cavalcade of, that's not how the draft works. Guys slide for various reasons. What about Lamar? What about Hurts? What about Rodgers? What about this? They'll use like the 4 or 5 like truly successful examples that you can pluck off the top of your head. Fine. Shedeur Sanders, by the way, is not an Aaron Rodgers level arm talent. He's not a Lamar Jackson level athlete. He's not a Hurts level athlete going to a Hurts quality team like the Eagles. Purdy not going to a system like that. This is my problem. Other guys at other positions do get pushed down the board sometimes, and you can get great value. Do you know why other positions, Pony, get pushed down the board in most drafts?
Because you're going to tell me people overdraft quarterbacks.
Because they get pushed up the board because there is always such a need. And there are no fewer than 4 teams ahead of the Steelers, functionally 3. The Giants, the Browns, and the Saints, because we already know it's out there that Cam Ward's going number 1. The Titans have told him they're picking him. There are 3 teams that need a quarterback as bad or worse than the Steelers do, who so far aren't being credibly connected, I would say, by like a plurality, a majority of insiders and draft experts to Shedeur Sanders. If Shedeur Sanders was even like an above-average first-round prospect, like most years he's a no-doubt first-round pick, maybe it's back half of the first round, he'd be getting pushed up to like the Giants or at the very least the Saints. I'm not seeing many people do that. Most people think he's going to slide when he plays the one position that goes the other way relative to a player's actual ability. That is very troubling to me. It is, and it should be to anybody that wants to see this team with Mike Tomlin at the helm avoid a repeat of the Kenny Pickett mistake.
Donnie, you tweeted something to the same effect. Do you think the Steelers are going to, you study history to make sure you don't make the same mistake twice, and you implied strongly on social media that you think that's exactly what's happening here?
Yeah, and it's not even like a direct comparison of the 2 prospects because people see something like that, like they were seeing what Chris would put out there and think like, well, Sanders ain't Kenny Pickett. That's not what I'm saying.
Wait, so you don't think the 2 guys are similar?
I'm not comparing the players, more so the situation.
But do you think the 2 players are similar?
No, I think Sanders is a better player.
Okay.
But that still doesn't mean I think he's going to be some star in Pittsburgh. I do think that the premise of how that draft went and how this draft is working out, I think it's a similar situation because outside of Cam Ward, we have been told by many that it is a weak quarterback class, the position that gets looked through a microscope more than any other position once we get around draft time, to where they try to project out, is this a good class? Is this a bad class? Is it just somewhere in the middle? That 2022 draft, there were multiple teams ahead of the Steelers that needed a quarterback, at least 3 of them. All of them said, nah, we're good. We're either all right with what we have, which is just some bum journeyman, or we'll wait until next year's draft completely. And that's what a team like the Carolina Panthers did, for example. Kind of the same way here. There are multiple QB-needy teams ahead of the Steelers in this draft that, at least as of right now, are not expected to take this guy.
Furthermore, Donnie, there are not that many guys in this draft at non-quarterback positions. It's not seen as an exceptionally talent-laden at the top draft. It's much more a depth draft. Everything I've read suggests that. So it's not even like there are just a plethora of first-round picks elsewhere. There's relatively few, and these teams are going to prioritize. Instead of, we all know you're supposed to take a swing on quarterback every time till you figure it out. Instead of doing that in the first round when you have the full access to the board or the full list access, these teams seemingly, again this year, like in 2022 that Donnie pointed out, they're going to go with another position. The most realistic team that actually needs Shedeur Sanders that might draft him in the first round is the Browns, but they would do it by trading back into the first round. And that's only if the Steelers actually let him pass, because I don't think they'd be able to trade far enough back in to get to like pick 20 to jump them. They're going to do the smart thing and take Travis Hunter, I think, number 2 overall.
No, I disagree with that.
I know
think
that
the smart thing would be Abdul Carter,
yes,
but that's okay. We don't need to litigate that on the
you're
air.
making my overall point. They're going to take somebody who's not Shedeur Sanders at number 2 that they think is a great actual football player.
I don't have as big of a problem with like you guys seem to think that because the Giants, Saints, and Browns aren't interested in Shedeur Sanders that that's a bad thing. I don't think that those are particularly well-run organizations. So the fact that they might make a mistake and pick a player when they have a quarterback need and pass on a quarterback is not something that spooks me about Sanders as much as it clearly does with both of you. It's the way that Tomlin described him.
What, you think the Steelers are a well-run organization at the moment?
Well, I think they're a more well-run organization than those teams. I mean, I don't think that they are. No, I don't think that they're a great run organization anymore. But I think that they're still clearly better than those 3 teams. It honestly made my skin crawl when I heard him say toughness, competitive spirit, and intangibles.
It should. He didn't say, he made a lot of plays for them. Mike, tell us about his arm talent. Tell us about, there are things about Shedeur Sanders' game that even I, a detractor, can say he's still the second best quarterback in a very weak class. He throws guys open well. He does know what he's looking at. He doesn't get fazed by by complicated schemes. He just isn't good enough athletically or talent-wise to be a big-time player.
It just sounds to me like he's falling in love with.
He's such a gamer.
Yeah, and
I love guys who love football. I'm Mike Tomlin. He's the ultimate volunteer. Hey, I just can't wait to get in here and crunch tape. What did he say about Pickett to justify it? I believe in him when Pickett was already here and struggling. I believe in him because I see the work he puts in.
Yeah, he's the first guy in and the last guy out. What's so strange about that is when it comes to wide receiver and positions like that, they'll bypass football character and stuff like that and just go with the most talented dude, even if he's got a checkered past or red flags, and roll the dice because Mike feels like he can just channel those talents and make those guys into productive players. So I just don't understand why that wouldn't apply to the most important position, which is quarterback, where Mike wouldn't say, give me the guy with tools and I'll coach him. I'll get the other things in line. You're paying me $20 million. Give me the guy that's got the arm or the strength or whatever it is. That's like a tangible thing. Not he's tough.
He competes hard. He gives a crap.
This is the first time in a while. Well, actually, that's not true. The first time I got scared of Shedeur Sanders is when it was reported that Tomlin loved him. And anytime he likes a quarterback, I now am trained to want to think the opposite because I have such little opinion of where Tomlin comes down on this position
that
these
does,
days.
Though, bring up the same thing you always say to me, which is, then why would you want them to draft any quarterback ever?
I know.
And I don't ever have a good response
and I don't have a good one here either.
Have a good one here.
Yeah. Unless we get back to what I've said to you, too, which was the mistake I made with Kenny. I thought Kenny was Tomlin-proof. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is Tomlin-proof. I don't think he's one of these guys where, like Ben Roethlisberger, I firmly believe if Ben had been drafted by the Browns, he would have fixed that organization. I think that there's probably once every couple of years a quarterback where, regardless of where they go, if Patrick Mahomes had been drafted by the Bears, they would have won Super Bowls. I think there are just players at that position that are that good and that kind of unbreakable. And I don't view Sanders that way. I just want...
Hardly anyone does. Most people think he needs to go to the right situation. Did you see Ben Solak today, the ESPN writer?
I did.
He gave what I thought was like a fair breakdown of Sanders, good and bad. He said the guy does some things that are good. Here are some things he does that are bad that you're not going to like. And then he said, but that all being said, he might even be underrated because so many people now are dogging him and he's sliding. Here are the 4 teams that most need a quarterback because he's a guy that has to go to the right fit, right? He rated the following fits: Giants, Browns, Saints, Steelers. The first line about the Steelers, this would be a bad landing spot for Shedeur Sanders.
Tomlin tells us and the world today why he loves Shedeur Sanders. How does that make you feel about drafting Sanders? Would this be the Kenny Pickett draft blunder all over again? 412-928-9370. Do you think drafting Shedeur Sanders would be the Steelers making the Pickett mistake twice? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Chad Brown, the ex-Steeler, and Colorado Buffalo, who watched every single one of Sanders' games there, is going to join us in about 20 minutes, but we've got time for your calls coming back. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start their L.A. trip tonight. First pitch against the Angels at 9:38. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 8:40. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
What are you doing for the draft? Get your buddies together and head over to Mike's. They'll have it on Thursday night. They'll have a TV on the baseball game, too. They'll have some TVs on the hockey playoffs. They'll have some TVs on the basketball playoffs. All of it happening at once. A sports equinox, if you will. And you can watch it all at Mike's. 80 rotating taps, a great local craft beer, hundreds of beers from around the world, and great food options, too. I had the steak on a stone Saturday, 10-ounce filet, and absolutely loved it. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar, right next to PNC Park.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Getting pumped for the draft.
The future stars of the NFL will soon be selected. It's the NFL Draft, and you can follow all the action here. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Donnie Football gives you all the updates on our future black and gold players.
The NFL Draft has finally arrived.
I'm ready to get to work. Let's go get some wins.
Our draft coverage is brought to you by Globe Airport Parking, Full City, Cayman Jack, Armstrong Business Solutions, and New Flow Men's Health. The NFL Draft plays here. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Alexander Ovechkin is having quite a month. After breaking Wayne Gretzky's goal record, Ovi kicked off the playoffs by putting in the overtime game winner. Sometimes guys hang on to break records, maybe a little too long. That's not the case with Ovechkin at all. You think nothing tops beating the Great One, but hoisting the Stanley Cup in the same year, that would be all time. I'm Andrew Perloff.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. You've heard us say this before. It has a cool ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe it said 300. Wouldn't the 260 be a little bit nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I have dropped over 50 pounds with Awaken 180. There's no reason you can't drop 40 or more pounds by the 4th. Ringing Independence Day, shirt off, confident, most importantly, you're feeling happy. You reached your goal weight with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open that beer, roast up the hot dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to free support for life. And they stand by it. I haven't put a pound back on for almost 2 years. In fact, I've lost a couple more pounds. Reserve your Pittsburgh location or at-home consult today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Precision pointing and restoration. Free estimates, no money down. Brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Is there a quarterback in this year's draft class that you guys feel could be the franchise quarterback of this team's future?
I'll just say it's a good group without going into specifics, and you don't know how things are going to shake out on draft day, but I'll just say it's a talented group.
Wouldn't say yes, Omar Khan, but we know it's not his call. But I'll remember that comment if and when Shedeur Sanders gets picked, because it'll make me feel like if Khan were in a situation where maybe he had equal control or more control, they would wait on a quarterback, which I think is what most fans want.
Who's the order of operations here for how they pick this? Is it Rooney, Tomlin, Conn-Weidl, or Tomlin, Rooney, Conn-Weidl?
Rooney, Tomlin, Conn-Weidl. But
very close between 1 and 2 there, you're saying?
I think Art probably trusts those guys to do their job. When I say they, I mean Mike, like setting the agenda for everything that gets done. But I'm sure sometimes, like we think he did with Kenny, he gets in the mix and is like, hey, it would be really nice if we drafted this kid who works right next door.
How do they, I would be remiss if I did not point out after hearing Mike say what he said today, how can they all be so, and I think Sanders is a better prospect than Kenny, which I've said numerous times, but probably have to keep repeating because everyone has the memory of, what's an animal with a short memory, Donnie?
An elephant?
No, they have long memories, very long memories.
A gnat?
Like the Memento guy who had to tattoo stuff to his body because he had
the
short-term
fish in
memory
Nemo
loss.
that never remembers.
That's a good one.
Things.
So I think he's a better prospect than Pickett. I do, but I don't think it's like head and shoulders. I think it's a matter of degrees. I think he's more accurate than Kenny, and I think he's a better anticipator of throws. But like, how do they not look at his tape and say, "Wait a minute, this would be the same mistake we made a couple of years ago"?
Segment is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar. Fan beer of the month is Cindy's Hard Mountain Tea from Cinderlands Brewing, benefiting Partners for Quality. We asked the question on Twitter, if the Steelers take Shedeur Sanders, are they making another Kenny Pickett-sized mistake? 60% of you said, yes, they are. Chad Brown, who watched every single one of Shedeur Sanders' games at Colorado and played for the Steelers and is a Colorado alum, joins us in about 10 minutes. In the meantime, let's hear from you, starting with Dave in North Huntington. Hello, Dave.
Hey, guys. I'd have to say it would be worse than Kenny, I think, because it shows they didn't learn anything from that mistake. I mean, what's Shedeur Sanders' record at Colorado?
13 and 12.
What was John Elway's record at Stanford?
I don't know,
Terrible.
to be honest with you. But, I mean, that's just – okay, so that's one point. But, I mean – how could you do the same thing over?
You could also say, how did Shedeur look against like the best competition they played? And the answer is not nearly as good as he did against worse teams.
Yeah, but I would say, as a comeback to that, Colorado was a laughingstock college program before he got there. They looked like crap against anybody and everybody.
Is he more responsible for them being so much better, or is Travis Hunter, the Heisman Trophy winner, more responsible? I guess it's a tough call. They're both going to have their numbers retired.
And the thing was, Kenny had much more starting game experience, and, that last year at Pitt, let's face it, he looked really good. and he looked good in the preseason the last year where he fell apart. So
what's the moral of the story here? Never draft a quarterback ever again? What is the moral of the story then?
With Tomlin, that may be the moral of the story because he cannot develop a quarterback. I mean, he seems to have shown that.
Fair point. I have no reason to want to shout you down or say you're wrong about that.
There's a very clear not rebuttal to that, but if you don't like any of the things that Tomlin does with quarterbacks, what should they do? If you're going to pick a player, you can't just live in your fears. Try to pick somebody with overwhelming physical talent, because I think that's the guy who gives you the best chance of surmounting what I think is a bad environment for quarterbacks to be in.
Larry brings up an interesting point on Twitter. Would you feel better about Sanders if the Steelers traded up into the top 10 to take him? Because that's where quarterbacks get picked.
No, I wouldn't, because they would be the team making that value judgment. Like, what? They traded up to, 8th because they knew the Saints were going to pick him at 9?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but just hypothetically speaking.
No, it still would. That would just be one other team that I would feel like was probably getting hoodwinked here. The consensus on the guy is that most people have him either as a first-round guy, back half of the first round. I've seen a lot of places that have him as a second-round quarterback.
Jeremiah put out his final draft rankings today and had him ahead of every one of the defensive tackles.
When Jeremiah does that, does he say, I wait for positional value?
No, because he has Genty third. Actually, I think he has Genty second. I think he says he's the second best player.
He had him third behind Carter and Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he thinks Sanders is a better prospect than Harmon, who he had 24th, Nolan, who he had 28th, and Grant, who he had 31st.
Every time I saw
and Kuiper has Sanders number 1 among quarterbacks, even higher than Ward.
The problem for me, I know I saw that again today. The problem for me with Sanders is I've seen a good amount of him actually playing in real time, not watch tape where people can cherry pick good or bad. And you'll see a couple plays that highlight all the good stuff that people like about him, and they look pretty impressive. Hey, there's a good throw there. There's him making a little bit of extra time.
You can pretty much do that with any quarterback
for him
with
in the
highlights.
Pocket. But then some of his lowlights, man, and then some of the in-between plays where you have to judge how will that go in the NFL. The lowlights are bad, and the in-between stuff hardly ever feels like, oh, yeah, he'll get away with that in the league.
Yeah, you know who you could have done that with, though, last year, for sure? Drake May. Drake May had absolutely terrible plays at North Carolina his final year there.
He also, his penultimate year there, switched to left-handed and threw a touchdown pass against Pitt. The physical tools were overwhelmingly good.
Here is Nathan in Slippery Rock. Hello, Nate.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Happy Tuesday.
You too.
So there's 2 reasons why I feel like I don't think Shedeur is a good fit in Pittsburgh, and one of which is definitely because it's a very big Kenny Pickett comparison. And the thing that stands out to me in terms of that is the amount of sacks that both those guys take. They hang in the pocket way too long and take a lot of bad sacks.
They also both drift in the pocket too. That was a Kenny problem, and Shedeur also drifts a lot.
Absolutely. And the other thing is too is I just think obviously we need a quarterback, but our team has a lot of other holes, and without the thing to me is not having that second-round pick makes it very difficult to address a lot of things that we're going to need to address in this draft. So that's why I feel maybe you wait for a Will Howard in the 3rd round, and then maybe try to trade a guy like George Pickens and regain that second-round pick, because we're not going to bring him back next year anyway on a $30 million contract. It's just not going to happen.
Well, we'll get to what the comments were today from Khan on George Pickens, because it did come up. And look, I don't see where I differentiate from people is I don't see any of those defensive linemen as guys that the Steelers can't screw up. They found a way to screw up the guy that you thought was going to be the best left tackle in team history.
Still got a shot there. He hasn't played a snap of
left
tackle yet.
I understand that, but have they done right by the player so far?
No, I'm being difficult on
if
purpose.
We've got like Derek Harmon, for example, and he could play defensive end, he could play defensive tackle, he could do any number of things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced that they're going to correctly utilize him and play him either right away when they should or shouldn't, or make him wait.
Even if Walter Nolan fell to them, and you love Walter Nolan.
I like him a lot. I won't say love. I mean, I just like watching
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I see big playmaking there. But we had Farabon yesterday, and he basically said that they're spooked by the guy. I think character was the word that he brought up. Which, again, since when does Mike Tomlin put such stock in that? He's still got George Pickens on this team.
Well, George is just on the path to becoming, mature, best version of himself.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. You want an informed opinion on Shedeur Sanders? Chad Brown joins us next, the ex-Steeler linebacker. He did a bunch of Sanders games. He's a Colorado alum. He lives in Denver, so he knows him, and he's going to give us his take next. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NHL playoffs from last night. Winnipeg beats St. Louis 2-1 to take a 2-0 series lead. Dallas beats Colorado 4-3. That series even at 1. LA beats Edmonton 6-5 in a shootout. The Kings lead that series 1-0. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mousy.
Not in a literal shootout, Donnie. I would not want anyone to accuse you of not being a ball or puck knower here. It was in a metaphorical, figurative shootout, just to be clear. Donnie knows that there are not shootouts in the postseason. Callis, on the other hand, doing that headline.
I didn't even think of that wording, but yes.
Our guy Callis.
6'5", a very high-scoring hockey game.
He would not have earned the benefit of the doubt from you there. Right now, let's talk about Universal Windows Direct. They should have the benefit of the doubt. You need new windows. You need to go to Universal Windows Direct. You need to take advantage, as a matter of fact, of the deals during Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. They have their classic deal. You know it. You love it. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Need 18 windows, you pay for 9. You need 24 windows. Wow, congratulations to you. You only pay for 12. They don't stop there at Universal Windows Direct. How about no interest until 2030? How about, too, if you want to add, say, an entry door, vinyl siding, or something else with your window replacement? Right now's the time to get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Windows from Universal have their exclusive Super Spacer technology. What's that do? It helps them perform better and last longer, simply put. I could get into a lot of technical stuff, more jargon. No, they perform better. They last longer. Now's the time to call. Schedule your free in-home estimate, 412-545-6003, or check out universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Men lacking confidence in the bedroom because of ED, NewFlow Men's Health is the area's leader in treating ED with long-term results. NewFlow is serious about helping your ED issues. No pills, no injections, no games. Be that guy again. Call NewFlow today for your free consultation at 412-784-9000.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, an extensive network of local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm LGKG. My dad taught me that a handshake is an oath. I've taken that oath seriously as an injury lawyer fighting for the people of this region. If you've been injured, I want to talk to you personally. Call me. I'll call you back. 724-658-8535.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify in stock units only. Offers end 4/30/25.
Get to Mike
Camlin Hyundai today for huge spring savings. Drive the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE, both available with financing as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $2,000 in rebates. MyCamlinHyundai.com. All My Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What Mike Tomlin said about Aaron Rodgers in 15 minutes, and what Aaron Rodgers' best friend in football said Rodgers wants from the Steelers, what might be potentially holding up a Rodgers deal, and it's not the personal life story that he gave McAfee on Thursday. 412-928-9370. Chad Brown going to join us in a couple of minutes on Shedeur Sanders. In the meantime, here is Noah in Indiana. Hello, Noah.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good.
A couple things here. First of all, I mean, any draft class like this, I think you're inheriting a certain amount of risk, not being the strongest class. So what I think the Steelers have to do, what I think they have to come together and say is, where does our identity come in as how we want to run this offense? If you want to stay with the pound the ground, rely on your defense sort of play, I think you can maybe get away with Shedeur. But clearly they've shown that they can't win playoff games that way.
There's a lot of guys they can get away with.
I have a devil's advocate take.
Why use a first-round pick on a guy like that who's just going to be a game manager?
Take Jalen Milroe at like pick 83 if you think he'll be there, Noah, because he's maybe the second best running back if you just slotted him at that position. Just run the Lamar Jackson style offense with him. At that point.
Yeah. So what I think you have to do is I think you have to go in and find a trait, whether any of these four guys find a trait that you like, and just roll with that.
Well, the traits Mike Tomlin gave us today on Shedeur was toughness, competitive spirit, and intangibles. And I like Shedeur Sanders, and I want the Steelers to take him, but that was unsettling hearing Tomlin describe intangibles as the greatest strength, which is the same thing he did with Kenny Pickett when that pick went belly up. All right, Chad Brown joins us, the ex-Steeler. He is a Colorado buff, so he knows all about Shedeur Sanders, watched him very closely, so we figure let's chat with someone who knows the player inside and out. Chad, when you look at Shedeur Sanders, do you see a first-round quarterback?
I do. I do. Now, this is not a very quarterback-rich draft, and we know quarterbacks are often overdrafted as far as where they go in the draft in relation to their draft ranking. I've seen Shedeur as low as the 25th player in this draft class, but there's not 32 starting-level quarterbacks in the NFL. So if you are a team who doesn't have that guy, you may have to overdraft to get someone that you're maybe not 100% certain on or not necessarily dazzled about. But this is the way of the NFL. You cannot win without a quarterback. The ability to play great defense around the football, this is a passing league at this point. And you need a quarterback under center who on third down can make plays.
Chad, I am not a huge Sanders believer. I do think he's the second best quarterback in the class, but I don't, like you said, I don't think it's a very deep class at that position at all. But I'll ask you this. Three just quick things, the three things that spring to mind the most that you like about Shedeur Sanders' game when you think about him as an NFL quarterback. What are the three things that pop up first for you about what he does?
Well, I spent time in Denver, and the number of starts that Bo Nix had before he became a Denver Bronco, that was critical to his development during his rookie year. And so for the Broncos to recognize that he played 61 games in college, Bo Nix did. And so that experience played a major role versus, say, the Colts going with Anthony Richardson, where they went with talent without having experience. For Shedeur Sanders, there's clearly arm talent there. but there's a wealth of experience. Never had less than 400 attempts in any of his 4 seasons in college football. Never threw the ball under a 65% completion ratio. Never had less than 27 touchdowns in a season. So here's a guy who has thrown the ball a lot, who's done it at a lower level, done it at a higher level, and done it with an incredible amount of scrutiny placed upon him, maybe more so than a lot of other quarterbacks would be able to handle. So the intangibles that Mike Tomlin is talking about, and I won't even dive into him saying Kenny Pickett had those intangibles because I don't know what he was seeing there. But for Shedeur Sanders, there are intangibles. There's a pedigree, a background. And one of the things about being a quarterback is your ability to handle the pressure, to handle the scrutiny, to handle all that comes with being the guy. And I think he's very comfortable in that. Is there a little bit more swagger and, braggadociousness than I would like from my quarterback? There is. But I'm 54 years old. Here's a guy who's obviously in his early 20s, and I'm sure a 54-year-old looking back at 22-year-old Chad Brown could have probably said the same things about me back then as well.
Chad, you played in the NFL for a while, and you cover it now, and you watch the NFL and college closely. Who does Shedeur Sanders remind you of?
Wow, that's a difficult one because obviously with his father, you want to go to an athletic quarterback. But Shedeur, while not a poor athlete, certainly is a guy who would never remind you of Lamar Jackson, as I heard maybe your previous caller there talking about. There's no explosive skill set there. He's got an ability to slide and maneuver within the pocket, but it's more about an arm strength, and it's more about the mind game than just the pure athleticism. Maybe some of the desire to make plays in a that's also a negative comparison. I want to say Jameis Winston without all the interceptions, because we've seen what Jameis Winston tries to extend plays too long and falls into some mistakes. Shedeur does that a bit, but not to that same level. But the desire to make a play, desire to always be thinking about attacking the defense, desire always to be looking down the field. I'm not sure if there's a direct NFL comparison, but I see a guy who has to get some of that worked out of his game. At the same time, that's one of the best parts of his game, always putting pressure on the defense and trying to find ways to make an explosive play.
Chad, how close do you think Shedeur Sanders is to being a finished product? I guess what I'm really asking is, this is a ceiling question. Is there a very high ceiling there? Is he a guy that you expect would get a lot better, surrounded by NFL-caliber players at every position? I know that Colorado O-line was a problem for him. Where do you look at him in terms of projectability? There's guys like Josh Allen who get way better when they go to the pros. Then there's guys who are kind of topped out as prospects when they get drafted. So how does he slot in there for you?
I think there's certainly room for improvement as far as the things I just talked about, trying to force the defense and force the offense into big plays. Sometimes in the NFL, you just got to take what the defense gives you. If the defensive coordinator calls the right defense, if you throw the ball more than 15 yards downfield, the ball is going to be in peril for being a turnover, interception. So he's got to work some of that out of his game. But from the arm strength, the accuracy, a nice ball delivered, there's some folks who have incredible arm strength, but the ball's difficult to catch. There's some guys who can deliver a nice ball in between the numbers, but don't have the arm strength to throw it outside the numbers. So he's got the prerequisite arm strength and arm talent and arm skill. There is an ability to slide and maneuver around the pocket, but I think the best growth in his game is going to be learning when to get rid of the football, learning when the play is over, learning when the play is decided. Yes, I know I've got a crosser at 18 yards, but I know that middle linebacker is going to be there. Let me take this check down. Let me live to fight another down. So if we can just eliminate, from an NFL coaching staff perspective, some of the bad ball from Shedeur, which there wasn't a whole lot of, but if you can start to eliminate that, and based upon what I've seen for 4 years of him as a starter, there is something there that is good enough for him to be a starting-level NFL quarterback. To be an all-time great, I'm not necessarily seeing those skill sets and that caliber of anticipation and arm strength and all that, but you don't necessarily need to be that. You don't need to be Peyton Manning or Tom Brady to win in the NFL. You just need to be good and not turn the ball over and eliminate some of your poor quality plays.
James texts in and says, ask Chad if he thinks Shedeur Sanders will have a better Steelers career than former Colorado quarterback Cordell Stewart.
I think Cordell, unfortunately, was a bit ahead of his time.
Yes, he was.
We see quarterbacks with that skill set now. So, yes, I could say from a passing perspective, considering the rules of today's game, the way today's game is played, the way that wide receivers are valued and rewarded contractually, that Shedeur will have a better statistical career than Cordell had. Take the Steelers to the championship game as Cordell did, that would remain to be seen. But statistically, he is a more polished passer walking in the door than certainly Cordell was as a Colorado Buffalo going into the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Chad, very quickly here, we had another Steve texted in this question, and it's a good one. Do you think Shedeur Sanders, it'll help him or hurt him, at least initially, being coached by a staff other than the one his dad puts together? He's been coached by his father, who's obviously a legend for a pretty long time now. How do you think that adjustment will go?
I think it will be an adjustment. It's always going to be an adjustment when you move from that kind of situation where your dad's always been your coach your entire life. But I think it's going to be a good adjustment. One of the things that coaches do is they take you where you can't take yourself. And in this case, maybe take you where your dad couldn't take you because there was too much familiarity. To start with a blank slate, to have everything judged and evaluated, as Bill Cowher used to tell me, everything you do is going to be judged and evaluated, as opposed to having that knowledge of the player. Now everything's going to be fresh for him. And I think that's one of those things that could take his game to the next level.
Chad Brown, former Buff, former Steeler, does great media stuff. His take on Shedeur Sanders said he could be Jameis Winston without all the interceptions. I would actually take that out of an NFL quarterback. That was very well said, Chad. Thanks, and we'll do it again soon. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
Pony.
Yes.
If Shedeur Sanders attempted to replicate Cordell Stewart's famous Hail Mary to beat Michigan in the Big House, at what yard line does the ball fall incomplete?
I think 15.
That's not really a knock on him so
Donnie,
much as it is a commentary on that being the greatest Hail Mary ever.
Let's see if Malsey can get the Shedeur Sanders trivia question right that you struggled with.
Skip ahead and just say, no, I can't.
Who is Shedeur Sanders' personal quarterback's coach? I will give you a comparison. I will give you a clue, He was an AFC Central quarterback who played against the Steelers throughout the 1990s.
There's only one name that for some reason is jumping to mind, and I don't think it would be I don't think he would be coached by a guy who threw lefty, so I'm ruling out Brunell. The first name that popped in my head was Jeff Blake.
Yep.
The Blake Street Bomber.
Let's go.
I know the Bengals sucked back then. I lived in fear of that game twice a year.
What did I tell you? I said Chris has a
He loves himself some
because
Jeff Blake.
I told you that.
Here's what Jeff Blake would do. I'd be watching on my little, the tube TV, pre-HD, pre-great camera angles. His ass would drop back randomly, throw the ball off the screen for about 5 seconds, and there's Darnay Scott or Carl Pickens running past Dwayne Washington for a 70-yard touchdown.
I don't know if Chad meant to do this, but if you're telling me Shedeur Sanders is Jameis Winston without the interceptions, you've got a great quarterback.
I respectfully disagree when he talks about the arm talent. Jameis had one of the best arms in the league. He still does have one of the better arms in the league.
He just makes horrible decisions with the ball.
Shedeur Sanders does not have a great arm. He doesn't even. There are people from a strength perspective who don't even think he has a good arm.
I thought they to me seem like very opposite quarterbacks. Sanders makes really good decisions, but he just doesn't have the arm to always follow through with those great
a ton of
football
the
decisions.
negative stuff
the processing, I think, is really good with him.
So I'll go back to Solak just because I thought he brought up a great example of a negative Sanders play.
By the way, Solak blew us off.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
His dad likes the show, though.
Yeah, and it wasn't good enough. I even went to the dad well.
Maybe he's got one of those ESPN blockers on him. But he said, he pointed to a throw against UCF that got intercepted. He said, the decision here by the quarterback, by Sanders, is the right decision to try to throw to Hunter because of the coverage. He said he just simply does not have the arm to pull it off. That is a bad sign.
All right, so Tomlin waxed poetic about Shedeur Sanders. He never speaks glowingly about draft prospects specifically.
So he broke that rule. He's been breaking rules on Aaron Rodgers for months. What did he say about Rodgers affecting the Steelers' draft decisions? And what did Rodgers' best football friend say about why Rodgers hasn't signed here yet? And here's a tease. It has nothing to do with the personal stuff going on with Aaron Rodgers behind the scenes. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment, but first a message from Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. Choice Cabinet, let's talk. I want to help you guys out. Even if you're saying mean things to me in the comments about my sports opinions, when it comes to real life, something we're all dealing with outside this place, in this show, I want to help you. For example, big home renovation you're doing. You want to redo that kitchen after 15 years or whatever it is. And you're either a DIY type, you're looking to get it done, or you're the contractor who's going to be doing a big renovation like that for somebody. A lot of pressure there, right? And what is one of the biggest sticking points at the moment? You probably already know, but I'll say it anyway. The wait time on cabinets. Average time right now to wait for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. Nobody can afford to wait that long. Come on. You got a lot to do. You have a busy life. You can't be waiting 2 to 3 months for a project to get done because of the cabinets. Good news. Choice Cabinet, they've got over 65,000 cabinets in stock. All wood, 10 different paints and stains. Gets even better. Delivery with Choice Cabinet, it's available in as little as 3 days. Not 8 to 12 weeks like the industry average, as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BORDA, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Reds, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Don's Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday during the MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you can take your winnings to new heights. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. I found a guy who's hitting some this year, and he has a great name, Spencer Torkelson. Yes, he's hitting home runs for Detroit. Jump on that one. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 60 years. There has never been a better time to let Sullivan Super Service install a new air conditioning system in your home. And for a limited time, get 0% financing for 60 months or up to a $2,000 instant rebate on eligible systems for those who qualify. Let the Sullivan Super Service family keep your family cool this summer. Visit SullivanService.com.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle in Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th. So visit Bowser Hyundai in Pleasant Hills or Bowser Hyundai in Chippewa. Now that's the power of Bowser. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
If you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
BeyondYourLincoln.com. Neighbors, not strangers. 200 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Buccos and Angels tonight, 9:35. Pirates start their first of 6 games in L.A., 3 with the Angels and 3 with the Dodgers. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Aaron Rodgers' situation have any impact on your strategy or approach in the draft? It does not.
Does the outcome of the draft and who you may acquire affect your pursuit of Aaron Rodgers?
I think what you do in the draft oftentimes affects maybe some, talent acquisition that happens after. We'll see how the acquisition goes this weekend.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Charles Robinson, who is one of the most plugged-in insiders in the NFL, he's not on ESPN, he's not on NFL Network, so people don't know him as well as they do Schefter and Rappaport. He works for Yahoo Sports. Yahoo Sports has been a breeding ground for so many big insiders like Woj, for example. On the NBA front, Jeff Passan worked for Yahoo. So he's basically the NFL equivalent of that. He's going to tell us what he's hearing on the draft and potential draft moves, where guys will go, who will be available for the Steelers at 21 in about 15 minutes.
I thought that Tomlin answer said more than we usually get from Mike in this pre-draft setting, which is usually just 25 minutes of these guys making word salad, trying to say things without saying anything at all. The first answer is pretty standard boilerplate. No, we're not going to let Aaron Rodgers affect who we draft. Translation there, we're going to take a quarterback at some point in this draft. We've done a ton of homework on quarterbacks. We've studied them. We've brought many of them in. We've looked at them. Khan said they only have 2 on the team, and they're going to take 4 to camp. Free agency is basically done. They're going to draft a quarterback. There's going to be a rookie quarterback on their roster this year. The second answer, I think, is way more interesting. I thought Tomlin sounded like a guy there who might be of the opinion if they draft a quarterback high enough, like let's say they take Sanders 21.
Peace out, Aaron Rodgers pursuit.
Yes. Well, one of two things could happen.
Thought.
Either they would voluntarily pull themselves out of the Aaron Rodgers sweepstakes, or even though Rodgers went on McAfee's show and said, oh, yeah, I don't care what any of these teams do at quarterback. That's not going to affect my decision one way or the other. The draft. I don't care about the draft. I probably won't even watch it. I think if the Steelers draft a guy 21, Rodgers could take that personally and say, oh, okay. I guess they really don't want me that bad. Never mind. I'll just sit and wait for another team to call me, and I'll pick up the phone then.
And so you're going to be doing picking the leaves off of a flower, they love me not, during all this?
Well, if you go by what Mike Silver said, the longtime NFL reporter who's friends with Aaron Rodgers because they're both Cal guys, Silver just did a long interview with Davante Adams that he posted on The Athletic.
Mm-hmm.
And he said this on the Rossini Athletic podcast.
Davante told me was, I think Aaron wants someone to roll out the red carpet for him. That is what he is looking for. And I'm not sure if you would consider the Steelers doing that right now. You know, I'm not positive how Aaron perceives that or how the Steelers perceive that. The Vikings clearly aren't, because they're basically like, we're going to just see how J.J. McCarthy's spring goes. And obviously, whatever the Giants were doing, that maybe just the situation itself wasn't what he wanted. But felt to me like Aaron, based on what Davante said, would love to be swept off his feet. And look, he's a 4-time MVP. He's one of the greatest ever to spin it. I understand why Aaron would want to feel that level of intensity before he jumps in.
He wants wooed. He wants fanny kissing. I'm actually heartened if that's true, and that's what Rodgers wants and secretly wants, and that's why he hasn't signed here yet.
Because there's not enough wooing going on.
It would.
They're playing hard to get.
Yes, it would actually make me feel better about the Steelers' brain trust if their thinking is, yeah, we're just not going to do that for a 41-year-old guy, which is kind of in line with what Hayward said. You either want to play here or you don't.
There's definitely enough organizational pride that I could see them taking that tack because of the season he had last year, where it's not so obviously so overwhelming, where he's on the open market now and anyone can try to sign him. I definitely think like that a strong current that runs through the organization is we're still the Pittsburgh effing Steelers. Like, you should be honored that we're interested in you, not the other way around.
I mean, that makes Aaron Rodgers sound like he's wired very much like Ben, and how Ben wanted to basically be patted on the head and told good boy and like keep up the good work by them and wanted the positive reinforcement. And it's Davante Adams saying these things. Is there anyone in the NFL currently playing or around the league who knows Aaron Rodgers better than Davante Adams?
Lazard,
No.
Randall Cobb.
Yeah, well, the difference is Adams lived with Rodgers last year.
No Taco Bell in that house either, so that must have been tough
Total
for
bummer.
Adams.
Yeah, something you've never had before, Taco Bell, which I still almost refuse to believe. Amanda said she's never had a Mountain Dew before, so we have...
Which one of those is worse, just quickly? Like, or more, I should say more unbelievable to you? No Mountain Dew for
I
your
think
wife,
Amanda's
or
no
Taco
Mountain Dew is actually
Thank you.
crazier.
Thank you.
Donnie, you want to chime in on that?
Was it no Mountain Dew or what?
Never had Taco Bell, never had Mountain Dew.
I think the no Mountain Dew, it's tough.
Thank you. I mean, I've at least admitted to having Mountain Dew. I don't know if I've ever had a can from start to finish. I probably have. I don't make it a point to go out of my way for it, but That's tough to avoid Mountain Dew your whole life.
You know what I tend to treat myself to? Sarah's mom always has it every single holiday.
Mr. Pibb.
No, little Code Red Mountain Dew.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
Your mom?
Sarah's
mom is still drinking. She's keeping Code Red in business.
She just has it.
Well, who does she have
at this
it for?
point, does she have it for you? Does she know that you like to take a wee little tip off the top?
She gets way more for, like, everybody else than just me.
So Donnie's
I'm
just
always
going over
taking
there at a
advantage of
holaday,
it.
just like, oh man, it's that time again. Crack open.
She thinks the best way to
2 liter
keep
of Code
company
Red's gonna
happy
be
is to
there.
get a big 2 liter of Code Red. Good for her.
I don't do the shopping, man. I just know it's always going to
Wait
be
a minute,
there.
is it a big 2 liter? Because I have a thing against the 2 liter bottle. The carbonation goes
flat.
way too quickly.
I agree with that. You got to like basically drink it in one day or it goes bad.
Oh, I get it early. Yeah.
I don't want the Steelers. I mean, I don't want them to take Aaron Rodgers to begin or sign Aaron Rodgers to begin with. It makes even less sense if you draft Sanders.
Because even I can say this. I think this is where you're going to go, so I'll try to fill in the blank here. He does strike me as somebody that if he needs to sit, it would be for a matter of a handful of weeks and not a year. He's not a project guy.
He's 23 years old.
The things that he does well, that even I can acknowledge he does well, processing. If you spread out a defense, he'll pick it apart because he knows what he's looking for. I don't think that really requires a lot of smoothing and polishing before you put him in an NFL game.
Right, and so it would just be a 1-year Band-Aid or stopgap because Aaron Rodgers isn't going to play football, you wouldn't think, beyond this year. It would also be an uncomfortable situation, again, for Tomlin and everybody involved. Anytime Rodgers had anything that amounted to or came close to a bad game, you would have a full-blown quarterback controversy on your hands. Who does that benefit? I don't think it helps Aaron Rodgers play well. I don't think it puts Shedeur Sanders in a great position.
It hurts Rodgers more, but like at that point, you're really just hurting the franchise. Like, who cares about Rodgers because he's a 1-year guy? But it's just adding a needlessly problematic or potentially problematic variable.
Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports. This guy is as dialed in as anybody. Not as big of a name as Adam Schefter, but probably knows just as much. And he's going to join us next to talk about what he expects to happen in the draft. Is Sanders guaranteed to be there at 21? Who else is on the Steelers' radar? What else is he hearing about the Steelers in the draft? Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NHL playoff schedule for tonight. The Devils and the Hurricanes at 6. Ottawa heads to Toronto. Face off at 7:30. Florida and Tampa Bay at 8:30. Minnesota and Vegas round things out at 11. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Donnie. FanDuel is the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, and they're giving you more reasons to love home runs every Tuesday night during the MLB season. It's Dinger Tuesdays. They're back. And everyone on FanDuel gets a home run profit boost. Just go to FanDuel.com/Andrew if you don't have an account and gear up to go a yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost. Here are the odds on home runs in tonight's Pirates and Angels game in L.A. Pirates first of 6 out there in Los Angeles. First against the Angels, then the Dodgers. Mike Trout is plus 310 to go deep. Yes, he is healthy and playing for the Halos. Jorge Soler is second at plus 340. Pirate with the best odds to hit home run is O'Neal Cruz at plus 540. Andrew McCutchen is at 6-1. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now. Withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hard-working pros they serve. Last night, the Detroit Pistons showed the NBA world they do belong, but the story in last night's game, to me, wasn't about the Pistons. It was about the offensive inefficiency of the New York Knicks. Karl Anthony Towns did not score in the second half. That's not going to work if the Knicks are going to look to survive and advance. I'm Linnell Willingham.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Spring is here. Let two men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. Two men and a junk truck.com.
Visit Cigars International Superstore in Bridgeville today. Discover their over 6,000 square foot cigar shop, bar, and lounge with flat screen TVs and over 1,300 cigar brands. Mention code Radio12 in store. Get a free 5 Vegas Gold 5-pack with a $40 purchase. Limited time only.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Springtime is the right time to grab the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market. And they're right here with extra savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, these Mitsubishi vehicles really do have so much to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety features, panoramic sunroof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them with 4.99% financing for 60 months.
Outlander PHEV ES plug-in hybrid, only $379 down and $379 per month. Eclipse Cross has low 0.99% financing for 36 months.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Your big spring deal is here. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. 36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year, security deposit waived, tax, title, fees extra. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Pittsburgh. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at
Never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online, no medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Goldberg, Persky & White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. Call 1-800-COMPLEX.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound side of the Parkway East, traffic moving slowly from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel back to about Bates Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.twomen.com.
2 Men in a Truck. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Our next guest is one of the best NFL insiders, reporters, information gatherers. He just wrote a big piece for Yahoo Sports about the latest draft buzz he's hearing. We're 2 days out. Steelers now the favorites to draft Shedeur Sanders. There's also reports that they could trade down, so there's a lot out there. And to talk about it all, Yahoo Sports' Charles Robinson is with us here. Charles, Andrew Filipponi, and Chris Muller, what's the latest you're hearing on the Steelers at pick 21?
Yeah, I mean, it's, everybody's putting Shedeur there at 21. I think it's starting to be clear that, if he gets past 9 with the New Orleans Saints, there's just not a natural destination for him unless there's a Michael Penix moment, and let's say like the Arizona Cardinals blow everybody's minds and decide, we'll take Shedeur and we're going to figure out a way to move on from Kyler Murray after the 2025 season. But I don't really see that happening. So the path for Shedeur to get to 21, I mean, it looks very, very open right now, but as I said in the piece that I wrote, today, a number of teams think that the Steelers are very interested in moving down in the draft. I mean, there's a multitude of teams now. I think, the Bengals are starting to make some of those calls, and if the board falls a certain way, I think they could look to move out as well. I think what's really interesting, though, is it's clearly gotten out that Buffalo, sitting at 30, is really interested in moving up, especially if the right corner falls down the draft board. And, if the Steelers are looking to move out of 21 and still draft a quarterback, if Shedeur continues to slide, I mean, that could even be in play at 30 if they were to do a deal with Buffalo. That's a little tricky. You can burn yourself doing that. But I think right now there's a reason why it's slotted that Shedeur's, the betting favorite there. And then there's so much talk about a trade down.
Charles, to what degree are you hearing that it's possible that one of the teams that isn't Tennessee, so Cleveland and New York specifically at the top of the draft, might just take best available with their first pick, then try to trade back into the first round to get Sanders in that let's say 22 to 28 range?
Yeah. Well, I think there's no doubt the Giants have clearly spent so much time and effort and resources on Shedeur, which is why I can't justifiably, with a number of other teams still on their board, are sticking him in the top 10. And I would have to believe that realistically the only team in the top 10 where I'm like, it makes sense given the amount of resources they poured into it, would be the Giants at 3. It would be absolutely stunning. I'd have to think, okay, they really have a problem with Abdul Carter's shoulder, and then, the lingering concern about is there a potential future problem with a stress fracture in his foot. They have Kayvon Thibodeau, obviously, and Brian Burns, so you're kind of stacking assets on top of each other. There would have to be a number of justifications and it would still be shocking for me to see them take him at 3. So the sensible option is they trade back up into the end of the first round and try to get him there. The tricky thing there, though, is Howie Roseman. I think a number of teams are looking at that 32nd pick and going like, Howie always picks up the phone. He absolutely is open to possibly dealing that pick. He's not going to want to help a division rival, though. So that makes things a little more complicated for the Giants. They're probably not going to be able to go to 32 to get him, so they'd have to get higher than that. I think the Browns, it's the same situation. I don't know, though, that they necessarily stack Shedeur in their like if they move, that might be for Tyler's show. So it's the QB stack, the way it kind of worked out, and it was very consistent. And I talked to execs and evaluators from 10 different teams, and it was very consistent. It was Cam, Shedeur, Tyler, and then let me see if I'm getting this right. Cam, Shedeur, Tyler. Milroe was 5. Who am I forgetting at
Jackson
4?
Dart.
I'm like losing my mind right now. Jackson Dart, yeah. Jackson Dart at 4. It was really consistent, and that included some teams that had done, work on quarterbacks, have a quarterback need, and would be in position to take some of these guys. So, but the thing is with these guys, and I talked about this in what I wrote, there's so much variance. Like, there are different things that play into this, whether a coaching staff really likes one guy, whether someone has a problem with, like, let's say Tyler Shuck's age. Jalen Milroe, I was shocked that literally top to bottom, every team was evaluating him and putting him sort of mid to late second, early third, and yet these are the same individuals, some of them, who are like raving about, look, if you're looking for special, I can rattle off a number of special things with him, his size, his speed. He has his frame, his athleticism. He throws a great deep ball, but the mid-range passing game is such a wart, and you'd have to work on it for so long that in their minds, could they see somebody going up and grabbing him at 32? Yes, possibly. It would have to be a team that's committed really to going the full 5 years and knowing, hey, he might not turn a corner as a mid-range passer until year 2 or year 3. But also at the same time, they're sort of leaning and saying, yeah, he's most likely going to end up going late second, early third. But like Cleveland, I know Cleveland, the traits that Milroe brings to the table, I know Cleveland likes those traits in quarterbacks. So that makes a lot of sense to me. I think a lot of people are wondering, what are the Rams going to do at 26? Because Stafford's not going to be around forever. They felt burnt in the last couple of years when Stafford wasn't available. They didn't feel like they did a good job having a backup ready to go who could also be a long-term option. So I would not count them out at 26 with the quarterbacks either. So I will say this. Somebody said this to me early in the process. They're like, pick 15, go to pick 75. He's like, it's going to be completely chaos from 15 to 75. It's going to be one of the most difficult drafts to fully call how that will line up between 15 and 75. So partially because so many of these players in that range are evaluated. They're kind of carrying the same value. So you could get somebody at 20 and somebody at 60 that you think are sort of comparably valued. And then part of it, too, is just that there's not a certain driver in certain aspects to make things slot in a sensible way. Like when there's great quarterbacks, okay, we know we're going to slot these great quarterbacks to the top of the draft, and that's really going to help us work out how the rest of this, starts to unfold. But because the quarterbacks haven't really put that stamp on this process, I think it's made it all the more difficult.
Charles Robinson, Yahoo Sports NFL Insider, with us here. The second player who gets linked or talked to with the Steelers in the 21st pick the most, Charles, is Derek Harmon, the defensive lineman from Oregon. There were a couple of reports yesterday that he has medical red flags. Have you heard that? And do you think that that'll affect his draft stock negatively Thursday night?
I'll be honest with you, I have not heard that. I did, but I also didn't do a ton of work on Harmon. I have heard the linkage to Pittsburgh, but I'll be real with you. I don't have a wealth of knowledge on him.
No doubt, that's fine. If Sanders is not the Steelers' pick, who do you think is the second most likely player to be their pick at 21?
Man, that's a good question. That is a really, really good question. I think it kind of depends on, well, I'll tell you what, let me ask you this. So Jerry Jones comes out today and says we're working on a couple big trades. And one of the prominent questions that I think is going around right now is they're like, okay, well, the Cowboys are hunting wide receivers, and they really want to get a wide receiver at 12. They want an elite level number 2. They don't know that player, there's going to be an elite level. Like Pat McMillan doesn't get there. There's not necessarily an elite level number 2. So right now, I think a number of teams, just texting since Jerry Jones has come out and started talking about these trades, teams are wondering if that's George Pickens. Because the Cowboys' assessment at 12 is that it's most likely that Emeka Egbuka is going to be there. They're not going to take a shot, I think, ultimately on Luther Burden. That's probably a little bit too high for Luther Burden. There's Matthew Golden, obviously, out of Texas. And all those players kind of feel rich at 12. You don't have to go that way if you deal for, a George Pickens. And I think if the Steelers were to trade Pickens, then I think you start to open up some different possibilities at 21. I'm curious, are people there? Do you feel like you're hearing that same sort of linkage in terms of Pickens' availability? I think Pickens is available. I think they will pick up the phone on Pickens if someone wants to make an intriguing offer.
I hope they do. I want them to, because he's going into the last year of his contract. They traded for DK Metcalf. They traded DK Metcalf, and generally speaking, Pickens is kind of a volatile knucklehead.
Pony, would you say, though, to Charles's point, though, that we're hearing it's going in the other direction locally?
Yes,
here?
Everything said
here.
Keeping him, Jerry Dulac, who is the biggest Steelers insider going, said that they're not trading him, but he gets a lot of things wrong. So I don't know, Charles. It makes all the sense in the world to trade him, especially if you can get a day 2 pick back for him. Which I'm guessing is what you're saying, right? That they would maybe trade him for a second or a third or somewhere in that range?
I think if they could get a day 2 pick, I think they would. I think you make that deal. And he is. I think based on what I know Dallas is looking for, he is a fit. When the 3 guys, I think right now that teams, when they heard Jerry Jones come out and say we're working on 2 substantial trades, I think they're looking at Jair Alexander, they're looking at Patrick Ramsey. Jalen Ramsey. Jeez, man, I've dated myself there. Jalen Ramsey, and then George Pickens, because that pick at 12, there's just been so much focus put on. I wrote this. I'd be stunned if it wasn't a wideout or a corner, and I can tell you it feels very rich for the wideouts at that position, which means they'd have to go find the wideouts somewhere else. And also, corner is a little bit thin. So there's basically if you're going to get a corner, you really want to get the first 3-4 corners, and then the shelf kind of changes dramatically. So if you're in it, you're saying, hey, we need an outside corner, so we can fiddle with our push Deron Bland into the slot.
Yeah,
you got to get that probably at 12. So they need to go hunting for a wide receiver. So the second he said that, I think a number of teams picked up on it.
The Cowboys have the 44th pick in the draft. That's their pick in the second round. I would want the Steelers to absolutely make that trade, if that's on the table.
Yeah, I think you'd have. But the thing is, though, and this is really what I wonder, I don't know if you're Dallas, you give up. If you're going and you're sitting there and you're saying, we got to get a number 2, we have to resolve this, you're putting yourself in a situation where you already have to do a deal.
You got to pay
with
him.
A guy that are you comfortable doing that?
He's volatile.
It's not
we're not.
In your building.
He's a volatile guy.
We're not on our end.
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. And he's not. And that's the thing. It's the devil they don't know, right? They don't even have him in their building. They don't know what he's like on a day-to-day basis. So it's a little dicey, trading an asset that high. I'm sure, although I will say this, Dallas gives up assets higher than you would think.
Yeah, look at what they gave up for Mingo.
They get in return. Yeah, for Mingo. Trey Lance, same thing. They got a fourth. They have a fourth for Trey Lance when literally nobody in the league. You would struggle to get a 6th for Trey Lance at the time that the Dallas Cowboys gave up a 4th. So not completely out of the realm of possibility, but I'll just tell you there's definitely buzz across the league right now where people are trying to pin down what exactly Dallas is doing. And I think a lot of people are looking at wide receiver options that could be on the table. And I think a lot of people have assessed that Omar Khan will take calls on George Pickens.
There you go. Charles, that was perfect. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming on. We'll talk again soon.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Call me anytime.
There you go. How about that?
That was a mouthful there on Pickens. Whew.
Good thing he kind of pivoted on his own to that point. Because I wasn't going to ask him about George because, well, we've got comments from Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan on George today that made it sound like that's kind of off the table.
Smokescreen season, baby.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. With Tomlin talking, Donnie has a Tomlin tidbit next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Angels tonight, 9:38 first pitch. Bailey Falter on the mound for the Buccos. 8:40 is when pregame coverage begins on the Fan. That's all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
I know Donnie's in there multitasking, but if he hears me say what I'm about to say about Awaken 180, his eyebrows will perk up a little bit. We have very delicious hoagies that come in now every Tuesday. We're big fans. Pre-Awaken 180 days, me and Donnie are just going there in full assault mode. I mean, we are going after it. We're like sharks in the water, right? This is the beauty of Awaken 180. This is how you lose, like I did, 35 pounds in 6 weeks and keep it off. Donnie is now over 50 pounds. He has hit the half-century mark and then some. This is how your relationship with food changes thanks to the approach with Awaken 180, thanks to what you learn while you're in the Awaken 180 program. Hoagies came today. I had a nice little piece, one of the cut pieces. Donnie did too. And that was it. It's something we both like, something we wanted to eat. It was a part of our lunch. And that's that. You don't go back for seconds, thirds, fourth because you realize you don't need to do that. It's not really the healthy way to go. Just one of the many benefits, and I experienced so many of these benefits after the fact now, during what I would just call kind of my normal phase here, maintenance phase, whatever you would want to call it, thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. If you've been looking to lose the stubborn pounds, try out the solution for weight loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Shanapin Country Club, Trotter Ridge Golf Course, True Green, the official lawn care provider of the PGA Tour, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. This month, get 3 rooms Zero Resified starting at $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com. Spell backwards or forwards. It spells the same, Zero Res.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Does George's contract situation play into either of those situations or scenarios for the club?
No. I mean, we're glad we have George and DK here. I think they're going to be exciting for everyone to watch. Excited to have DK here, but no.
Do you deem it to be an important thing for the club to get back in the second round? Or
we'll see how things shake out. I'll say this, we gave up second for DK, and I'm so excited that we did. It's having him here is great. Obviously when you get to the draft, you get excited about a lot of players, and you wish I had 50 picks right now. Because there's a lot of good players there, and we'll see how it shakes out.
Tomlin tidbit morphs into a con comment. The second annual Fan 5-Alarm Marathon presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is going to take place June 5th and 6th at the Upper St. Clair Fire Department. We're currently looking for 25 fire departments that will benefit from this year's fundraising. Register your fire department now at 937thefan.com. Brought to you by Aircraft Management Group, Firehouse Subs, 1-800-BOARD-OP, G.S. Jones Restoration, National Fire Sprinkler Association, and Guardian Protection. Well, Donnie, react to what you heard from Chaz Robinson and then that clip from Khan. Who do you think's more accurate here? The reporter who's digging or the GM who's not under oath when he talks about players and trades and draft day moves?
Yeah, I mean, we know that a front office of any kind is not going to lay their cards out on the table and really give a ton of stuff away. I do know that it was different for Tomlin, mostly Tomlin, not so much Omar Khan today, to lay out everything they love about Shedeur Sanders as if they've already picked the guy, as if we've already fast-forwarded to Thursday around 11 p.m. But when it was Omar Khan talking, the man that may be making the deals on draft night, yeah, I mean, we can't take him at his word because it would be stupidity on his part to kind of give away, like, yeah, we are shopping this guy around or that guy around. But I think that they just have to go about business like, hey, if a team offers us a chance to get back into the second round, and let's say it's that Cowboys hypothetical there, the 44th overall pick, that's a pretty early second rounder.
That's a massive overpay for George Pickens, but yeah, I thought Robinson was right to point out they have a tendency to overpay for things they like.
And I thought he very fairly pointed out, like, yeah, they traded for a dude who probably would get like a 7th-round pick. They traded a 4th-rounder for him as if they, like, don't care. I mean, if you pull off the 44th overall pick and you go from 21 to 44 to 83, that tastes a whole lot better to me than going 21 to 83. Because we got into this a little bit yesterday, Pony. You have to really nail that first pick if you are waiting that long, waiting over 60 picks to make your next one.
Or you're making the pick, like you're making the trade negotiation while you've hit that first pick. You don't know for sure if you can trade Pickens. You find a deal that's amenable. Pony's saying he'd drive Pickens to Arlington if they can get pick 44. Can you imagine that car ride?
How long would that take us?
That's 20 hours, man.
Oh, man.
Pickens might strangle you. What if he asks you to he says, hey, man, we've had our differences. Can you put on this goofy balaclava and we can just drive down the road like Dumb and Dumber? He's posting from the Michael Brewerly account as you drive.
I think you could twist Tomlin's arm here because if Mike knows that the owner does not have the stomach to give George a second contract. And Mike knows that even though he has stood up for the player and vouched for the player and gone above and beyond for the player several times, if he knows that it's just a losing battle with his boss to get the guy a new deal, he loves the draft.
Good asset management is give me another crack at the 44th player in the draft or something.
Yeah, he loves doing...
Here, let me take another wide receiver with possible character issues.
Right. I mean, I think everybody in that room would drop the whole, we can't wait to see what George and DK look like together if you're giving him that kind of pick. I didn't know. I was unaware of the fact that Jerry Jones had done a very Jerry Jones thing and basically said, yeah, we're working on big trades today.
He really is one of the few out there that does put his cards on the table.
He's Jim Rutherford, but for the NFL. He's just like, here's what I'm doing. What do you guys want to know?
I mean, the guy does a radio show every week. What owner in sports does that?
He does a press conference after every game.
Pickens is ultra volatile, but like he's also in a way when Pickens is on, there are a few guys more spectacular. He's almost as spectacular as Lamb, who's one of the actual best receivers in football, 3 or 4 best guys in the league. Pickens is in many, many, many ways like the quintessential type of player Jerry Jones covets.
Yes, I agree 100%.
He's like, put that boy in Dallas. He's Big D. Put a star on his helmet. He loves that stupid crap. He doesn't see like that Pickens might get pissed off if Dak doesn't throw him the ball. George Pickens here. Yeah, he signed him to a huge contract. He doesn't care. That's why Cowboys fans go nuts because that's the guy, just big goofy caricature running the team.
I hate to rain on our parade a little bit, but how could they make that happen with the Dak deal, the Lamb deal, and the Parsons deal?
Yep, I thought the same. Well, Pickens is not going to get that kind of money, but it's still they have there'd be 3 monster deals on the books, and you're trying to put like a quasi-monster deal in behind them. Yes, just let those 4 suit up.
I think he's going to get high-end number 2 wide receiver money from somebody.
Which is, at this point, now what did T. Higgins get? Because technically he's a number 2.
He's going to get, I think...
20...
Yeah, like low 20s.
Million? So $23 million for George Pickens?
This was a Donnie Tomlin tidbit. All right, Greg Brown going to join us coming up. Pirates in dire straits. I don't think the Pirates are going to spend a single day above 500 this season. Swept by Cleveland.
They already did, though. They won.
No, they didn't.
Wait a minute. No, they were only at 500. I apologize.
They're not going to have a winning record all year.
Oh, yeah, that part now I agree with. I thought they had gotten there very briefly, but they hadn't.
Swept by Cleveland. More lineup snafus. All kinds of things driving Pirates fans crazy. Other than the very nice thing Bob Nutting did with bobbleheads on Saturday, which I'm still trying to figure out how to redeem my vouchers and get to. Ryan Wilson, our PM team draft guru, will tell us who he thinks the Steelers are taking at 21 and some diamonds in the draft rough for the Steelers. Time out, then a long commercial-free segment. Don't go anywhere. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them, too, on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Decreasing clouds this evening with temperatures in the mid-60s. Partly cloudy tonight with lows in the upper 40s. A sunny Wednesday with highs in the upper 70s. Mostly clear Wednesday night with temperatures in the low 50s. And a mostly sunny Thursday with highs near 80. Meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
It's Jeep season. Stop in and see Bill Winter and his team at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for amazing deals like a 2024 Jeep Wagoneer S. Payment starting at $399 for 24 months. Visit South Hills Chrysler Jeep.net for more details.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Crazy how life worked. 1 minute you're fine, next minute you hurt. All you did was go to the store, and you got yourself into a crazy accident. Broke your arm, 2 broken ribs, lost your eyesight in one of your eyes. Crazy accident. All from just going to the store. Life is crazy. Medics came, put you on a stretcher. They ain't tie you down right, they dropped you on your face. All your teeth got knocked out. This is crazy. All from just going to the store. You see how life works? You got 1 broken arm, lost your vision in your eyes. Now you ain't got no teeth. Every action has a reaction. You called the dog, top dog. That dog went and bit him. Now you up. Now you way up. Medical malpractice, car accidents, top dog law.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, weekend warriors. How's a little trail therapy sound right now? Hop in. Let's go for a ride in the all-new Nissan Armada Pro 4X. Tune out all those work emails and turn up that twin-turbo V6 engine. Instead of letting the kids play online, show them some epic inclines. Turn your 8-person family dinner into an exhilarating off-road adventure. The all-new Nissan Armada is here. Intelligent four-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Gain a global perspective and specialized skills that many of today's top employers are seeking with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Study online and complete your degree in just 16 months for about $21K. Choose from MBA specializations in global business, marketing, HR, finance, and more. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh is your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 25th and Saturday, April 26th. Come see the stunning Giselle Blanco, only at Cheerleaders.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Big changes at Urbanowitz Jewelers. After 43 years, our Castee Village store is closing, and we're consolidating all operations into our expanded Peters Township location. To make room for the move, we're holding a massive inventory reduction sale at both stores. Save up to 60% off on select merchandise, fine jewelry, diamonds, and gemstones. Don't miss out. Shop both locations for unbeatable deals. For more details and extended store hours, visit PittsburghDiamonds.com. Urbanowitz Jewelers. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's time to plug your nose and take the points. I'm Sammy Peep, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Memphis Grizzlies lost by 51 in game number 1 against Oklahoma City, and the market has only moved a point. That's right, 14.5 right now, your number at BetMGM. A lot of people saying it should be bigger. I think it's just right, and I will take the 14.5. I'm Sammy P from the BetMGM network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please, gamble responsibly.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning, life, and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start May 14th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
From the diamond to the open road, performance matters. And Spitzer Acura delivers luxury that goes the distance. Like the powerful swing of the RDX or the all-star performance of the all-new ADX. Spitzer Acura has a lineup built to win. And just like baseball, timing is everything. So don't strike out. With every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty and a complimentary service loaner. Step up to the plate during the Spring into Performance event online at spitzeracura.com. See dealer for details.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani. I'm excited to share some great news from West Shore Home, a locally owned company whose owner was born and raised in Johnstown. West Shore Home offers the highest quality products for bathroom, window, and door projects. And this week, it's their buy one, get one event. The more you buy, the more you save. Go to westshorehome.com/fan and you'll save an additional $500. That's westshorehome.com/fan to save an extra $500 this week. See website for details.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're matching our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra after 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
I'm Joe George from the local injury law firm of LGKG. I grew up here and I live here, and I fight for my clients here. If you're injured in an accident, let's fight together. The Western PA way. Call me directly at 724-658-8535 at 724-658-8535.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Are you looking for a light beer with fewer calories that actually tastes like beer? Look no further than the all-new Sam Adams American Light. Fewer calories, yet full flavored. Ask for Sam Adams American Light wherever you buy beer.
We wanna see ya in a Monroeville Kia. Spring into savings. Visit MonroevilleKia.com for special offers on new Kias, like the 2025 Kia Sportage EX front-wheel drive or the all-new 2025 Kia Telluride LX front-wheel drive. Dealer exclusives are the keys to a great deal at Monroeville Kia. You get free lifetime state inspections, car washes, free charging for Kia EVs, and professional customer care with every purchase. That's our promise, because we want to see ya in MonroevilleKia.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound side of the Parkway West, you're going to see slowdowns from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to about the 10th Street Bridge. Also going to see slowdowns on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates start a 6-game road trip in L.A. against the Angels tonight. First pitch at 9:35 on The Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tomlin Tuesday on the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Closing in at 4 o'clock. Thanks for finding us today. Malsey's back from Nashville. Donnie's here. He'll have Ernie Banks tonight following us. He'll be the bridge between the PM team and Pirates baseball. Speaking of Pirates baseball, Greg Brown from L.A., or Orange County more specifically. My sister lives in Orange County. The only time she actually has been to L.A. proper since she's moved out there, almost 10 years ago, was when I was there for the Super Bowl.
Isn't Orange County essentially just a gigantic suburb?
Yes. But it's like a city in and of itself.
But it's like a county-sized suburb. Yeah, Anaheim is out there. It is its own city.
Like if you just got rid of all of Los Angeles and just had Orange County,
yeah,
I think that population would still be bigger than ours.
So how many people do you think live in Anaheim metro area?
I'm going to say more than live here.
So the city of Anaheim, 346,000. That's absolutely more than live here. They won't even give me the metro population. It's probably here. One better. Orange County population. Allegheny's got like 1 point some million. Orange County's population, 3.1 million. The 6th most populous county in the U.S., and yet only the 3rd most in California.
Jeez.
Do you like it? I mean, is it nice out there?
I loved it. Yeah. The weather is just phenomenal.
You got your
extremely
Mission Viejo.
expensive.
Oh, yeah. Your Irvines. Your San Clementes, things of that nature.
You're paying for the waterfront, being
Your
right on the Pacific
beaches.
Ocean. We're going to be joined by Greg Brown in 2 minutes. Join Adam Crowley and True Fan Travel on a once-in-a-lifetime adventure to Ireland when the Black and Gold play across the pond this fall. 5 nights in Dublin that includes tours of Guinness and Jameson, a pre-game tailgate party, game tickets, and more. Hotel and air or land-only packages are available. For information on how you can take over Ireland with Crowley, go to 937thefan.com's homepage today.
Question, if you're Crowley on this. You are going to Ireland, and you're going to Ireland, so that's an incredible trip. Crowley is Irish.
I didn't know that.
I assume he is. I think he is.
He only mentions it every day.
Yeah. Drinks enough Guinness. He's going to go Guinness, Jameson, whatever. But it's a work trip in some ways.
Cliffs of Dover and Galway City tour.
I thought it was the Cliffs of Moher.
Or Moher.
Yeah. Anyway, if you're Crowley, how do you balance this is awesome, this is a fun trip, I kind of want to cut loose versus I am technically on a work trip of sorts?
I think part of his whole work identity is that he gets
sloppy.
Yeah. So I think
so he's just on brand if he has too many drinks.
Exactly. Now, the website here, True Fan Travel Pittsburgh Takes Over Ireland, makes no mention of Adam.
I think they need to plaster his face like right on
in the packaging here. They've almost gone out of their way to make sure people don't think Crowley's a part of this.
Oh, you've heard Adam Crowley's part of it, but don't fear not. We'll put him in the back of the plane.
Events with former players, meet and greet with former Pittsburgh Steeler, but no mention of Adam. They're selling an anonymous Pittsburgh Steeler as a perk.
That's a tough look for Adam.
What do you mean?
I've seen that he's not even on the literature on the site.
Yeah, I agree with that, but at the same time, it sounds like he's getting a free trip to Ireland out of it for 5 nights and 6 days.
Oh man, that is on the list of places old Malsey would like to go.
Well, here you go. Starting at $42.99, you can be a part of this with Adam. And get drunk in Ireland for 6 days with him. All right, Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Some of these Pirates lineup, you would think a drunk person was filling them out based on some of the things I've seen. Greg Brown joins us right now. And, Greg, it seems like in some respects Andrew McCutchen would actually agree with that assessment of things.
Yeah, it's been interesting that again, I think Shelton's trying to find some formula that can boost this offense.
But why does the formula include sitting some of their best hitters as often as it has?
Well, yeah, I don't know as often as I heard some suggestions over the weekend. For example, I think we have to take into account who. Now, I've not asked anybody this, but it seems like, for example, I heard some criticism regarding Henry Davis catching on Saturday rather than Bart, I believe is what I heard.
Okay.
And so it seems to me, again, I have not asked Skeens this, but it seems to me that Skeens is comfortable with Davis, just like he was comfortable with Andy Rodriguez. And if, it's a big IF, I'm not saying this is the case, but if indeed Paul Skeens wants whoever it is behind the plate to catch him, if you're the manager, you would certainly, I would anyway, I think you guys would too. Skeens wants this guy to catch him, he's catching him.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so we agree there. In terms of other players that weren't in the lineup in particular, the Andrew McCutchen stuff, I think, we have to talk to Andrew and Shelton, and I've not done that yet. There seems to be a disconnect in that respect. It seems to me, I read a quote from Andrew that said something about how he was available to pinch hit the other day, but wasn't ready to play the outfield. I think that's pretty close to what he said. You guys can correct me. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So what is it? Now, maybe Andrew wasn't feeling 100%, and maybe that's why. A lot of these times, I think we touched on this last week, a lot of times these managers over the years, believe me, I've listened to it, I've seen it, I've heard, I've criticized, and I've gotten my hand slapped over the years because, stupid me, I didn't check with a player or a manager before the game before I make the criticism. I remember one time many years ago. I'm old enough to remember when John Candelaria was a player, and when pitchers batted. And I remember one game at Three River Stadium where Candelaria hit like a ground ball to shortstop, and he was barely jogging to first base, and the place just booed the living daylights out of Candelaria. And after the game, Chuck Tanner got really angry. He says, sometimes media and fans don't understand, but Candelaria has been nursing a tight hamstring. And I told him before the game, you hit the ball, you jog to first base, and that's what he was doing. That happens so many times behind closed doors, and we're unaware of this. So it's possible, I think, that McCutchen went to Shelton and said, listen, I'm not 100%. I could use a day off. I could pinch hit, but I can't play the outfield. That stuff happens so often. And I'm not, Shelton, the Pirates aren't blameless because stuff happens. I don't understand the Canario pinch hit. That didn't make sense to me. I think what they could have done in the McCutchen pinch hit scenario, because I heard Schultz say something after the game about how he'd have to make two moves for one if he had pinch hit McCutchen. In that instance, that was when Cruz was DHing. If you need to, just put Cruz back in center field. It's late in the game. Just because you have Cruz in the DH, he's not locked to that spot. You can put him in center field. You'll just have to pinch hit for the pitcher, which you're going to do anyway, late in the ball game. So just a lot of moving parts, and this is what happens, boy, when a team struggles. You're looking at fingers are pointed everywhere, and I understand it.
Brownie, I was a little bit removed from what the Pirates are doing. I was following on my phone to check, the scores and what have you against Cleveland. I was actually at the home of their AAA affiliate in the late 90s, early aughts, the Nashville Sounds. I was down there. Looked like a very beautiful ballpark that they had built in Nashville. But I cannot help but look at one person in particular who went 0 for the series against Cleveland and struck out 4 times in the first game of that one. Here we are again with Jack Sawinski, and it just does not feel – I mean this. I do not want to pile on the guy. I think he's trying hard, maybe too hard. It can't go much longer. I see Donnie Football and others tweeting, like, how much longer are we going to keep running the Jack Sawinski experiment? Do you think the Pirates are feeling somewhat of the same about him, that they might need to make a move here, to do something with him?
I mean, I imagine they are. I think they probably feel the same way. I think we also have to keep in mind – if we think that those guys behind closed doors aren't trying to desperately find something to...
I know he is. I know he is trying to jumpstart
No, I'm not suggesting you are.
Nothing seems to be working with him.
Yeah, the general we. They're looking for anything that will get this offense going. They're trying to win. And so the conundrum, I think, for the Pirates is, do you keep running Sawinski out there? Like some might suggest, throw him out there for a week against every pitcher for at least a week and see what happens. When you are struggling as he is playing sporadically, an occasional start, once every 4 or 5 days or so, rarely back-to-back starts.
Isn't that the whole team just about? I mean, everyone's sporadic. The whole squad seems sporadic to me. Greg, that's part of the problem.
Because none of them are hitting on a regular basis.
It seems to me that regular guy, IKF plays every day. I think Frazier plays about every day. Pham plays about every day. Reynolds plays every day. Hayes plays about every day. But there are some, that move around, and you've got to, you got to make your decision. And I don't know what their reasoning is behind playing him some days. I'm sure it has something to do with matchups. They look at, what that pitcher, what he features. What might Sawinski be able to hit? Same way with these other guys. I mean, there's a lot of metrics and so on. But in terms of Sawinski specifically, I think they maybe they're at a crossroads with them, and I agree with you 100% because it certainly isn't for lack of trying that he wants so badly to his fault that it's like the weight of the world is on his shoulders at times. And rather than just going out there and relaxing, and that's when this idea comes into my mind, hey, Jack, we're putting you out there every day. I mean, maybe you say that we're putting you out there every day in left field, and you say to Tommy Pham, who's been struggling, Tommy, you're a veteran. You're going to sit for a week. We're going to need you to pinch hit. Maybe that's what you do. I don't know. And then the other option, I'm sure, is they've got to be considering, do we make a move? Do we get him out of here, get him back down to the minor leagues, and let him play every single day and get hot, then bring him up? I don't know. A lot of stuff going on.
Greg, what did you make of Skeens' comments? I liked him a lot when he said, look, friendships and positive vibes don't win championships. I mean, I'd like to infer from that he's hoping that there's maybe some more tough love and accountability that goes on, and not just, hey, we'll get him tomorrow, or everything's cool and copacetic even though we're in last place and currently one of the worst teams in baseball.
Andrew, I could have written that for him. You and I and Chris have talked about this over the years. I've said this forever. It goes to the whole thing about clubhouse culture and atmosphere, and the guys get along and how great this is. That's bunk. I don't want guys getting along and happy when the team is losing. I want misery, and I think that's kind of what Skeens is saying. Like, so what? We all get along. That's not going to win you games because you all get along. I've heard that forever. We've got a great – I hear it all the time when the team starts to win, not just this team, but any team, and baseball, sports for that matter. Man, we have a great locker room, great clubhouse. How often do you hear that when the team is losing? I don't, and I prefer it that way. I don't want guys, like I said, I don't want all patting each other on the back and all happy. And I want Kathy Bates locker rooms, clubhouses, misery.
I didn't think we'd get that kind of a reference. I hope you know what? She could teach him how to swing a bat right now from that movie.
Yeah, she sure could.
I'd like Shelty to inflict some of that punishment on his guys who keep making outs on the bases, specifically at third base.
Man. It's so frustrating. And it happened back-to-back games. And
Reynolds
these are guys
and Valdez.
And it's not for lack of trying. And I think Valdez, that's what happens when you get caught up, I think, when you're struggling to find something. And here's Valdez, great guy, hard work. I mean, and we talked about this a week or two ago, talked about this guy's got some pop. I said it, Andrew, I think you questioned it.
Oh, I definitely mocked it. I still mock it to some extent.
Okay, but we're seeing it. We're seeing what this guy's got. This guy has a clue when he's at home plate. You can see that. But when he's rounding second down 3-0 in the ninth inning, in his mind, he gets caught up in the excitement. I'm going to try and do something special instead of stop. There's no reason to move another 90 feet. And then we get caught up in this umpire, and I think he made a mistake. My goodness, the guy, obviously something happened. The play seemed to be over. Why in the world in fact, the umpire looked like he was about ready to call time. It looked like his arms were moving. And then Ramirez, again, how smart that guy is, one of the great players in baseball, Jose Ramirez, doesn't give up himself. He's standing right there, slaps a tag on Valdez. But the bottom line, Valdez and the Pirates should never have been in that situation. Brian Reynolds the night before gets thrown out at third base on the double by Valdez off the wall and left. Same thing. And it snowballs when you're losing. And, they need to get out of the funk. They need to get on a run. And, boy, no better time than to do it on the West Coast when you're looking at this, the next two series against the Angels and certainly the Dodgers, formidable foes. And
it's put up or shut up time right now, Brownie. You talked about you want misery when things aren't going well. It's either about to get a lot more miserable or they're about to snap out of it.
I agree. Yeah, this is it. I mean, it's time to put up or shut up, and I think the players know it. Everybody feels it. Go out there and win some ball games, and you'll feel a whole lot better about things.
Greg Brown, check him out in L.A. The Pirates and Angels tonight. Bailey Falter on the mound. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, guys.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. He's been our PM team draft expert all offseason long, Ryan Wilson, 2 days before the draft on who the Steelers will pick, some diamonds in the rough and more. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A couple of scores from the NBA playoffs in the first round from last night. The Pistons beat the Knicks 100-94. That series now even at 1. The Clippers beat the Denver Nuggets 105-102. That series also even at 1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thanks, Donnie. Let's talk right now about the Wetco Car Wash. I was just there with Stella today. It's become a little bit of a ritual for us. She gets done at her gym class. I get have a little extra time before I drop her off at the mother-in-law. There's a Wetco Car Wash right there in Peters on 19. We go over there, get the car washed. If I need gas, I get some. If we want to go inside and get her a little snack or something like that, we do that too. And then away we go. We're off and running with the rest of our day. Best part is I can do it once a week, sometimes more, and there's no like, oh, man, I can't believe I'm spending so much money on a clean car. I'm so vain. I'm so concerned about appearances. No, it's because I've got such a great deal. Wetco Car Wash's unlimited plan. Right now, those plans start at $9.99 per month for the first 3 months. So you can get your car washed as many times as you want in April, and then May, and then June, and you're only paying $9.99 per month. And you're taking advantage of the great ceramic wax that they have there, the graphene that keeps your car looking good for a very long time. So take advantage, folks. Go unlimited. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our hosts like to talk a lot. Like, a lot. So, Thursday, June 5th through Friday, June 6th, they're doing nothing but that. It's our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. Tune in as our hosts talk live on the air for 26.2 hours straight. Live from the Upper St. Clair Volunteer Fire Department as we raise funds for volunteer fire departments around the area. The Fan's 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BOARD-UP, National Fire Sprinkler Association, Julian Gray and Associates, Guardian Protection, Firehouse Subs, Aircraft Management Group, North Country Brewing, Firehouse Red, Saloni's Italian Bakery, and Tons Appliances. The Fans 5-Alarm Marathon, June 5th through the 6th on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
BeyondYourLincoln.com, neighbors not strangers. 2025 Lincolns in stock.
Cloudy with a possible shower overnight, the low 65.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the outbound Parkway West, traffic moving slowly from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to the 10th Street Bridge. You're also going to hit some slowdowns on that outbound side on Green Tree Hill as you make your way out of the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's a unique opportunity for you. The chance to drop 40 pounds by the 4th with Awaken 180. Fast results, sustainable results, all without medications. 40 by the 4th. Set your goal and reach it at awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
There's breaking Steelers news. They've made a roster move or a signing. We'll tell you about that coming up in a few minutes. 4:15 on Tuesdays for the last couple of months has meant time spent with our draft guru, Ryan Wilson, Carnegie Mellon educated, CBSSports.com. His great podcast over on the Odyssey app, CBSSports.com. where he talks draft 365. Does such a great job. Rick Spielman, his old host, and him really were just a tremendous duo. And Ryan's still going strong, even though Rick has gotten back into the NFL. All right, we're 2 days out, so a lot of the speculation will ramp up a little bit longer, and then we'll have the pick probably around, 10:30? Thursday night, somewhere in that range, maybe closer to 11.
Yeah, I feel like in that 9:55, it's never moving fast enough. It's always after 10. I feel like 10 to 10:30.
Ryan, right now, your crystal ball says the Steelers will pick who in the first round?
Shador is where I'm leaning. Kenneth Grant makes sense, the defensive tackle from Michigan, but I think if Shador is there, and man, it feels like he's going to be, that might be the path we're going down. And I can't see you guys, but I can imagine what your faces look like right now.
I'm scrolling down the mock draft homepage on CBSSports.com where everybody's mocks are compiled.
Oh, it's almost in unison.
It's horrifying.
To you it is. You're not a big fan of the Shador Sanders pick. I'm way more open-minded about it than you.
Well, another one's Amari and Hampton, which I would not really like at all. And then one of them's even worse than Sanders. It's Jackson Dart.
Oh, my God.
I can assuage some concerns for you. Jackson Dart's not going in the first round, from what I understand.
He's not going to that. He's not going to be in the green room anymore, so it looks like his agent's insane campaign to gas him up has finally run out of steam.
Yeah, I won't speak to that. But
I've just been hearing from people that the agent was working overtime there to put him up, but I've heard the same things as you, that he's not a first-round guy anymore.
So don't burn any calories getting angry about that on the mock draft machine there. But Shedeur feels like a reality, and I think some people in that building who have a lot of pull, who we know who he is, they like Shedeur, and I get that. And this may not make you feel better or the listeners, but I feel much better about Shedeur than I did about Kenny Pickett when he was drafted 20th overall.
Tell us why, because today Mike described Shedeur very similarly to the way he talked about Kenny with intangibles and competitive
fire,
spirit, and
toughness,
things like
that stuff. Nothing about the stuff he actually does well tangibly.
Coming out, I had questions about Kenny Pickett's ability to throw on time and to get through his reads. I think Shedeur is he's a smart player, number one. He doesn't turn the ball over, number two. And two things he didn't have at Colorado, a run game, like non-existent run game, and an offensive line. Now, we can have conversations about what this offensive line is going to look like in Pittsburgh. You would hope that they're younger, get Palatanu back, they can have an opportunity to be better. We shall see. But at least Arthur Smith will provide a young quarterback, whoever it is, with a run game and a defense. And, again, we need a defensive tackle if you're in Pittsburgh in that draft room, so that's also a point of conversation. But I think given that, the other thing that I keep coming back to, and Kenny Pickett was afforded the ability to sit for a little bit too, that had Mr. Trubisky at the time. Aaron Rodgers or whoever it is, you would imagine that Shedeur is not going to start right away. And we live in a world where that's an impossibility with a first-round quarterback. I think it's okay to let a quarterback have a chance at least a month or two to sort of figure things out. And I think that would be in his best interest wherever he lands. But physically, I'm sure Kenny Pickett probably would run a faster 40. We didn't see Shedeur run. He has the same arm as Kenny, probably a little better, I think. I think he's he's better in the pocket in terms of feeling pressure, in terms of getting the ball out on time. Those things I feel a little bit better about. But, again, I think he's a bottom of the first half quarterback in terms of where he gets drafted, and that's where he may end up going. And the other thing, and you guys know this as well as I do, first-round pick quarterbacks work out 45% of the time. So if you take two and you love Cam Ward and you're taking the second guy, chances are it's not going to be as good an outcome for you had you had the first overall pick.
Where do you overall rank Sanders as a prospect in this draft, Ryan?
He, on my big board, positions aside, he is 25th. Okay, he's right behind Michael Williams, the edge rusher out of Georgia, and just ahead of Malachi Starks, the safety out of Georgia.
So he's 25th overall for you. Do you agree with this comparison to Pickett? Sanders is a high floor, low ceiling quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I actually think he's more so than Kenny, because I wasn't sure how high Kenny's floor was. We knew he was older. But I didn't see as much progress in Kenny as I saw in Shedeur. And the other thing is he was playing FCS up until 2 years ago, and that transition, I was guilty of it at least in 2023 when Colorado started 3-0, and the way that Shedeur was playing, I was like, this guy, certainly this is what a first-round pick looks like. And then we've had a year and a half to sort of have those the full circle conversations about how these kids stack up.
Ryan, again, a thing that bugs me about Sanders, not so much about him personally, but about the way he's being looked at by the rest of the league. We know Cam Ward's a Titan already, in all but, the official announcement. There are still 3 teams ahead of the Steelers in the draft, the Saints, the Browns, the Giants, who all need a quarterback just as badly, if not worse, than the Steelers. None of them seem likely to take this player, and that just has me leery that if teams that also need a quarterback picking before you aren't going to pick the guy, how good really can we expect him to be? How good of a prospect is he? Because if he was a great one or a better one than he is, one of them would snap him up. And I guess one of them might, but that doesn't seem to be the way it's trending.
Yeah, they're not going to with those first 3 picks. So the other way you can look at it, if you want to be a little glass half full about it, to make yourself feel a little better. If the Steelers were afforded the ability to take Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, or Shedeur Sanders, they're taking Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter. They just don't have that luxury because they refuse to lose more games if they win and get a better draft position. The other thing to keep in mind, and I haven't talked to anyone about this, but just common sense thinking about it, is that Cleveland's going to take Travis at 2 unless they trade out. I don't think they're going to trade out. They could very easily, and by very easily, I mean it would cost them pick 67, move from 33 to 20, and leapfrog the Steelers and get Shedeur, because we keep hearing how Shedeur, what's he going to look like without Travis Hunter? Well, you can solve that problem by getting both of those players. So it only cost them a third-round pick. If they do, in fact, want to get back up, We've already talked about Jackson Dart slipping a little bit. So that's a possibility. It might make you feel a little better. So that's also in the realm of things that could happen on Thursday night. But it's trending towards Shedeur. That's how it feels right now.
Ryan, we had a Steelers insider, Nick Faribaugh from PennLive.com on yesterday. He's been at more pro days, combine, Senior Bowl than anybody on the Steelers beat. And he had heard at the NFL owners meetings, I believe, that Derek Harmon has injury or medical red flags that are either scaring some teams off or have some teams worried about his medical, and that there's a chance he slips in the draft on Thursday because of it. Have you heard that at all?
I have not heard that, but what I've talked to teams about this, the sort of second point. I was never big on Derek Harmon as a first-round pick, and Jordan Burch's teammates who plays outside, I didn't love his tape necessarily that much as a top 40 guy, but a name to keep in mind, I have to check, but I can't remember if the Steelers had this young man in or not, but Jamari Caldwell, their teammate, who plays nose tackle.
They did.
Yeah, so he doesn't look the part. He plays the part. He doesn't look like Jordan Burch or Harmon getting off the bus, but there's an opportunity for him to go on day two and shock some people. I had not heard that about Harmon. The injury.
So why aren't you a Harmon guy at 21 then, Ryan? Tell us why.
I describe him as a slow burn, and by that I mean I had to watch a ton of tape to sort of get an idea of who he's supposed to be, where you can watch Jamari Caldwell win 3 reps in a row. Oh, that's what that guy can do. He looks like he just rolled off the softball field, but he plays like, Cam Hayward. So that's the trade-off. And Derek Harmon looks the part, but I was like waiting for him to do something. You can see glimpses of it, but it's a lot easier to see it with Caldwell, his teammate.
Are you hearing anything? Do you get the sense we haven't heard? Every team still has their current pick in the first round. It never happens this late. Do you expect the Steelers to try to be active traders on any night of the draft based on what you're hearing, Ryan?
Well, they don't have a second-round pick, so that's a huge problem. Otherwise, they may try to. I don't know. It feels like it's a year where they're going to have to wait and see what these comp picks look like, because they're going to get a ton of those next year, and they just may have to sort of eat crow, as it were, and just take the guys that fall to them, because they need a ton of things, and you don't want to move down too far and miss out on a running back, for example, in the third round, or a wide receiver, because those guys are going to get taken up pretty quickly. Cornerback's the same thing. So it might be a situation where unless you're willing to come up capital next year, a second-round pick, for example, to move back into round 2, you might just want to wait and see what happens.
Ryan, I'm going to give you a list of players at a position of need for the Steelers where they had guys in for a visit. And from the list, you tell me among the Steelers' picks, they've got their first, their third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, where it would make the most sense to pick one of these players and why. Okay, so running back we'll do first. You've got DJ Giddens from K-State, Amarian Hampton from North. Well, we'll leave Hampton out because we're going under the assumption that Sanders is the first-round pick. So Giddens from K-State, Sampson, Tennessee, Tootin, Virginia Tech, Ollie Gordon, Oak State, Jaden Blue, Texas, Caleb Johnson, Iowa, R.J. Harvey, UCF, Trayvon Henderson, Ohio State. All of those guys were here. Perfect world. Who would they take and where?
Ollie Gordon feels like what they want in a sort of a post-Najee Harris type player to complement what Jalen Warren brings to the table, and even Kenneth Gainwell. And you can get him 5th, 6th round, and that feels like a bargain. He's going to be a workhorse between the tackles guy. Not a ton of mileage. Didn't have a down year last year, but I think he's worthy of that. And that feels like the best value. Jaden Blue is a burner. He has fumbling problems, which concern me a little bit. But Ollie Gordon's going to run through arm tackles if that's what you want in terms of change of pace.
All right. 3 wide receivers, Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins from Iowa State, and Savion Williams from TCU.
Savion Williams is going to be Cordell Patterson 2.0 when he was, a little younger, and that sort of versatility, because he was a wide receiver converted to running back. So Arthur Smith could do something with that. I would lean towards probably Jalen Knoll. I think Jaden Higgins is doubling up on what Pickens and DK Metcalf give you, but not as explosive. Jalen Knoll's a slot guy who's making a little run up the old draft boards here when you talk to teams that like him.
What round would that be?
Let's be optimistic and hope he's there in the 4th.
All right, defensive tackles. So we're going to leave Harmon out because we're going again with Sanders as the first-round pick. You have Donnie's guy, J.J. Pagoose from Ole Miss, Yaha Black from Iowa, Jared Harrison Hunt from SMU, Joshua Farmer, Florida State, Elijah Roberts, SMU, Darius Alexander, Toledo, and your guy Caldwell from Oregon.
those are I would stay away. And I've heard the Steelers like Yahya Black a lot. He had a terrible Senior Bowl, and I did not love his tape. He has 35-inch arms, which is great, but he didn't put it all together for me. Who's Donnie's guy again? That's J.J. Pegues. Is that Donnie's guy?
Yeah.
I love him because he scored 7 touchdowns last year running the Wildcat. He's a former tight end, and he's a little juiced up as a developmental guy. He'll be there. Did I say 5th already? Let's take him in the 6th.
Okay.
So I think he has a chance to be there in the 6th.
All right, and then corners is the last one. Azareye'h Thomas, Florida State, Trey Amos from Ole Miss, and Justin Wally from Minnesota.
Trey Amos isn't going to be there because they don't have a second-round pick. So I'll go with Thomas, who didn't have a great Senior Bowl, but he feels like the exact sort of physical corner you want opposite Joey Porter Jr. Wally's a good player, more inside, but I would take in the 3rd Thomas, and hopefully you keep your fingers crossed because he ran a 4.57 that he's still there. Plays much faster than that.
All right. Ryan Wilson, we'll see how many of these draft predictions come true. We'll be glued to your coverage all week long, Ryan, and we'll talk and recap the draft next week. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
There you go, Ryan Wilson.
I keep hoping that it's just lying season right now and that we are not going to get what it seems like momentum is building towards us getting, which is with the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Shedeur Sanders.
Why is Goodell so glum when he announces it in your hypothetical?
No, I'm glum. I'm being glum Goodell because I'm putting Chris Muller into Roger Goodell's mind frame. I'm reading the pick as Roger Goodell, so I'm pissed off, which makes everyone wonder why Goodell isn't doing his usual routine.
He's putting a little pissed off Paul Tagliabue in there.
Tagliabue didn't have time for any of this.
He used to get upset if he had to deliver trade details.
We've got a trade. It's a complicated one. You'll find out more later.
We're watching the 98 draft today, which is one of the historic ones where Manning goes first and Leaf goes second and Randy Moss slides. And it's like the middle of the first round, and Tagliabue's already done. He's already handed it off to his deputy commissioner.
Who was the deputy guy who did the Moss pick that year?
It's not at least Goodell waits until the first round
gets a glass of warm milk and he's like, I'm done. I'm tapping.
Oh, he gets out of there early.
I think Goodell, you know what? I think Goodell realizes that doing all the big bro hugs and letting these guys kind of manhandle him makes him look cool, and so he continues it for that exact reason.
We're just a few seconds away from a Donnie Football Debrief. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A little bit of Steelers news. They have signed Jaylen Warren to a 1-year restricted free agent tender. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. You know, Pony was in there just now. He was going, then I had to shut my mic off, and I went, If your car is starting to sound like that, you need a new ride, right? You're thinking about Mitsubishi because you've heard me tell you all about the great things that Mitsubishi brings to the table. One place to go to get the Mitsu that fits you, and that's Mitsu by the Mall, Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. They've got 2024 Outlander still in stock with all-wheel drive, loaded with advanced safety features, plus you can get one with a panoramic sunroof. They got all the bells and whistles and good stuff and room for 7 passengers. They got them right now at Mitsu by the Mall with 4.99% financing for 60 months. Outlander plug-in hybrids. Now, I have driven that Outlander hybrid before. It's awesome. Very futuristic. Just $379 down and $379 a month. You're also getting, when you get a Mitsubishi, the 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. All great stuff. That's why you've got to go get your big spring deal at Mitsu by the Mall and online, Jim Shorgy, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Hickory Heights Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That music means it's time for Donnie's football segment. It's called the Donnie Football Debrief, and of course it's sponsored because it's so popular, brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Don?
The debrief, April 22, 2025. Unfortunately, a sad one today. The passing of Mike Patrick, the former college football and NFL broadcaster. My upbringing with him was Sunday Night Football on ESPN when I was a kid before it changed over to NBC. He also, notably, being a West Virginia fan and native, he called the infamous 13-9 game, which I'm going to give the guy a lot of credit here. He had to see his favorite team go down in flames that night.
Called it like a pro.
Couldn't really tell that the guy gave a hoot about West Virginia whatsoever.
Put the game and the stakes and the magnitude of the upset that was brewing in front of him ahead of his personal feelings.
Kind of a underrated all-time football announcer.
Great big game voice. You know what? I think this is the test I run. If you heard Mike Patrick's voice, especially in an NFL game, you knew you were watching a big-ass game that people cared about. He wasn't doing any, like, Jags-Texans when both teams are, 8 games under 500. That ain't Mike Patrick's bag.
You get Mike Patrick, Paul McGuire, Joe Theismann in the booth.
Yep. This is Patrick quoted in 2022 in an article about the backyard brawl returning, calling that game 13-9, quote, "I hated Pitt before I knew what Pitt was." He attended his first backyard brawl in 1959 at age 15, and 15 years later he called that game. Quote, "It was going to be the best game I've ever done. Personally, it turned out to be the worst. I waited my whole life, my whole career for it. It's a good thing I didn't have a permit to carry a gun. I don't know that I would have made it out of the stadium that night." What a quote.
Guess he did take it pretty tough. But to Donnie's point, you didn't hear it on the broadcast.
Holy crap.
Pony, if you're in that position, you're broadcasting the game, you're play-by-play Pony, it's Syracuse. Sure, throw Pitt. Who would you hate to lose to the most if you were a Syracuse fan? That could realistically keep you, like...
We're talking football now?
Yeah, like it's got to be a situation where you have a big conference rival who might keep you from the national title. Who would it be?
Man, I mean, back in the day, it was probably like a Miami or Virginia Tech for me. But
You've
obviously,
got to be
things have changed so much.
You've got to be favored, though.
Yeah.
Say it's
and favored by like 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, say it's Syracuse favored by 4 TDs over like the worst version of Miami anyone's ever seen.
Or like Rutgers or Temple back then.
Rutgers is a good one, too. And you have to call this game. It's going to be your crowning achievement. The Qs is going to win the game, go to the national title where they are a very live team to win it all. And then you watch, I don't know, Mike Teal engineer a big upset and take Rutgers over the Qs in the Dome.
More from
How are you doing that game?
Yeah, more from Mike Patrick on that game. "I waited until everyone left the press box before I slipped into a side room, closed the door, and screamed at the top of my lungs."
He took it hard, man.
"I got to give myself credit. During the game, I held it in."
That had to be excruciating for him.
Yeah. Clarksburg, West Virginia native.
You guys would remember better than I, because I remember being in Westchester, Pennsylvania at that time, like kind of bar hopping maybe with my then girlfriend and her friends.
Yeah,
and
congratulations on all your sex life success.
I'm getting phone updates from my brother about the game.
Congratulations on having technology back then.
That one doesn't even work. It was 2007.
What do you mean? It was not easy to get updates back then.
He was just text messaging me going, "Hey, this is the score. Hey, you won't believe
well,
this."
Service wasn't a guarantee in every spot back then.
Anyway, Donnie, do either of you remember, he was such a big West Virginia fan. It was also for unbiased observers, not just Pitt fans. Some of the calls that went against Pitt were like so obviously...
Oh, Pitt should have won the game by more than 10 points.
Trying to drag West Virginia back into the
100%.
game. Shady McCoy, easy touchdown run, random phantom holding. Do you guys remember, was Patrick even like acknowledging, ooh, that seemed like a pretty soft call?
I feel like it was.
Yeah, he was. I feel like he called the game right down the middle.
I think that's unbelievably impressive. In his mind, he's got to be going, hell yeah, throw that flag, screw Pitt. To call it down the middle when you desperately want the team getting the benefit of the calls to win and just saying that's a bad call right there. I give the guy a ton of credit for that.
What is the quintessential Steelers Sunday night football game before Sunday Night
When was
Football
the
became
changeover?
a big thing. 2005, maybe 2006.
Yeah, I think 2006 was when it changed over.
Cordell against the Ravens, wasn't that Sunday night? Where he throws the 90-yarder to Bobby Shaw.
I don't know why,
That was
but
a Sunday night.
I think of that first game when the Browns came back.
In
in
99 nothing.
Yeah,
Chris Palmer standing there
and
in
that
his big
Steeler
starter
team
jacket.
would, funny
Stunk.
enough, lose to the Browns later that
Phil
year.
Dawson.
Yep.
You know, a game that I think of probably because it was right in my wheelhouse. It was that rookie Ben year. They played Jacksonville. They always had battles with Jacksonville around those times. The Jags are wearing those all-black unis that look pretty badass.
Good look.
Yep.
And they were seconds away from knocking Ben off and giving him his first NFL loss. He drives the Steelers down the field with like 30 seconds to go, and here comes old Jeff Reed.
I honestly, I would go just for my own sake because I remember thinking, wow, Cordell figured it out. The Sunday Nighter in Baltimore. The Ravens weren't a great team, but they came into that game 8-4. The Steelers came in 10-2. And to just put a fork in Baltimore the way they did with the Shaw touchdown, getting up 2 scores in the fourth quarter, and then kind of cruising to the finish, I thought was pretty cool.
Donnie, thank you for another Donnie Football Debrief.
God, Cordell cooked in that game. 20 of 31, 333, 2 tutties, 55 rushing yards.
How about it was also a Sunday night. I think it was the year before they drafted Ben. They ran that fake punt with Josh Miller.
That's right.
Thrown to Chris Hope.
That was the 03 finale.
Donnie, quick test. I know Pony knows this. Pony, don't answer. Who was Baltimore's starting quarterback in that game I'm talking about? 26-21 Steelers win in December 16th, 2021. Or 2001, excuse me.
I want to say like Tony Banks.
It's an Elvis Gerback affair.
It was Gerback.
Come on, man.
Man, I should have gone down the Gerback well.
Coming up next, the odds makers have declared the Steelers the favorites to draft Shedeur Sanders. What's your reaction to that? You'll hear more from Mike Tomlin on what it was like meeting with Shedeur Sanders and what he likes about him. Talked more glowingly about a draft prospect than ever before. So what's it all mean? 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370. We want your reaction on Sanders. The best call is going to win 2 tickets to see the Pirates take on the San Diego Padres May 3rd at PNC Park at 4:05. First 20,000 fans will take home an 80s-themed Pirates t-shirt. And if the owner drives by and there's a long line, there might be 35,000 80s-themed Pirates t-shirts that are given away. All right, that was just a lame joke. But 20,000 people will definitely get an 80s-themed Pirates t-shirt, and you'll get free tickets to the game if you call in with a take on Shedeur Sanders at 412-928-9370. Timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM Team.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sportsman. We're just 2 days out from night 1, round 1 of the 2025 NFL Draft, and according to multiple reports, the Giants and the Browns both looking to move off of their top 3 picks. There's one team, to me, that should be dying to move up into the top 3, and that is the Chicago Bears. Could you imagine if Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson added Ashton Genty to this Bears offense? Can you say playoffs? I'm Linnell Willingham.
New users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Go to betparks.com, download the app right now, and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino right at your fingertips. betparks.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan for the BetParks app. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Amanda from the Wide Awake Week morning show here, and if you need any sewer line or plumbing repairs, I cannot recommend Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining enough. They did incredible work on my new home, and Rob Metz and his knowledgeable staff were incredible. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining is a family-owned and operated small business, and you can find out all their information at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Spring is here, and so are the deals at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Spring into savings at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, titles, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies, with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends April 30th.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to corriganmoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details. Hey, baseball fans, want to boost the odds on your next MLB parlay? Take the field with a Parlay Boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Log into your BetMGM account to receive your token. Then place a parlay on any MLB game and apply the token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted parlay hits, you'll score a bigger payout. Feeling good about your MLB parlay? Step up to the plate for your chance to score. Claim your MLB Parlay Boost token today. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So join the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use True Green. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with True Green. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TrueGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Looking for the ultimate getaway? Stay and play at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Whether you're here for a weekend escape or a midweek retreat, we've got everything you need under one roof. Wake up refreshed in one of our stunning rooms and head straight to the action, just steps away from the casino floor. Enjoy a variety of gaming, dining, and entertainment, all just outside your door. Visit riverscasino.com and book your stay today. Experience the best of both worlds at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Spitzer Toyota Monroeville is knocking it out of the park during the Bases Loaded sales event. Panda, ready to call your shot? Step up to the plate and swing for 1, huge Spitzer savings, or 2, special low financing. Whatever you choose, it's a grand slam deal. Plus, every new Toyota comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty. So don't strike out. Get to Spitzer Toyota Monroeville today.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona New Cigar CAO event on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, April 25th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet Mark, representee of General Cigar. Save 25% on any CAO cigar box, or buy 10, get 3 free, plus raffles for great prizes. Event posted on Facebook, so be sure to like them. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan. Hey, it's Chris Muller for Universal Windows Direct's Spring Home Improvement event. It's the perfect time to freshen up the way your home looks to make your home more energy efficient. They've got a great offer right now. In fact, multiple great offers. First, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. Plus, they're offering no interest until 2030. And right now, get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. Now is the time to give them a call, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the Parkway West, you're going to see slowdowns on Green Tree Hill on the inbound and outbound sides. Expect delays as you head in or out of the city that way. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right